mean, even though I went through like a period where I would brush it and it would just be wavy when I would brush it. But in general, I just use my fingers. But I'm like, you know what? Maybe I should invest in a brush because this will save me time and heat damage. But I don't know if brushes can also damage your hair.
My brush has things, but yet, she is fighting through her fear, and she's trying to come on the other side, and she's seeing the signs, and she's, following, and she's doing the things, and it's just so incredibly brave that she's able to push through. And every day, it's a call. Every day it's a FaceTime. And she's like, I did this thing today, and I'm like, well, that's awesome. That's one more, that's one more thing, that you've worked through. And she's like, I know, but this house fell through. And I said, it's okay. If that house fell through, then let's search and go someplace else, right? Because maybe there's something about the house that you're not, so it's all about perspective, right? Right. And so I'm guiding her and I'm helping her through this. But it's just, I don't know, it's fascinating because I'm not going to say that I don't have my own fears or I haven't had fear in the past, but it's to be on the other side of it now, to say that it is, I am just going to say I am blessed. I'm so incredibly blessed that I have the perspective that I'm no longer in that whirlwind of fear, in that whirlwind of avoidance, right? In that sense of suffering, that backpack, that proverbial backpack that I always talk about with, when I did my podcast was about, just putting the backpack down. Like, why are you carrying the suffering? Why are you carrying the fear? Why are you carrying, all of the things that life is thrown at you and is shit? Like, why are you carrying on to the shit? Let the shit go and move on, because it's stinky and nobody wants it. Just move on, But it's like, I'm tied to the shit. I want to be in the shit. I'm, you know what I mean? It's just like I'm tied to the past, and it's and I know I'm kind of going on a tangent, but it's just having that clarity, I think, that you're able, to see that you can avoid, it's all about just staying in flow. And I think going back to that, when you're in flow, for me, life just moves so much easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you've said a couple things that I want to come back to, if I may, that I think are really important, so I want to put a little spotlight on them. And one is, you talked about taking off that backpack, and I think we all have pretty much a constant set of issues, whether they're new ones or they're old ones from childhood. And we have a constant set of fears, whether they feels like we're born with them, like they're sometimes there's a genetic, component to a fear of heights, for instance, or whether it's something we're just in a position that we're fearing, like your friend getting out of an abusive relationship. And when we are willing to just meet the fear, and we're maybe not even ready to take the backpack off.
The backpack.
It's like windmills exist, they do okay. But again, like, what is the
disposal? You go down to Palm Springs. I was in Palm Springs last week on business.
What is the disposal of this technology look like?
Ben, I'll mention it quickly. There's a YouTube channel called The Chill Financial Historian. And in one of his videos, he talks about how France escaped all the problems that Germany and other Western European countries are having now with energy, because like 20, 25 years ago, they invested heavily in nuclear power plants, and they're upgrading them now. But France is independent. The problem we have, look, I like the Jetsons. I want the society of the future where we have, Star Trek, there's an abundance of energy. The problem is 30, 40 years ago, nuclear power was coming into its own, and we had the movie The China Syndrome. The left completely destroyed any chance of nuclear power in this country. If you want all electric vehicles, you've got to have the infrastructure. You've got to have the power source that can fund that. And nuclear is the way to go.
It has
right now,
it has to be. And I'm glad you brought that up, Alan. I really am.
Yeah, because let me land with this then. Right now in California, all of the energy that is being used to fund all of the Teslas in Southern California comes from natural gas and fossil sources. I don't know what percentage the windmills are, but I am sure it is minimal. You're just transferring. It's a different kind of energy transfer that you're using. It is not efficient.
I agree.
It isn't going to work.
I agree, and I'm so glad you brought up nuclear, because if you want to know serious about climate change, I'm a conservative, but I like to conserve. Like, I like to recreate and be out in nature. Like, I want to keep nature for future generations. I really do. I'm actually quite lots of things I disagree with the Trump administration on environmental policies. Quite frankly, I think he gets environmental policies wrong. Quite frankly, but with that being said, if we want to have those conversations about conserving our nature and conserving, like, this shouldn't be a left versus right issue. The answer has to be nuclear power. Like, we should be investing up to wazoo in nuclear power. I don't think that the answer is solar. I don't think the answer is wind. I think that there's a place for it. I think hydro is good as well. Especially here in the Northeast, where we have crazy tides and stuff, where, like, you can, there's been companies that have invested in doing wind turbines under the water and that kind of thing to harness the powers of the tide, that kind of thing. I think that all of that stuff is wonderful, but it has to come. The primary driving force of this has to be nuclear power. It is the cleanest. It is the most efficient source of power. It is the safest form of power known to mankind.
A genius breakfast trick everyone should know.
Amari, not to put you on the spot, but
I'm going to start by slicing 150
expertise in this. Aren't you in the process of getting some stuff done in that area?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you.
And the solar?
Just energy in general. I thought maybe you were busy. Remember? No?
Oh, yeah, but I mean, not right now, though.
Oh, is that right? Some things changed or something? Okay.
Yeah, I'm doing other stuff now. But,
okay. Only reason I said that is I didn't know what you thought of some solutions for this. But yeah.
So for me, I do like what I see, like, coming from places that are doing microgrids. It's just so expensive. I like what they're doing at 3 Mile Island with a company with Microsoft. I like that. And so there's things that they can do. Elon Musk was.
Okay, this is your morning meditation. Good morning, Marion. Welcome to your morning meditation, Marion.
Boneless ritual. These I invoke the boneless one Thee that didst create the earth and the heavens, thee that didst create the night and the day, thee that didst create the darkness and the light.
Guys, let's make a lasagna.
Thou art
using
Asa
cheese raviolis.
Nephah, whom no man hath seen at any time. Thou art Earbes. Thou art Ear, Apophras Ra. Thou hast distinguished between the just and the unjust. Thou didst make the female and the male. Thou didst produce the seeds and the fruit. Thou didst form men to love one another and to hate one another. I am Anchaf the Consu, thy prophet, unto whom thou didst commit thy mysteries, the ceremonies of Hem. Thou didst produce the moist and the dry, and that which nourisheth all created life. Hear thou me, for I am the angel of Ptah, Apophras Ra. This is thy true name, handed down to the prophets of Hem. Hear me. Arain, Theof, Ribet, Atheli, Berset, Belathan, Abeu, Abeu, Theta, So, Ebe, Theaof. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, the terrible and invisible God, who dwellest in the void place of the Spirit. Aro, go, go, Abrao, so thou, Mudori, O, Fal, the bornless one, hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me, Ru Abrai of Mario Dam, Babylon Balbin Abaft, Asalo Nine, Arthen Eof, E Photeth Abra Sax, R-A-O-O-U, Ishure, mighty and bornless one. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, Ma-ba-ra-e-o, E-O-A-L, Kotham, Asori-Balo, Abraf. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Aftam, das Om. the Lord of the gods. This is the Lord of the universe. This is he whom the winds fear. This is he who, having made voice by his commandment, is Lord of all things, King, ruler, and helper. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. E-A-O-U, hey-oo-ray, E-O-U, hey-oo-ray, E-A-T, E-R-A-O, E-O-O-U, Abra-sax, Sabri-ein, O-O, Oof, Oof, Adonai, A-Day, A-Do, Angelos Tontheon, Alala Lai Ga-E-R, R-A-Pay, Diathana Thoron. I am he, the bornless spirit, having sight in the feet, strong, and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hate, that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he, the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the worlds. The heart girt with a serpent is my name. Come thou forth and follow me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. E-R-O, Saba-O. Such are the words.
Now, today, we are living in an age which is quite peculiar, because in the world of science, there are no longer any secrets. Because
the bornless ritual. Thee I invoke, the bornless one, thee that didst create the earth and the heavens.
I'm Lon Duquette, and I have just a few thoughts.
The Kabbalistic cross. Imagine yourself beginning to grow taller and taller. You are as big as the house, still growing and growing. Bigger and bigger. The earth is getting smaller. Your head is now above the clouds, towering among the stars. The earth is a small, revolving ball beneath your feet. Far out in the universe, you see a brilliant, scintillating white light. Imagine visualize this brilliant light descending to form a sphere of light just above your head. Raise your right hand slightly above your forehead. With it, bring the ball of light down and touch your forehead, vibrating the word Atto.
Atto.
Which means thou art. The hand is now brought straight down to the region of the solar plexus, and with it sends a great shaft of pure white light encompassing your now enormous astral body. As the shaft of light descends to the feet, vibrate the word Malkuth. Malkuth. Meaning the kingdom. Visualize and feel this brilliant ray or shaft of pure light which has descended from above and encompasses your tremendous astral body. Touch the right shoulder. With this tap, a sphere of light is formed just off the right shoulder, in tone of the word Vagabura.
Vagabura.
Which means, and the power. Move your right hand across your body and imagine that from this bright sphere of light extends a beam of scintillating light, penetrating the chest and continuing through and just beyond the left shoulder. And at this time, the left shoulder is tapped, and another sphere of light is formed while you vibrate the word Vagudula. Vagudula. Which means, and the glory. In this manner is formed the cross of light. Now clasp your hands in a praying position on your chest, with both arms and elbows raised to be encompassed in the horizontal beam of light. Vibrate the final word, La'olam.
La'olam.
Amen. Meaning forever. Amen. Face the east. For the ceremonial instrument, you may use a stick of incense, a ritual dagger, or the pointed index finger of your right hand. Inscribed in the air before you, a large vanishing pentagram. That means, with your ritual instrument in your right hand, start at the lower left-hand point of the pentagram opposite and outside your left hip. The hand is moved to the uppermost point of the pentagram, which is pictured in front of and just above your forehead. Continue tracing downwards to outside and opposite the right hip. Now move upwards diagonally to outside and opposite the left shoulder. Horizontally across your body to a point and outside your right shoulder. And complete the pentagram by moving down to the starting point opposite your left hip. As your hand moves, visualize a beautiful blue flame which follows the point of the dagger as it inscribes the 5-pointed star. When the pentagram has been completely traced, thrust the point of the dagger to the center of the pentagram, vibrating the deity name. Yod-Heh Vav-Heh. Imagining that your voice carries forward to the end of the universe. With dagger still extended, turn in place or circumambulate to your right, to the south, and make a vanishing pentagram. That is, starting from the lower left and moving to the upper center. And with the central thrust of the dagger, vibrate the deity name. Adonai. Each pentagram remains a flame and is connected with the continuous circle being traced by the extended dagger. Turn or move to the west. With arm and dagger extended, make the same type of pentagram as before. As you once again score the dagger in the center of the star, vibrate the God name. Now turn to the north. Dagger still extended. Make the same type of pentagram. And upon completion, thrust the dagger in the center of the star and vibrate the deity name. Adallah. With arm and dagger still pointed, return to the east. Complete your circle of flame by bringing the point of your dagger to the center of the first pentagram. Pause a moment. Imagine, and above all, realize, you are standing in a flaming circle with beautiful fiery pentagrams in each quadrant. Facing the east, with arms outstretched in the form of a cross, say and vibrate before me, Raphael. Behind me, Gabriel. At my right hand, Michael. At my left hand, Oriel. Before me flames the pentagram, and in the column stands the six-rayed star. Follow the above pentagram ritual, once again using the Kabbalistic cross as before.
Was it Kitover?
Imagine yourself beginning to grow taller. The earth is getting smaller. A small, revolving ball beneath your feet. Far out in the universe, you see a brilliant, scintillating white light. Visualize this brilliant light descending to form a sphere of light just above your head. Raise your right hand slightly above your forehead. Bring the ball of light down and touch your forehead, vibrating the word Ato.
I advocate you having.
Ato.
What is it like to be doing?
What is thou
I think it's especially nice to be able to help others.
The hand is now brought straight down.
Science
The region of the solar plexus.
is the bedrock of our civilization.
As the shaft of light descends to the feet, vibrate the word Malkuth.
What is it like to be doing?
Malkuth. Meaning the kingdom. Visualize this brilliant shaft of pure light from above and touch the right shoulder. A sphere of light is formed just off the right shoulder, in tone of the word Vagabura. Vagabura, which means and the power. Move your right hand across your body. At this time, the left shoulder is tapped, and another sphere of light is formed while you vibrate the word Vagadula. Vagadula, which means and the glory. In this manner is formed the cross of light.
And the Negro can prove to the white man
Now clasp your hands with both arms and elbows raised.
And the Negro can
Vibrate the final word, La'olam. La'olam.
The Trump is the best thing ever done to us. Because she believed
forever.
The entire population of this Nordic magician, that he is the magician of the highest order, that he is there in his irrational
The lesser
mind,
vanishing ritual of the pentagram.
in order that the human being can find new order. And you know, it's not so stupid thinking about this in that way. It's completely turning things upside down. Because since Trump is around, things are changing.
Malkuth.
It's the best thing happened.
Happened. I sent President for me, Raphael. Behind me, Gabriel. At my right hand, Michael. At my left hand, Oriel. Before me flames the pentagram. In the column stands the six-rayed star.
Vagadula.
Amen.
Amen.
The Bornless Ritual. Thee I invoke, the Bornless One, thee that didst create the earth and the heavens, thee that didst create the night and the day, thee that didst create the darkness and the light. Thou art Asa Arnepha, whom no man hath seen at any time. Thou art Iarbes. Thou art Iar, a Tophras Ra. Thou hast distinguished between the just and the unjust. Thou didst make the female and the male. Thou didst produce the seeds and the fruit. Thou didst form men to love one another and to hate one another. I am Anchaf the Konsu, thy prophet, unto whom thou didst commit thy mysteries, the ceremonies of Hem. Thou didst produce the moist and the dry, and that which nourisheth all created life. Hear thou me, for I am the angel of Ptah, Apophras Ra. This is thy true name, handed down to the prophets of Hem.
He won't die. Yeah, that's the only reason he's worried about it. I just think it's spooky.
That
whole thing in Genesis 3 is actually
so a eBay, Theos. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me.
so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, the terrible and invisible God, who dwellest in the void place of the Spirit. So thou Mudori fal the bornless one, hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me, Ru Abra'i Mario Dam Babylon Balbin Abaf Asalo 9 Arfen Eo E Proteth Abra Sex R-A-O-O-U Ishure, mighty and bornless one. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, Ma-ba-ra-e-o, E-O-A-L, Ko-tham, A-thori-ba-lo, Abra. Hear me, make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Aftam, Abaftam, Das Om, Isak, Zabaoth. This is the Lord of the gods. This is the Lord of the universe. This is he whom the winds fear. This is he who, having made voice by his commandment, is Lord of all things, King, ruler, and helper. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. E-A-O-U, He-U-Ray, E-O-U, He-U-Ray, E-A-T, E-R-A-O, E-O-O-U, Abra-Sax, Sabri-Am, O-O, Oof, Oof, Adonai, A-Day, A-Do, Angelos Tontheon, and Lala Lai Ga-E-R. spirit, having sight in the feet, strong and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hate, that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he, the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the worlds. The heart girt with a serpent is my name. Come thou forth and follow me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. E-R-O, Sa-Ba-O. Such are the words.
Hello?
Invocation of Thoth. Procul, O procul esti profani, all lusty on Peda. In the name of the mighty and terrible one, I proclaim that I have banished the shells unto their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou majesty of the Godhead, wisdom crowned Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of light and life, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy nemes as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou whose skin is of flaming orange as though it burned in a furnace, thee I invoke. Behold, I am yesterday, today, and the brother of tomorrow. I am born again and again. Mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe. I am the charioteer of the east, lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. O ye two divine hawks upon your pinnacles, who keep watch over the universe, ye who company the bier to the house of rest, who pilot the ship of wrong, ever advancing onwards the heights of heaven, Lord of the shrine which standeth in the center of the earth. Behold, he is in me, and I in him. Mine is the radiance, wherein the star floateth over the firmament. I travel upon high. I tread upon the firmament of you. I raise a flashing flame with the lightning of mine eye, ever rushing on in the splendor of the daily glorified Ra, giving my life to the dwellers of earth. If I say, come up upon the mountains, The celestial waters shall flow at my word. For I am Ra incarnate, Kepler, created in the flesh. I am the eidolon of my father Tanu, lord of the city of the sun. The God who commands is in my mouth. The God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tower when he created his work. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto me from thine abode in the silence, unutterable wisdom, or light, or power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, by whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. Thou, star of the east, that didst conduct the Magi, thou art the same all present in heaven and in hell. Thou that vibratest between the light and the darkness, rising, descending, changing ever, yet ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee in its bosom, and earth hath never nourished the changeless guardian of thy youth. Come thou forth, I say, come thou forth, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit overthrown unto not the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of burning air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God's divine will may be obedient unto thee.
It's a very internal question. What's going on here? I'm looking at him, I'm looking away. What's going on? I didn't say a word. Just very serious, focused, deadly. I just might kill you in a second. Kind of stare. And I couldn't figure out first minute when he came to hit me. That was the fullness of all it was. That stare. That look, that thing. You come off like that. And you just start blinking like that. And you realize that he wasn't there anymore. He was somewhere else.
What a big Christian.
It's the end of the mystery. And how do you see this? I mean, do you, is it?
Relaxation. It is important that all the exercises on all of these tapes be performed regularly. Sooner or later, some salutary results may follow. You might then wish to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving at the opening of each practice session. Use your own imagination and ingenium to compose the kind of prayer that suits you and your own beliefs, rather than follow slavishly some already existent prayer, no matter how excellent it may be. At the root of all systems, metaphysical or occult, relaxation of physical and mental tension is considered a prerequisite. Unfortunately, most systems contain only a rudimentary technique, inadequately developed for the use of the new student or beginner, without any assurance that it will produce results. I want to present a time-honored viewpoint that is repeatedly confirmed with usage of the newer scientific techniques of biofeedback. First of all, the student is to lie down on his back on any hard surface, or on a bed with a firm mattress, or on a table covered by a thick blanket. A well-carpeted floor has been known to be most satisfactory. For some, a small cushion is permitted for the head. The basic idea is to let the hard surface support the body. Too often, when lying down, we remain fully tensed when we should permit the muscles to loosen up altogether. Thus, we support our bodies with much too much tonicity instead of letting the hard surface do the supporting for us. He must give himself wholly up to it. A few deep sighs will prove of inestimable value. It should engineer some rudimentary relaxation of the diaphragm, the big muscle separating the chest from the abdomen. What is proposed then is for the student to consider in his imagination every part of the body from brain to the tips of the toes. No intricate knowledge of anatomy is really required. On the other hand, however, if the student has been taught the broad outlines relating to anatomy and physiology, he may find that knowledge useful. While lying on the back, a thick, large pillow should be slipped under the knees so that the knees are raised some few inches from the surface. This tends to induce a mechanical relaxation of the spinal muscles. Let him now cross one ankle over another, the heels resting on the hard surface, and fold the hands over the abdomen by interlacing the fingers.
Bro, you gotta fucking stop.
Consider the brain by visualizing it in the skull. Everyone has, at some time or other, seen diagrams of the cerebrum. Imagine now that the brain is a mass of white and grey nerve substance divided into a right and left hemisphere with a little bulb at the back. The entire surface of these structures is marked by numbers of lobes, convolutions, and depressions. Try to feel that this brain, normally white and grey in colour, becomes pinkish in hue as you think of it. This visualization dilates the blood vessels in the head, automatically directing an increased blood supply there. This creates warmth over and above the normal amount, and this radiating outwards to surrounding structures produces a relaxation. Maintain this visualization long enough to become aware of some kind of sensation in the head, subjective sensations of warmth and tingling. Yet these are not wholly subjective. Biofeedback experiments indicate that the temperature of fingers or toes using this method may be increased by a degree or two. Relaxing the entire body thoroughly in this way will also be found a distinct stimulus to the maintenance and or recovery of perfect health. Imagine next that the blood, which has been warming and so relaxing the brain, pours downwards from the frontal portions of the brain into the forehead, the eyes, and the temples, dilating the blood vessels there. Go through a similar procedure as previously described until you obtain that characteristic sense of warmth, tingling, and relaxation. These are quite unmistakable, being the hallmarks of the induction of a local release of tension. Passing contemplation downward to the ears, reflecting also on the inner ear mechanisms, the cheeks of the face and the nose. Imagine the blood flowing there, bringing about a relaxation of muscular and blood vessel tension by reason of the warmth induced by the surplus of blood in that area. Pause long enough until the appropriate reactions and sensations are clearly noted. Meantime, should your attention wander away to the events of the day, don't get angry or irritable. Wait quietly for a few seconds and gently bring the attention back to the consideration of the area in question. The mind is bound to wander at the beginning of these exercises. It It only requires some training and re-education. Bring the blood in your imagination to the lips, the mouth and gums of the teeth, the chin and the angle of the jaw. This procedure having been applied to the whole head, including the back of the head, you should pause for a little while to become completely aware of the sensations involved. Also note that the entire body should have begun to lose its gross attentions. Since the brain is the nerve center of the whole psychosomatic organism, when it relaxes, so also will all other subsidiary parts. The neck is the next area to be considered. The student should visualize the windpipe with all its component parts, if he knows them by name, together with muscles and glands in the front, sides, and back of the neck. They should be imagined as turning pink due to the dilatation of the blood vessels that, holding more blood, are gently warmed by its heat and thus being coaxed into relaxing. As the tensions begin to loosen, pass the attention to the powerful muscles of the shoulders and shoulder joints. Pay great attention to these, for they are unusually tense in most modern people, the price we pay for the benefits and stresses of civilization. Let the attention slowly wander from the shoulders down the arm to the elbow, forearm, wrist, hand, and fingers, dwelling for a minute or so on each part, feeling a sensation of warmth and tingling there, firmly telling each part to relax. Return in imagination once more to the shoulders. Visualize the entire chest cage. Within this cage are several large and important organs: the bronchial tubes, the lung, heart, large arteries and veins leading to and from them, and the diaphragm. Also make note of and feel the powerful rib muscles which aid the breathing function. Just make a simple picture of this cage and begin to feel that slowly the blood pours into every dilated artery, vein, and capillary. The muscular walls of these vessels relax, enabling them to convey larger quantities of blood than before. Because of this increased blood supply, a greater quantity is being generated in the chest, resulting in a generally diffused sense. A similar technique is to be followed. Thinking of the large areas which include the individual organs that you know to be housed there. Feel the warm descent of the blood and experience fully the sensation of aliveness that the consideration of those parts produces. As you practice, you will at first become increasingly conscious of each bodily segment, becoming aware of each separate organ, rather as one does of each tooth, if and when there is a toothache. This awareness is succeeded by a complete cessation of sensory awareness. The relaxed portion, formerly standing out so vividly in consciousness, will fade utterly from view. Eventually, consciousness of the body as a whole vanishes entirely, with a deep and abiding serenity and stillness resulting. Having completed the irrigation of the pelvic area, imagine the life stream of blood dividing into two powerful rivers, each sweeping down hip and thigh. Consider the thigh as far down as the kneecap, in a manner similar to that applied to all other portions of the body, until you become aware of the warmth and relaxation of the heavy, thick muscles. Then pass downwards with the mind to the ankle, and finally to the tips of the toes. become fully aware of each minute part of the body, becoming absolutely flooded by the bloodstream, which enables it to undergo this needed release from tension. The entire process from head to toe should take not less than a half an hour at first. More time would even be more satisfactory. As time goes on, less time may be necessary to induce relaxation, until finally the mere wish or thought to relax will spontaneously induce all muscles and tissues everywhere in the body to relax their chronic tension. Skill is the important factor, and skill is achieved solely by practice and constant repetition. In this way, a conditioned response may be built up with the almost instantaneous reaction that such reflexes have. Stand erect. Spread your feet slightly apart. Take a deep breath. Stretch and twist your body. Relax the muscles. Twist and stretch again. Relax. Exhale and let your body flop from the waist, dangling like a rag doll. Inhale and bring your body back into the upright position. Loose and relaxed, but upright. Exhale, let your body flop again. Inhale, coming up from the floor. Exhale, flopping forward. Inhale, up and relaxed. Exhale, flop like a rag doll. In, up, 3, 4, out, flop, 3, 4. In, up, 3, 4, out, flop, 3, 4. Wiggle your body, up and down like a snake. Turn it loose as if it were boneless. Let go completely. Arms, head, neck and shoulders, all loose. No tension. Let us dedicate this work to an awareness of the ever-living God by using an ancient prayer. Who should not praise thee, O Lord of the universe, unto whom there is none like, whose dwelling is in heaven and in every virtuous and God-fearing heart. O God, thou vast one, thou art in all things. O nature, thou self from nothing, for what else can I call thee? In myself I am nothing. In thee I am self, and exist in thy selfhood from eternity. Live thou in me, and bring me unto that self which is in thee. Lie down and make yourself comfortable. You are now ready to become more aware of your body. Breathe easily with the lips slightly open. Wiggle around for a moment to find that one position which is most comfortable for you. Now stay in it. Do not move from it in any way. From this moment forward, remain absolutely motionless. Make no voluntary muscular movement, not even a wiggle of the toe or the bending of a finger. Motionless. Now try to feel what is going on inside your body. Let your mind roam freely from head to toe and back again. Slowly, deliberately, methodically. Verbalize what you do feel. Speak out loud as though reporting your different sensations. You are attempting to do one thing and one thing only. To heighten your awareness of sensations inside your own body. You may become conscious of an itching in the scalp. Leave it alone. In a moment or two, it should die down and then totally disappear. Your attention may soon be distracted by a muscular itch or a tingling somewhere else in the body. Whatever it is, again, do nothing about it. Merely observe. Sensations in the different parts of the body will come and go without apparent rhyme or reason. Watch them. become aware of your body as something you have lived with. And perhaps now, for the first time, you watch it let go and become soft and relaxed. Above all, make no judgments about what you observe. Merely notice. Don't criticize or reject any of these sensations. They may be comfortable or uncomfortable, pleasurable or otherwise, but they are your own. Try to become keenly aware of all the sensations without trying to ignore them or to change them. Be aware of everything that is going on inside. This is the process, eventually leading to self-realization, the integration of the whole man. Sensations in different parts of the body will come and go. Watch them. Verbalize and study what you do feel. Let your mind roam freely without becoming fixated on any one part of your body. Make no judgments about what you observe. Make no effort to separate your mind, your awareness, from these bodily sensations. There may be a great temptation to think of something else to distract your mind from discomfort. Don't succumb to this. Just watch and observe. Concentrate only on what we are doing, watching and observing our body sensations. Don't criticize or reject any of the different sensations, comfortable or uncomfortable, pleasurable or otherwise. They are your own. Accept them just as they are. You do nothing else but merely observe the rise and fall of sensation without attempting to modify whatever may occur. This practice heightens the function that is called self-recollection, mindfulness, and self-awareness. Experience what is going on inside your body. Become aware of what is happening. observe the rise and fall of bodily and muscular sensations. Don't attempt to modify whatever sensory phenomena may occur. Verbalize. Express clearly what comes before your attention, your awareness, what you feel. Realize that you are becoming aware of your body. You are really trying to become aware of what it feels like. Let your mind move around. Don't try to restrain it or to fix it on any one area or to any one sensation. Let your mind float around inside, from head to toes. Take the time to really get the feel of your body. Become aware all the time, not just when it hurts or when there is a pain or an ache. Feel and experience the difference in the different parts of your body. Sense what is going on within your body. with one broad mental sweep, become aware of the body as a whole. From the crown of the head to the tips of the toes. See what the body feels like. Whether it is beginning to tingle or whether it has just faded out, leaving you as a kind of free-floating entity, a free floating self. Now stretch and twist and enjoy the feeling of your body on the surface. Try and feel what it's like. Wiggle your body around. What sensations do you derive from this? They can be extraordinarily pleasant and pleasurable, and should be. Feel what your body is like as you move it, and as you finally let it at rest. Give thanks for whatever guidance you have received or progress made. Blessed be thou, Lord of the universe, for thy glory flows out to the ends of the universe, rejoicing. Verbalize.
Hi, John.
Express clearly
how's
what
your day?
comes before your attention.
Hi, John. How's your day?
Your awareness. What you feel. Realize that you are becoming aware of your body. You are really trying to become aware of what it feels like. Let your mind move around. Don't try to restrain it or to fix it on any one area or to any one sensation. Let your mind float around inside, from head to toes. Take the time to really get the feel of your body. Become aware all the time, not just when it hurts or when there is a pain or an ache. Feel and experience the difference in the different parts of your body. Sense what is going on within your body.
That's all you needed to say.
With one broad mental sweep, become aware of the body as a whole. from the crown of the head to the tips of the toes. See what the body feels like, whether it is beginning to tingle or whether it has just faded out, leaving you as a kind of free-floating entity, a free floating self. Now stretch and twist and enjoy the feeling of your body on the surface. Try and feel what it's like. Wiggle your body around. What sensations do you derive from this? They can be extraordinarily pleasant and pleasurable, and should be. Feel what your body is like as you move it, and as you finally let it at rest. Give thanks for whatever guidance you have received or progress made. Blessed be thou, Lord of the universe, for thy glory flows out to the ends of the universe, rejoicing.
Man.
away the Pepsi, which is officially discontinued today. How nice is that? And then there's a mystery Rolex as well. So everybody, like, that's the right thing. The wizards to do the mystery Rolex. I can't say more about it. Back in there. Something about it. I'm drive off the Poppy Street right here. Fucking presents. Love you. Stay tuned. Couple road. There it is. Poppy Street.
ChatGPT, can I make money online with $0?
Yes, you can.
I'm Lon Duquette, and I have just a few thoughts I'd like to share.
I can't believe there's people that exist, that breathe, that have reason, that believe that Whataburger is better than In-N-Out. It's a very serious problem. I've met one.
That our tax dollars are being used to give trans surgeries to the legals. I have 4 links that prove it. So basically what the Democrats are doing is they are saying if you are an illegal immigrant, if you snuck into America and you want your penis cut off, American taxpayers will pay $60,000 for it. And that, why are Democrats paying for trans surgery? Because the people who are most likely to vote Democrat are trans. If you actually survey trans people, more than 90% vote Democrat. But it's in the best interest of ML and the best interest of the Democratic Party to
The Democrats want more immigrants in the country. If that's the case, why is it that during Biden's administration they deported more and more people than Trump did his first administration?
It's just how they count the statistics.
Can't
We all
bank.
know they play.
Yeah.
Come on, it is. Well, how come it simultaneously if Biden deported the most illegals from coming into our country or that were in our country, then how does he also have the most illegals that came into our country in the span of 4 years?
But how is that?
Yeah. So it's a net loss. Like what you're looking at it as. Well, you look at it as a net positive. I look at it as a net loss. So if he turned this many away from the border, let's say 30 million were trying to get in, and he only let 20 million in. But hell, he turned 10 million of them behind around and wouldn't let 10 million of them in. So look, he's tough on immigration, but he let 2/3 of them come into the country illegally. But we know it. They had an app set up. You can't deny that.
So perhaps the book might also help
This is what y'all leftists do: is you smudge the statistics for the you're clearly aligned with them. You caucus with them. There's no question. Okay, so it's clear that the agenda is just to overwhelm the right. And look, we got people on the right that go along with it for their own self-interest, or like cheap labor. Look, the Koch brothers, they'll play both sides of the fence to get their cheap labor out of this. Walmart wants this because every little immigrant, every Jose needs a new pair of shoes, right? Come on. Self-interest. That's what people are actually driven.
No, I would agree with that. I think Democrats are just about, talking about deportation, fascism. Essentially, they are
Because he knows how to win.
people. So I can agree with you that the Democrats are interested in self-interest. I mean, that's essentially what Biden did when he continued, construction of the border wall. But to me, though, my point is essentially it still stands is that if the Democrats were in favor of letting anybody come into the country, why would they deport so many people?
I think I can answer Necro respectfully because I do respect Necro, and I'll be very succinct. The reason why the Democrats deported illegals when elections, they wanted the campaign to say the border is not open. If the Democrats, and I'll answer Necro succinctly, if the Democrats knew that there would never be an election again, there would not be a single one deported. The Democrats today are constrained by the knowledge that the average voter doesn't want millions and millions of illegals to come in. And that's holding the Democrats back from what they really want. So that's your answer, Necro.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is fair to say. I mean, but I think really just the idea that, they want people to come in here legally, I think, I mean, I would like to know what that, is suggested because the fact that they have policy that don't disincentivize people to come here, I don't think that that's the same thing.
This is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue, and I will be succinct.
Okay, I'm happy to pass the mic down.
So I've seen videos. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Run. It's already been. Hold on. Let me finish. It's already been run in Europe. That is ML's policy of letting violent migrants from the third world come in. It's been tested in Europe, and I'll post links. The overwhelming majority of gang rapes in Europe are committed by immigrants from the third world. The same immigrants that ML demands that America let in are committing mass gang rapes, and it's not in one country. It's in 10 different countries in Europe. So if anyone is honest and neutral and just Googles what do ML's policies do to a country, you don't have to speculate. You can see it, and I'll post a few links. I'm going to the audience. ML demands.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's been the suggestion that, immigrants in Europe, one of the things is saying that there's been rising crime among them, but I think it's also been pointed out by Cato. The Cato Institute is a libertarian think tank, which positively is racial, but their studies have shown that. Now, I don't know if they're necessarily distinguishing between people who are here who are legally documented versus people who are not documented. But I mean, to me, it's like.
Try to be succinct, Necro. I'd like to go next. Try to be succinct.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I've gotten what I needed.
So I've seen videos over the past few days of Angela Merkel, former Prime Minister Tony Blair of Britain. So we have Germany, we have Britain, as well as even the Italian Prime Minister now. But the Spanish Prime Minister just recently gave 500,000 African migrants basically amnesty. And it's because the Spanish people hate their leadership because they are allowing these illegal migrants to come in for their votes. It's the same thing here in America. The Democrats want to destroy the country by allowing millions of more illegal alien refugees from all around the world to pour in to collect their votes. It is a scheme. It is a scam. It is a fraud. And Kash Patel, when he's finished drinking all his beers, partying all the time, maybe he'll do something about it and start arresting politicians. Until we start arresting criminal politicians, nothing will change. Nothing. We need arrests. And we need arrests this year. And Donald Trump has to take his eyes, his gaze, his power, and he needs to refocus within. We need to get to the root. We need to rip this tree up, and we need to chop its roots up, which is the Democrat Party. They are criminals. They are fraudsters. They are liars. They are thieves. And until we see arrests, we will never, ever be free of these parasites. These parasites are killing us. They are low IQ. They are weak. They are effeminate. They are brainwashed. They are suicidal. They hate our history. They hate themselves. And they are miserable, horrible, pathetic people who have no intelligence, no courage, no morality, no strength. And I say we crush them, we arrest them, we imprison them, and we put them through the trials and the courts. And if the Democrat judges don't agree and they release, well, then we arrest the Democrat judges. Our police must begin arresting Democrat judges who release murderers back into the streets to kill our people. We must arrest soon and now. We cannot wait. We need mass arrests in this country. I am complete.
Who are the top 1%?
Yeah, I mean, overall, like I would agree, the Democrats are keep people who mostly are people who want to keep immigration alive as like a wedge issue for the same reason. But I would say the same thing about both parties. But that's why I call into question about whether or not they actually are concerned about whether they want to have immigrants coming over the border as opposed to just keeping it alive as a wedge issue to accuse the other side of xenophobia or racism.
And where's Alex Soros right now? He's in Spain with the Progressive Movement International Symposium. They call it the progressive movement. It's not progressive. It's murder. It's abortion. It's black tax reparation fraud. Tax for me. I got to pay you merely because of the historical conflict of mankind. It's a fraud. It's a hypnosis, communication, projection shoved down your throat of lies. And if you speak up, you're labeled racist. If you speak up, you're labeled xenophobic. And weak, effeminate men like Necro, who have had sexual intercourse with trans people, are part of the problem. This young man needs to become a man. Necro, go join the army. Go join the Marines. Go join the Navy. Do something with your lives. Be a patriot. Fight and resist this tyranny. These people are traitors. They're liars. They're low IQ. They are gay. They are effeminate. They are traitors. We need to imprison them. We need to arrest them. Their corruption, their frauds, their criminality ends. These teacher unions are RICO racketeering organizations. Guys like ML are effeminate, low IQ, and they are traitors. ML, you're the problem. Necro, you're the problem. All you people on this app that are basically on here wasting their lives creating propaganda content, you're the problem. I am complete.
Yeah, I think we should tell the people who are saying that we should go to foreign country or other countries that they should be concerned.
Well, Lindsey Graham was actually a reserve in the Air Force.
Yeah, well, I think he should.
But he's also
yeah, that's a fair point. So maybe he should, but he's okay with young people dying for his wars. So.
Yeah, I agree. We should put all the politicians in there.
Yeah, I mean, Lindsey Graham is like Newt Gingrich, and he's a check.
That's cool. What does he even do?
What?
What's he supposed to do? Is that Lindsey Graham? Even what he said, he just doesn't sound very good.
I think that he should not be demanding.
He's too old to fight. So I wouldn't want Lindsey Graham on the front lines. Trust me, I wouldn't.
Oh, you're going to go to the front lines, ML, and defend America? Yeah, right, ML. You'll be at the back of the line complaining like that's all you do. Lindsey Graham knows how to win. People don't like Lindsey Graham because he wins, and he wins, and he wins, and he wins, and he's unstoppable. And you got to respect the winning. Guys like ML say, oh, I won't fight in the front lines with Lindsey Graham. Yeah, right, ML. You won't be at the front lines. You'll be in the back of the line complaining like what you do on Clubhouse for years. You fucking complaining little cuck. You're a cuck complainer. You're a Democrat liar. You're a fraudster and a spinner. You are an effeminate, weak traitor. We don't respect you, and we should deport you, we should arrest you, and we should send you back to your mother country. Goodbye, ML. Puh.
What's your mother country? Because who doesn't represent the masses? That idiot that was talking there?
Yeah, that too. Who's that idiot? Who is that guy?
Yeah. I mean, I especially think that he should not be let into the White House after he talked about doing invading other countries like Cuba to try to establish U.S. supremacy.
And we are. So, like it or lump it.
Trump cannot fail us. He has to go within. He has to root out these Democrat criminal politicians in every major U.S. city by using the FBI and the local police. And if he has to deputize the police and make them federal employees because the city is going to fire them, so be it. We will create the largest federal criminal police network the world has ever seen, and we will mass deport all the illegal aliens. We won't allow one illegal alien in this fucking country, not one. You will be here with your legal papers. There's no, I got here, and then we're going to figure it out. No, 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 no. If you go to India, if you go to Russia, and you fuck around, you will be put in jail in a slave labor camp for 10 fucking years. In America, we give you housing, we give credit card, we give you food, we give you daycare, we give you healthcare, we give you everything you need. But not anymore when Donald Trump realizes the scam and the fraud, and he's still funding it because he doesn't know how to cut off the money. Because the Democrat judges keep saying, no, 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 Donald Trump, it is already in legislation. We've got the money. We're taking the money. No, Donald Trump, deploy the police. Make arrests. Don't let these Democrat judges get away with it. Make warfare and lawfare your motto, your methodology to conquesting America, because we've been conquested by the liberal left woke progressives. This progressive movement is a fraud. It is a communist socialist scam to fuck the taxpayers. These people are liars and fraudsters. And until we use the police to make arrests, nothing will change. We have to advocate for the police making arrests of politicians, using the FBI and lawyers and judges to file RICO charges. These are criminal conspiracies and racketeering. We won't allow it. It's criminality. It's fraud. It's lying. It's scamming. Guys like ML, oh, I won't go serve in the front line with Lindsey Graham. ML, you're a fucking complainer. Get in the back of the line, bitch.
So here's an example. I think Sean has me confused with Ann because he keeps talking to Ann, and Ann is not talking at all. So the bias, the prejudice, go get it, girl or boy. I don't know.
We have a county treasurer here in Illinois. She stole $50 million from the county. How the fuck is that even possible? It's because there's nobody's watching. We don't have actuarial scientists, forensic accountants. We don't know what the fuck to do. Fraud is everywhere. And in Chicago, the mayor can take out $1 billion loan to pass it out to his nonprofit scam artist friends. It's all taxation under a different name. It's called the progressive movement is really just the we're going to tax you more movement. That's all it really is, folks. It's a fucking fraud. It's a scam. ML, get to the back of the line. Keep complaining.
Well, I'll start complaining when I'm not in a 37% tax bracket anymore. But I'm good. Your bitch ass is the one who's fucking complaining. The price of gas. You complain about the price of gas right now. So shut up.
So tell me, ML, how does the individual taxpayer have control over the price of gas?
Yeah, I never mentioned gas once, folks. Note that he brings up gas. I didn't bring it up. I said the progressive movement is a taxation movement. It's a scam and it's a fraud. Go ahead, ML. Complain about the gas price. Go ahead.
I don't complain about the gas price because guess what? I don't complain about groceries because guess what? I'm good.
Oh, and you know what's so amazing is the government butters your bread. You work in IT in the army or whatever the fuck you did, but you didn't start a business. The government made you wealthy. The government funded your adjusted gross income every year, you fucking complainer. The government did it for you. It wasn't your own hard work. It was a parasitic relationship. You are a parasite. Go back to the line and complain, bitch.
You should have your own government. Are you a planet,
What?
Mr. Yelly guy?
Bitching.
You come in these good rooms and you take advantage of Ann and Matt Cool's goodwill. But ML, you're the worst of them. You're a double hypocrite and you're a parasite. Go back to the end of the line and complain, bitch. Like I said, ooh, I got a 6-figure income. I don't need to worry about my grocery prices. ML, if I was in charge, I'd have you arrested and deported back to your mother country because you're a parasite. And we're going to prevent all parasites from continuing to leach and draw the blood from our beautiful system. You're just a parasite, ML. Go to the back of the line and complain, bitch.
Virgin Islands, like he's American. Like you guys need to stop saying that. You guys sound ridiculous. Like
My mother country. Listen, I just cleared my lot.
Dumb.
Hey, dumbass.
Go back to politically correct and agree with the echo chamber, ML. Go back to your safe space and politically correct with all your friends, ML. You're just a parasite, ML. Go back to politically correct and complain over there, bitch. Go complain over there, bitch. You're just a complaining bitch.
You admitted to being a parasite. Move on.
I know.
Yeah, the U.S. Virgin Islands have only been a territory for about 100 years. So
It's more than 100 years. More than 100 years.
108 years.
No, we're not going to send him back to. That's not his mother country. It's some African place on the west coast of Africa. That's where we're going to send him back to.
So I don't know how you're going to take out the white. I don't know how you're going to take out the white blood in me.
No, but Emma, we clearly have different political agendas, and that's ultimately what the immigration argument's really all about, is the political agenda. Would you agree?
Nope.
It's not really about how much crime illegals commit or don't commit. Right? You can say those statistics don't really play a factor in the debate about immigration. It's really about politics, right?
It's about votes. It's about who rules and runs and governs them, Mel. We don't want parasites like you ruling over us. We don't want trans social activists ruling over us. We don't want Democrat female criminal lawyers and abortionists ruling over us. We don't want black reparation tax socialist communists ruling over us, ML. That's why you got to get to the back of the line with Lindsey Graham and keep complaining, bitch.
Yeah, hold on, Spartan. Look, ML, you have a lot to say, but when I ask you very direct questions, you don't have
I'm working. What was the question? I was away from my phone.
Oh, now you're too busy.
No, I was. That's why sometimes you guys don't have
making all that American money, right?
I'm an American. Which added money do you want me to make? You want me to get paid in euros or pounds? What is it? Or what do you want me to get paid in?
Do you live in America and work in America?
He's from the U.S. Virgin Islands.
It's not really a flex, though, to talk about how rich you are.
No, I said I'm not complaining about the price and shit, and I'm good.
Hold on. What's the cost of living?
How
much do you have to pay for your import tax when you actually have to bring stuff in? The cost of living in our territories is extremely expensive. I'm sure y'all have additional taxes or tariffs, just like Puerto Rico does. And right?
Yes, they do import a lot of this stuff, but
it's super fucking expensive.
Hold on.
And I would have to guess that the U.S. Virgin Islands are just like Hawaii and Puerto Rico. That most of the money that, when you look at it from the countryside, like Hawaii, you know, $4 out of $5 that goes to Hawaii is because of federal money. And I'm sure it's the same for U.S. Virgin Islands. That you don't really have industries that are making tons.
Curious? Do you know? Hold on, Joe. This is where you guys talk, and you guys don't know what you're talking about. Do you know for the last? Hold on, Joe. Joe.
You don't.
Hold on.
Virgin Islands don't get any federal funds.
Joe, we get more tourists to the Virgin Islands than I think
in Hawaii. Look, Hawaii gets a lot of tourists.
Hold on.
$4 out of $5. Hawaii wouldn't exist without the American influence.
That is bullshit. Because Hawaii.
That's real.
Have you ever lived in Hawaii?
Okay, so $4 out of $5 that go to Hawaii comes from federal funds. It's not from the tourism. It's not their largest industry. Federal assistance is their largest industry. Now, it comes through many different forms of federal assistance. A lot of it has to do with the money that goes to the
military bases.
Same with the people of and it doesn't dispute the point that Alistair was making about your little islands would not be able to survive without federal assistance.
Can you be done? Okay, are you done? Okay, let me go now. The point you're making is that the net takers from the federal government are red states. Make that make sense. If you have such brilliant economic.
Oh, here we go again.
Joe, hold on. If you look at the net taker.
It's the red states and it's the gasoline tax. Okay, 2 more complaints. Thank you, ML, for your submission. Wow. Incredible.
Stuff. The point here being is that, yes, I'm from the U.S. Virgin Islands. I don't live there currently, but I am going to retire back there. I go there often because this is home.
Not if I get elected. I'll make sure you can never go back. We'll send you back to West Africa. And we will strip you of your pension. We'll make sure you never collect another federal dollar the rest of your life, ML. You go back to politically correct and go join your socialist, communist infiltrators. Go ahead, ML.
I have to send you back to Europe.
Send it back to your southern sister.
I can't go back to Europe because I'm indigenous, and I can tell by your accent you're not a native English speaker, ML. Your ass, and maybe Lindsey Graham will come and felch him out your butthole. Oh, thank God El Normo's here. He could maybe talk some sense into you, ML, because you are so brainwashed, so brain rotted out. I fear that our government giving you even one more pension dollar. I know you got an ex-wife and she cleaned you out. That's the greatest justice. That's what I know, and that's what I like to see, is that when big mouth, big brain, stupid lying communist socialists and progressive faggots like yourself get cleaned out by their ex-wives, that's what really gives me joy in my heart. When I know that your retirement's fucked because your ex-wife got you by your balls. That's real justice, ML. That's real fucking justice. Your ex-wife has your balls in her mouth. Taking your pension, taking your income. Bitch, your wife owns your ass, and that gives me joy.
Maybe that's your situation, but my ex-wife don't get a dime from my pension because she's one. She makes enough money.
So really easy to look up. Hold on, Scar. Hold on. Really easy to look up. So tourism only amounts for about 30% of the U.S. Virgin Islands GDP. Now, depending on certain years when more federal assistance has to be given, at certain times during disasters and stuff like that, federal money is upwards of 40% for the U.S. Virgin Islands. It makes up, almost a majority of the money that goes to the islands, allegedly.
Well, your ex-wife didn't get your pension, but she still got you by the balls. And I'm so happy your marriage fell apart because you're such a know-it-all. Your ex-wife eventually got annoyed with you, and she said, fuck it. It's not worth it. From my birth to my death, I don't want to live with this fucking know-it-all, socialist, communist parasite.
Hey, Alyssa, do you even have a woman?
Oh, I got a lot of women, baby, and they ain't got me by the balls like your ex-wife got you by the balls. So you gotta come in these good rooms and waste people's time. I think you trying to get laid, actually, at the end of the day. You go into politically correct, you think because Patty or First Lady gonna give up that fat ass to you.
He thinks he's funny, but he's an idiot.
He's a loser.
Oh, I don't think I'm funny. I know I'm funny, and I'm glad your ex-wife ruined your fucking retirement, bitch.
Oh, the guy gets a fucking sister.
Hi, Belly.
Hi, honey. What's up?
Was there something you wanted to talk about? I know that you requested to speak, so go ahead.
How are you doing?
Well, this is the President Trump discussion. Thanks, everybody, for coming. We're talking about Donald Trump, the greatest president who's ever lived in America. He's doing incredible things domestically. He's terraforming America, terraforming the world of all the criminals, all the terrorists, all the blackmailers, the schemers, the scammers from the past 60 years. He's rectifying history, and many people just don't like history rectified. I, for one, support Donald Trump wholeheartedly. I voted for him 3 times. God bless America. Hope every American here has the greatest weekend of their life. And on Monday, we will continue the greatest deportation operation the government of America has ever conducted. Again, it's Operation Deportation, Program Project Deportation. I am complete. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the discussion.
So since we're talking about statistics from the U.S. Virgin Islands, the largest employer of people that work in the U.S. Virgin Islands is the federal government. Near 30% on some years, the federal government is the largest employer for people that work there.
That makes sense. Well, why? Like, seriously.
Well, we support a lot of these island territories and island
No, because guess what? You don't realize that in the Virgin Islands, you have, as a territory, the police force is mostly U.S. Marshals. You have the Coast Guard. Then you have the then you have the military bases.
This strengthens my point that the U.S. Virgin Islands. Yeah, the point was
the federal government is the biggest employing majority states, and then if not for them, it's Walmart.
Not a majority of states. No, that's not true. These are particular to our island territories and our island states, like Hawaii. The grander point was they would not be able to survive economically without the federal government's assistance. Yeah, because they can't even afford. They don't have enough of their own economy to afford even having their own police force.
You don't understand.
Let me know when Joe and ML's ISO is over. I want to tell you something about I learned today. Go ahead, Emma.
Yeah, ML, I'll let you have the last word. Go ahead and argue why U.S. Virgin Islands is such a net benefit for America.
You're just me, man. Come on now.
That's what you're gonna leave it on?
Hey,
we said we have some amazing beaches to come and visit in America.
I don't want y'all to visit. Hey, I don't want when I'm relaxing. I don't want when I'm relaxing on the beach to run into an idiot like you guys. It will disrupt my paradise.
You could have used that opportunity to really sell us on. And look, it is beautiful.
But we don't want people from the mainland moving down there.
No, they clearly want our money.
The sun glare.
We
The sun glare off our bodies.
There's no industry there. I mean, maybe some business.
Listen, I am from the island of St. Croix, and we have like the third or fourth largest oil refinery in the world, and for like 4 decades we have the biggest oil refinery in the world. And we also have an aluminum plant, Maria aluminum plant. What else? Because St. Croix doesn't have tourism. Only the processes. Tourism is mostly St. Thomas and St. John's. If you guys really understood what happens in the territory.
You can share with us. That's fantastic. Yeah, no, that's a net positive having an oil refinery there.
And we have one of the biggest oil depots. When you talk about the petroleum reserve and all the oil we store, we have one of the biggest ones now. Yes. Because all the oil that comes to America, they have some place to park it. They can't refine it, and they park it in St. Croix. What else? What else do you want to know?
Yeah, it's just a small blip on what Refinery Road, Louisiana, and the east side of Texas does, because that's where the largest bulk of production comes from.
Yes, but we have the largest oil refinery in the world for 4 decades.
Largest on what measure? Like
the largest amount of burners, the amount of the processing power, production. Yeah. We produce majority of America's jet fuel for 4 decades.
Oh, jet fuel, very specific. Okay.
Because
that may be. I don't know that.
Yes, for jet fuel, we produce majority of America's jet fuel.
Okay. Well, good.
And gasoline was the cheapest. Has always been cheapest in the Virgin Islands.
Usually, where it gets produced, it is in Louisiana as well. It's one of the cheapest locations to buy because it's the transport cost, right?
Yes.
So there's some benefit. And now, what do y'all have to pay in excise tax for when you do imports?
You don't pay any. You see, the only rule is that America established a law that if you're gonna ship between 2 American states, you have to use an American flag ship. So basically, we pay more to transport goods from American mainland to the Virgin Islands because we have to use an American flag carrier, which charges higher rates than say we would get the goods straight from China or whatnot.
Tell me this: what's the benefits tax wise? Y'all don't have to pay the same federal tax rates that we do here in mainland.
It's the same.
Exactly the same.
Exactly
you don't have it. No. See, I figured it was like Puerto Rico. There's some benefits to live in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, there's
correct. You spoke on. I'm going to respond to Joe very succinctly.
You don't fucking live in it, but he's talking to me. Dog, go ahead, because you're from the Virgin Islands.
He's a moderator. No. He is a moderator.
Get the fuck up, dog. I said go.
Okay. Joe is correct. Very few people in the room know this. There's a tax break. If I bring my business to Puerto Rico, my taxes go all the way to 4%. If you bring a new business to Puerto Rico, especially a professional services business, your federal taxes go to 0, your state taxes go to 0, your local taxes go to 0. You negotiate 4% income tax. It's the best tax break available to an American citizen. So it's perfectly correct when Joe says he's suspicious that there are some tax benefits to an American moving to the Virgin Islands. I'm done speaking. Joe, if you disagree, let me know.
It's really easy for me to look up. I'll be right back.
Thank you.
We're talking about the Virgin Islands. You bring about Puerto Rico. Go ahead. We have the same tax structure.
Are you there? Hey, I owe you an apology. I was doing stuff around the house. I didn't see you come in. I would have loved to have your take on the Heritage Foundation documentary. I was so excited when I discovered it yesterday, and it's free this weekend, so I rushed to do a replay on it this morning. It's the story of Matt Meyer. I had no idea. And apparently he wrote a book 4 or 5 years ago. Did you know about him, Ian, before I knew about him?
Yeah, it's an excellent documentary. Everyone, no matter what your politics are, should watch the documentary. It's free for a couple of days.
So let me see, I was posting it in the Telegram, and you don't want me to advertise for the Divided We Fall Telegram, do you? Because, why? No, well, so the pros are we have more people in there to discuss ideas. The cons are the trolls will get in, and you're very protective of your property. So I'm just like, you're the landlord, I'm the manager of the property, so how you like you own it? So you think about it and you let me know. And once you start letting me know, I can start advertising it. We have over 100 members in there, but like I said, you prefer quality over quantity, so whatever you want.
Thanks for that update. Moderators, put me back in the queue. This is Alistair. Thank you.
Okay, so
We can circle back on it, but I mean, my thoughts are like you can advertise for it, and if any of them, are horrific, remove them.
Yeah. So it already has the Heritage Foundation, the documentary. Wait, hold on. Elon Musk tweeted about it. His post about it has 15 million impressions. Let me see what the Heritage Foundation post has 16 million views. And I guess that John Kitover has an agenda and he wants the mic right now.
Oh, Monica, agenda. I just wanted to share a few thoughts. You don't have to say I have an agenda, Monica, but thanks for mentioning my name.
And on-point topic of DEI and critical race theory in our military that's corrosive and divisive and racist. I would love to have that conversation with people. The pastor who was segregating the black soldiers and inviting them to special book reviews on Ukrainian opinions, trash logic, and alienating the white soldiers needs to be known about. This is important.
Well, no, okay, so I'll respond succinctly. Anyone that understands the actions of America's enemies know that America's enemies want nothing more than to have us divided by race. And China and Iran, if you actually if you just go watch the TikToks that China and Iran are giving to our youth, China and Iran are teaching our youth to hate their fellow Americans who are of different races. And so when the U.S. military, and we have a military man here who could speak, when the U.S. military teaches American patriots of one race to hate American patriots of another race, they are serving America's enemies. So shame on everyone that did that. I'm done speaking.
I see the room. We're going in a new thread. I just want to finish up the U.S. Virgin Islands tax benefits that they do get, and then we go down a new thread. Look, it does. U.S. Virgin Islands do have generally a similar tax break as Puerto Rico does. However, they have one thing that's different, which they are very restrictive of mainlanders moving to U.S. Virgin Islands to make a business. But they can get tax breaks up to 90%. They can lower their personal tax rate down in some industries down to between 2 and 4% in the U.S. Virgin Islands. So ML's not being truthful when he says it's exactly the same. It's not. Yeah, it's not the same. They actually are. They're not working with the same laws and rules at the federal government tax rules that the rest of us mainland Americans are. And on top of that, they're very restrictive of us moving there to take advantage of.
We don't want y'all moving there. That's what listen.
Yeah, clearly.
And Joe,
you get the U.S. Virgin Islands gets to suck money out of America and play by different rules. But they don't have to allow, and they can restrict Americans from moving there as well to try and to access those extra benefits.
No, not only are you correct, but you're forgetting one thing. No, let me say this very succinctly, Joe, and then
yeah, because you're from the Virgin Islands.
No, ML. The other thing that you are dishonest about, ML, is the murder rate in the Virgin Islands. I just looked it up, and the murder rate on the Virgin Islands is more than 10 times as high as it's in the U.S. So you should be proud to be an American, but don't you dare be proud to be from that murderous place. I'm done speaking, ML.
So, listen.
I am, bro.
So Joe, there is what you call, if you look up the mirror law, where we don't charge our vendor. Yeah, but
That's
we
what I
did.
looked up.
Yes. But we did.
Why did you withhold that information when I first brought it up? Go ahead.
Because you just pay, you only pay state taxes. That's about the only thing, depending on what state you're coming from. But if you're
Actually, it's the opposite. The federal tax that you pay go directly to what y'all do pay go to the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Yes. That's the mirror system, but it's identical. But it's identical to the federal tax.
But it doesn't go to the federal government. It doesn't go into the general fund. Y'all suck money. The U.S. Virgin Islands sucks money out of the federal government. However, they don't pay into it. Yeah.
You know what's amazing? That's essentially ML's philosophy on life, and he's self-interested. I'd like to be put back in the queue. This is Alistair.
Let's hear it, Alistair. Follow up.
So I created a new house. It's called the Progressive Movement or Progressive Movement, and it's my opinion that it's just a tax scam because I'm witnessing it real time here live with our mayor in Chicago, who's going on television in a presser and saying we need to tax the racist white people a black tax for reparations. That tipping is connected to slavery when he doesn't even know that it's an acronym, which means to improve performance and service. You should be tipped if you got a great attitude and your customers like you. I recently got a phone call from a banker and he was screaming at me in the voicemail. And I've also come to the conclusion that I might be one of the most annoying people who have ever lived. And I hope one day to have patriotic children who will also become one of the most annoying people who have ever lived, because we need annoying people to question authority, think for ourselves, and stop letting people like ML fill your ears with his waste of time lies. These are all progressive movement lies. The progressive movement doesn't deal with our national deficit. The progressive movement doesn't deal with the fact that we're spending $7 trillion a year, collecting $5 trillion, and we have a $40 trillion mortgage with a $100 billion a month mortgage payment. I'm looking at this from a pragmatic American, patriotic, financial accountant, perspective, which is really, we need to talk about the books. Too many people want to talk about political identity politics and all this bullshit. It's a waste of time. Let's talk about the books, baby. The books is the truth, the math, as they like to say. And the truth is that at your birth and at your death, you'll question whether Clubhouse was worth it. To listen, to waste your time listening to guys like ML. I rest my case. I am complete.
Look, I got to follow up. It's not surprising that ML is as progressive as he is. I mean, the U.S. Virgin Islands did not even become a territory until the famous, most progressive president we've ever had, Woodrow Wilson, accepted them into the Union. And now we find out how much of a tax burden they are on our country, how much benefits they actually they get from being part of our country, where they don't pay into the general fund. However, they extract money out of the general fund. It makes sense where ML is coming from now. ML, do U.S. Virgin Island residents, do they have a Woodrow Wilson Day for him accepting y'all into the Union?
He's our favorite president.
He's your favorite president. Exactly.
No, we don't have a
progressivism. We don't have a progressivism.
He was joking.
Yeah, no, he's not joking. I mean, it might be tongue in cheek, but it makes a lot of sense why ML is so progressive, because he needs Daddy Washington to support him.
What about the Republicans? What do they have a role in this? If they're so mighty and high,
trying to change the conversation, Spartan. We're clearly discussing U.S. Virgin Island politics right now. ML made a big point about it.
Joe was kind enough to say that I wasn't a heritage American.
I still hold to that. You're not. You're like an adopted cousin of our family, and that's okay. You're part of our family. I have the spirit that you're an American, but you don't share the same interests as I do. And there's a lot of reasons why you don't share the same interests. I mean, being raised in a island state or an island territory extract money that good hard-working Americans pay into that we don't get to benefit from. Makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense when the most progressive president in the history of America is the one that actually adopted y'all into the union. And look, I get it. If I was to sell it, when I asked you the question about sell it to us, which was good, economic, the reason what you should say is, look, it's a great strategic defensive position for America to hold that spot in that location because it allows us to defend the rest of America.
Well, we don't want y'all moving down. We don't want y'all moving down, especially y'all niggas.
Your tax situation wouldn't allow it. But you'll take my money. Just don't give me time.
I don't need my conversation to be held in here. I just did a 2-hour room on it, but I am interested in people's takes on the Heritage Foundation. I know.
The Heritage Foundation?
Monica, I am also a fan of the Heritage Foundation, and that's where I learned about Thomas Massey before he became a congressman. And Thomas Massey has an excellent lecture about how corrupt and fiscally irresponsible the U.S. government is, and how they're completely infiltrated by special interest lobbyists, and also all the law breaking they do. And Thomas Massey is probably the only patriot we have. He's busy growing peaches on a self-sustainable farm at a house that he built by himself because he's an MIT graduate and a goddamn genius. Meanwhile, we got a bunch of Maxine Waters. Nancy Pelosi's going around and just fucking ruining everything. I am complete. Thanks for letting me interrupt you, Monica. Sorry for imitating you, by the way, but I hope everybody gets a little comical relief and doesn't take things so seriously here on Clubhouse. And we can't wait to watch the documentary, and then we can discuss it, and then we can also maybe watch a room with Jordan Peterson. Do you think we can listen to a Jordan Peterson film soon? I heard Jordan. Oh, she got a phone call.
Who's Jordan Peterson?
He's just the greatest philosopher that Canada has ever produced.
Hello? The greatest? I wouldn't say the greatest. I don't know.
We're talking about Canada here.
People.
Everybody is greatest for them. Trump's the greatest. Every mediocre person that runs a business circle is the greatest. I don't understand that. The logic of that.
I don't trust anybody in the government. They all suck.
Are you enjoying the show, Matt?
Republicans suck. Everybody sucks.
Well, there you go.
No, this is live. I was just imitating Monica in the big room. What are you doing? Hello?
So you went into a live room and you were doing that?
Yeah, I'm still in the room. I'm on the stage on another account.
Oh, I see.
You know, they just opened up a big magic restaurant in Chicago downtown. If you want to go have dinner there, it's like $400.
Dude, that's like a drop in. That's so cheap.
It's an experience. It's like a 3-hour experience or something, and you go to all these different rooms. It's a mansion called the McCormick Mansion, and some wealthy, magician, a former tech executive. I don't know who he is exactly, but looks pretty dope. People like magic, and I can tell by your PTR, you have power.
Magic isn't real.
It's basically, I think it's like a way to use your brain, prior to obviously computers and all that, but through literature or hieroglyphics, it's basically a way for people to do memory information storage and communication transfer, prior to the advent of actual computer technology storage. That's what, to me, when I look at an ancient hieroglyphic from 2,000 years ago, and then we were to,
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Yeah, it's basically just information technology.
Yeah.
I used to work with this IT professional, in a business unit, and we were talking about IT, and then I was like thinking about intelligence, and I'm like, it's not really information technology. I'm like, it's intelligence technology.
That's valid. Yeah, that is the origin of all of our progress, isn't it? Somebody figured out how to store intelligence in some form.
So the question ultimately becomes, what's the best form of intelligence? Because if everything is basically an aesthetic of index, a bell-shaped curve of subject or object, if we look at intelligence and we look at it from the perspective of, let's say, brain science, we can start making hypotheses and experiments of what the topic is, which is intelligence.
Well, it is kind of evident that based on evolution, humans are optimized for intelligence. Right, that was the determining factor that allowed us to branch off of every other organism that we've ever seen. So
yeah. Well, in what ways do you think you've been optimized for intelligence, or in what ways do you think you have personally optimized yourself, for intelligence?
I have a statistical. I have a statistical edge in that I'm pretty good at quantifying variables, large amounts of variables, to predict futures. I thought that was a pretty common thing that all humans can do until I started interacting with other people, and I realized that most people just work with what they got, but I am able to somehow go beyond what's given and come up with my own variables, make sense of them. You get me?
Yeah. What's interesting is intuition can process a tremendous amount of variables. And so, like, from like a trading perspective,
That's true.
Yeah, in Wall Street and the stock market, you can make very you can make intuitive decisions based off of like relative variables. So just like company A versus company B, and then the environment. So there's just like a way to compress so many variables in your observation that, like, even if you were to use like AI and software and huge data sets, it still might not give you it might give you the wrong answer. So that's why, as the primary user of the experience, your intuition is like a supercomputer, a quant, mathematical quant. I mean, you're basically, your super advanced AI, your 65 billion years of optimization. Hello?
I'm here.
So one thing that I like to do when I'm interviewed is to tell the camera or the possible listeners to take the deepest breath of the day. What do you think that means?
Deepest breath?
Yeah, take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9.
Isn't that a way to reset your limbic system?
Limbic system? What's the best pickup line you have at the bar, Matt?
Let me think. Let me get your opinion on something.
Yeah, okay. But how would you actually do it? Say there's a beautiful woman at the bar, you walk in, she looks at you, and you have to come up to her and hypnotize her. What would you say to her to immediately hypnotize her?
I'd say just that. I'd say, but before I even hit her with that line, I'd say something like, "Okay, I gotta go in a minute, but before I do, let me get your opinion on something." Bam, hypnotized.
That is actually a very low quality suggestion. So hypnosis is just a series of suggestions, like Pavlovian suggestion.
That was a series of suggestions.
It's not.
It went completely undetected in your system.
No. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that your side B of the CD, the side AC, the side of the ACD, or the other side of that is, let me tell you. So if you walk up to her, you say, this is my opinion. Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Because now you've like triggered like oh my God, what's this guy gonna ask me? Then the second suggestion would be, do you believe in hypnosis? And then she'll like maybe blush or look away or look you directly in the eyes. Maybe she'll be smart and funny and give you an interesting response. But then you follow up with, because you are hypnotizing me, you are so beautiful and mesmerizing. That's like a nice compliment. And it's a funny thing because, basically a woman is hypnosis. The curves, the movement, the eyelashes, the perfume, the makeup, the painting. They're art. Every woman is basically a magnificent piece of art. And yeah, so
The later half of your line is pretty strong, but the early half, I think that will get you turned off before you can deliver your real payload.
by saying, excuse me, can I ask you a question?
And then, do you believe in hypnosis? Yeah.
So do you think you should just come in close and say, excuse me, do you believe in hypnosis? Just get right to the point.
No, that would get you ignored as well.
Oh, so how would you present it? The way that you said it?
Yeah, I would combine mine with yours. I would combine my first part with your second part.
So wait, what is that? How does that go?
Yeah, I gotta go in a second. Before I do, can I get your opinion on something? Do you believe in hypnosis? Because you're hypnotizing me. Something like that. Yeah.
Okay, let me try it. Excuse me, I gotta go. I only have a second, but can I ask you a question? Do you believe in hypnosis? Because you're hypnotizing me.
Right. Well, you gotta give them a chance to press what you're saying, right? If you just deliver it all like that. But the point is, if you meet a random girl or a random stranger and you tell them that you're gonna leave in a little bit, that will make them more receptive to what you're gonna say next.
But what is the point of telling them that you're going to leave in a little bit? That's why I go back to the question of intelligence, because
That's critical. That's the most critical part. In the setting that you're describing, women are approached by a series of dudes. And so by telling them that you're going to leave in a little bit, that lets them know that if you turn out to be a creep, you're going to be gone anyways.
No.
So
We're not trying to create a safe space. See, in my opinion,
I know we're not. However, that's how women process information. Women are constantly analyzing who's safe, who's not. And so by interjecting that you're going to leave in a second, that bypasses that defense mechanism.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll take you. So have you tried this in the real world? Because I'm going to try it tonight.
Oh, yeah. I've tried that so many times.
Oh, okay. Interesting. And it works for you.
Like a charm.
Okay. So what other suggestions do you have?
When I was in my early 20s, I studied pickup artistry.
And what's the compression? What did you learn? How did you implement it?
I remember bits and pieces now. I mean, I'd have to recall my library. Let me think. Can you ask me a question and then let me see what it'll trigger?
Peacocking and picking up through peacocking.
Right. So peacocking is a good one, but the purpose of peacocking, Do you know what that is?
I think it's super stimulus. You're trying to like stand out in like a weird way intentionally to make the subject question, you know, like you're trying to like enhance your attractability by creating attention communication.
Yeah, that's fair. You're trying to stand out apart from the average Joe by doing one thing that's eccentric. You know, it's not about going crazy. It's just about having something that sets you apart from everyone else, and that could be, you know, one item. It doesn't have to be a whole outfit. It could be like one funny hat, or maybe even like a shiny belt or a badge on your chest. It could be anything. It could be a bow tie, though. Yeah, even a bow tie, you can pull that off. But yeah, that's what peacocking really is about. So you go to the bar with this one thing and you put it somewhere visible. They'll set you apart. And then, oh, I remember my my favorite thing that I learned. There were five. There were five primal attraction triggers. And if you hit any one of them, you'll create attraction. The most basic one, everyone knows this one, is displaying that you have the potential to be an alpha. That you have the potential to be an alpha. Just an alpha being like a leader, right? If you can display that you have the quality of a leader, and you can hit this trigger in so many different ways. So it's like when you meet the girl, when you hit them with that pickup line, and then you're delivering the hypnosis line. That interaction is your opportunity to deliver one of these five triggers, or as many of them as you can reasonably compress into like one interaction. And then as you deliver them, you'll see in her body language the effect you're having. Oh, here's actually another one that's really good. So communication is 80% nonverbal. So while you're talking, how you move your body and how she moves your body is like under extreme scrutiny. Right? So when you walk up to her and you say, hey, I have to go in a second, but before I do, let me get your opinion on something. And you want to stand up straight. You don't want to be fully facing her, because that's too much. It's too much energy being poured in. You want to be facing a little bit to the side. Your face is turned towards her at like a 70-degree angle. And as you talk to her, you want to casually look around. Right? It's like there's so many things that add up into like one strong opener. And then if she's with a friend, if there's a cute girl you want to talk to, but she's with a friend, who do you talk to first, the friend or the cute girl?
This is like the worst seminar, but you know, it's got whatever.
Yeah, that happens a lot. You know, sometimes I put people to sleep. I have that monotone voice.
Well, I appreciate the things you said. You know, I saw a picture of Donald Trump's son, Eric Trump. He like was doing a downward pointed triangle with his hands, like, and taking a deep breath. And then his wife was like, "Stop doing that." And so I think it's like a sigil, but then somebody pointed out that that's like a common practice, you know, to like do like people that do, I guess, theater. So how do you view life in terms of like a performative perspective? How much of your success in life do you contribute to intuition, to education, or to performative, you know, disposition?
A large chunk of it, I'd say. Very large chunk of it. It is all performative. When we meet people, we perform our little song and dance, and if we do a good job, they'll like us. And you're enriched by their presence in your life. Isn't that how it goes? You could have the most amazing product that you invented, but if you can't present it in a way that people understand and like, nobody's gonna buy your shit, even though it would make their life better. They won't care. They don't want that from you. They want that from someone who makes them feel good, even if it's lesser quality. Unless they're very intelligent and they can overcome your inability to be entertaining. They can entertain themselves and they don't care. I don't think we're evolved as a species. People can overcome the need to have a dance monkey. It's not for 80% of the population. You know what I mean? Hey Dennis. What's up, bro? You gotta talk, Dennis. I'm running out of space. Hey, dude. Universe and right. You're well, brother. How are you? We're discussing social dynamics. Going over how to create attraction. Talking about first impressions and partner first impressions. When you muted your talking.
No, I'm just pinned a link to my YouTube live. FYI, I'm YouTube living because I believe that being alive today, the smartest way to be alive today is to be live on YouTube.
Oh, there's a nice concept for you. DHB. You ever come across
Oh, where Vedic astrology decided to leave us. Well, this is the universe. You're in it right now. And this is one of the things that I don't like about communication propaganda is that when we're told that we should have to have homelessness because it's just, mentally ill people with drug habits, but we can't provide housing from the elements to people that are dying in the streets. But yet we can actually shoot videos of robotic technology in outer space and put them on YouTube. I just got to say, there is no political will to do it because people are just too fucking greedy. And so when Elon Musk owns the platform and he pushes the narrative with his propaganda, and so much of it is just to support SpaceX and Tesla and his narrative for those corporations. To me, it's just
big rush.
we got a bull rush happening here. Dennis, can you tell us how you're feeling right now?
Feeling like a raging bull.
You feel like a raging bull. What does it feel like? What does a raging bull do? Uh-oh. Dennis had to go run off. He must have seen a mating partner. And so what I'm trying to say is, Matt, have you ever played darts?
Yeah.
So when you throw that dart and you hit a bull's eye, that gives you an X. It was interesting. You were talking about alpha. if you have to demonstrate an alpha principle to the subject. If you look into astrology, I actually have a telescope, and this morning I was looking through the instruction manual on astrology, and anyways, fascinating topic because the metaphors and the analogies through actual astrology, not just the spiritual astrology, but it's all right there in the cosmos. If you want to become the most astute, magnetizing person, your communication should be astrological. And so my approach with a subject is always to break the physical barrier as soon as possible. And the best way to do that is to say, "Excuse me, can I see your right hand? I want to read your palm." And then you just give them a hand massage. And then you hypnotize them with poetry. And then they melt in your mouth like butter. And then you mix it into a Belgian waffle. And you put some Canadian syrup and almonds and Nutella. And you throw yourself a little Belgian waffle cake party. If you have candles, put some candles in your birthday cake. Hello? Oh.
That's valid. That's a solid strategy. Yeah, actually, I would incorporate that right into my playbook as well. Right? If you can build enough comfort to where if you ask, "Let me see your hand," and they'll actually let you. It's like, let me read your palm. Yeah, that will. What's the term? That will bear. There's a term for that when you introduce esotericism into an interaction. It melts away.
Introduction of esotericism and exotericism.
It's not like a portal fantasy. But if you can keep that coherent, the way that you described, yeah, that's powerful. Yeah, that's a strong move. You come up with that on your own?
No, but a girl gave me a hand massage at a bus stop that I was at the beach with, and I got so turned on. I was like, "Oh my god!" I had no idea that like a hand massage can like turn somebody into like a sexual, dynamite. So,
Physical touch will do that.
one time I was at the bar and I said, "Excuse me, can I read your palm and show you a magic experiment?" And then I took a lime and I squeezed the lime in her palm and I gave her a hand massage, and she was at my hip the whole night, and she was so hot. And it was that lime juice hand massage magic trick that just made her wet. Hello? Okay, I'm still in the President Trump room, and Monica is speaking. I have the volume turned down. Still on the stage, but let me post a link to my YouTube live in that room as well. I like bridging platforms through links. So, Matt, how important do you think breathing is in terms of magic?
Hey, I'll see you later. Until Bill Clinton did it, I think it was like 1993 or something else like that. It looked like it was over the restaurant or whatever it is, that's the second highest honor. It wasn't even the medal of honor. Because the U.S. was
Mom, can you tell Archek to shut the fuck up?
It happened in Australia. There was actually a big fight in Brisbane.
I'm just kidding around. Archek loves talking. What are you doing, buddy? How are you?
Good, man. What's going on?
I'm sitting here having a great afternoon in the Universe Magic Mat room.
Oh, nice. Brad's upset with me.
Why?
He's really mad. Because he threatened my family, so I have more information on him than he has on me. So.
Oh, shit.
I'm not going to do anything to him, dude. But he unless he comes, threatens my family like that.
Why would you ever attack a berserker Viking? You know how dangerous that is?
Yeah. Not concerned about a mentally ill 52-year-old man. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is, you don't want to go around picking fights your whole life. It's a waste of your fucking time.
Well, I know. I don't try to, dude. Listen, if Brad is in the room and I'm in there, he has to stop the room to attack me. And I'm not just going to sit there and take it, so.
Well, I don't know.
See, match energy.
It's life is a roast on here, so like if you can be funny, and like but not be, actually where people think like if I make fun of somebody, I want to like make fun of them, but I don't want to like get into a verbal death match fight. Like that to me is nuts.
Yeah, I know.
I just want to make fun of people,
Right.
You should try the same thing, but
I try. It's not, sometimes I like serious conversations.
If someone is making death threats, though, just say, I'm recording this and I'm reporting it to the FBI. Don't actually respond ever with physical threats of violence. And the other thing is, if you're actually an intelligent person, you would never, ever make threats online verbally. And you would never, ever actually attack somebody in the real world. You would assassinate them from 2 miles away. Hello?
Yeah, I know. Just fucking last year, bro, you pissed me off. You fucking found out I had a 7-year-old kid and was like talking about raping her. And just like, that wasn't enough, dude. So.
Yeah, that's so psychotic. But again, that's like, you're a real person and he's a real person. And so the problem.
I don't think he would literally do that shit, but I try not to respond to that, but that was just too much, bro.
I know, but the problem with response is it creates a cycle, a never-ending death spiral. And so
I should have just well, I even told him yesterday I should have just reported him right when he said it.
Yeah, that's how when he started attacking me in my congressional run, and then he was making death threats to people. Well, what am I going to do? Not report him? Like, okay, great. I can't wait to report you now. Like, I got no problem trying to tag him with the local police and the FBI. Come at me and just know that I'm totally 100% transparent. Everything is recorded. My whole life is recorded. So you can judge me by what I say, but everyone else can judge you by what you say. Hello?
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah. No shit. So, I don't know. Like I said, I hate talking to that guy because that shit goes down, but he literally started talking. I don't know how he found out, but he found out that we, my family has a couple of grocery stores, and he found that out. And so he's literally was like, he's multiple times mentioned our grocery stores and my family and stuff, and my sister, my daughter, my grandfather, my grandmother. Like literally yesterday was talking about beating my grandfather to death. Like, you know what, dude? Like, and then he runs and begs for sympathy.
It's just like, hey.
Well, see, this is where you create a room and you call it "I'm reporting Brad to the FBI," and then you actually post a link to X where you have tagged the FBI with a video of Brad saying these things, and you stop wasting your time and your emotional intelligence. If you want to get ahead of the emotional intelligence curve, you have to use surveillance capital and you have to report bad actors. And then they literally disappear and they conceal themselves, but we know who they are. And when they want to say things like that, you don't respond, you just record and report and move on. And you know what that's like, Mountain? That's like taking mail and all the paperwork sitting on your desk and processing it and filing it and then closing it and walking away from it. And it's not a part of your life anymore. You don't carry it with you. You've processed it. Did I make sense? Hello?
Yeah, dude. Hey, speaking of that, like some good dude activities, I'm going to build a small drift boat this winter or this summertime. Just weld it together, you know. I'm a plastic welder, so
plastic welding. Plastic. He melts plastic together.
Like a 6-footer, and then jump on the fucking river and head down, man.
Damn.
That's some good
River skipper.
Right? Building a boat.
Building a boat.
What do you think?
Sailing a boat. Driving a boat. Sailing a boat. Well, I'm a former boat owner, and the two greatest days of owning a boat is the day you buy it and the day you sell it. And that's 100% true every single time.
Here's the thing, though. These are boats without engines. You don't like an engine, yes. I've had a couple of those, and dude, it's a nightmare. They don't want to work when you want them to. That's always been my experience. But like something that you can paddle, pretty fun, right?
I think the metaphor of, the day you buy, the day you sell is the same thing with a woman. I've experienced that as well.
I know. Yeah, I know. It's amazing, especially when you fall out of love with her, and you finally did, and you're like, yes. You know what I mean? Like, I knew this. I knew it would come. It was going to take a while. But, finally, I don't fucking love this bitch. And it's amazing. Especially when they keep on trying to contact you. You're like, adios. It's pretty good. That's a good feeling.
Well, the now is always more important than anything else because the now is actually all there is. The thing about our brains is our memories are so powerful and our projections are so powerful that we forget that the now is actually all there ever really is. So talking about building a boat, talking about sailing a boat, talking about crushed hearts and despair and broken hearts. Either you're breaking a heart or you're heartbroken. That's the way I see life.
Not right now, dude. Right now, I'm on 3 years since my last relationship where I was in love, and I don't think because I know she's
is his ability to forgive people, his ability to stab them in the back, and to open his arms and bring them back in. He never goes back punching people immediately. He'll also be the first one when they start doing it because his politics is he'll bring Tucker Carlson back into the fold, just like he had Joe Rogan at the White House today. It was just a couple weeks ago. Joe Rogan had Leo Vaughn on.
I didn't realize I was gonna.
Theo Vaughn on, and they were cracking jokes negatively about Donald Trump. So it's something. There is a public face of these people in a private.
I would just really again encourage you never, ever, ever, ever say any physical violence or death threats, and don't ever do it on the internet. You will be recorded. You're 100% recorded, 100% recorded every single time. And that goes for Brad too. And when he said, when I was witnessing and observing and receiving his anger and hate and, extreme rhetoric.
You too, right?
I don't know, but see, that's where I don't care, because I just record and I file and I let it go. I got a picture of the Buddha above my toilet that I painted. It's a beautiful painting. I spent a lot of time and I spent money framing it. And I got a really nice frame. And guess what it says underneath the Buddha? Let it go. And if you think about successful people, you know what they're actually successful at?
Letting shit go.
Yes, and letting it go with swiftness. That's why these Swifties are so hot, because they're so swifty. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
It's magic. Swiftness is magic. But it deals with your thoughts. And that's why, again, I'm telling you, you're gonna get baited. Do not do it, my friend. Get a burner phone and just record it, but don't participate in the emotional exchange. It's not good for you.
I appreciate it. No, I agree. I agree. It doesn't feel good. I was even saying to myself how bad it feels. Like I'll literally leave this app if that's what it means. But it's addictive, dude. I'm like dopamine addicted, dude. It sucks. Because I know this app is not good for me, and I'm dopamine addicted though. But like, dude, I just want to come on here and have some debates. But I just feel like, when I was a kid, those times when you never defended yourself, you ever been there? Like, you had somebody as a kid do something to you, and you were too afraid to do something because you were a kid, and and then you go on feeling. That's what happened to me a couple of times, where a couple of times I was too afraid to defend myself, and so I went away. Not only did that guy win, I guess emotionally, because he was able to punk me out because I didn't defend myself, but I also went away feeling inadequate. God, and I vowed to myself, and it caused me issues because you got to pick, because I've learned, it's hard to not pick your battles when you feel like you got to fight every one of them. But ever since then, I vowed I'll never fucking not defend myself, and so, so I've had to physically defend myself. Like, I'll never allow that stuff. But even on the internet, dude, if someone matches energy with me, I feel like I have to match their energy. And I hate it. It hurts, dude, because I'm not that type of person. Like, when Brad comes on here talking about raping my family and killing me and calling me retarded and incest and screaming. He wants to win a screaming match. He's 52 years old. And his idea of winning is who could scream the loudest. This dude's like mentally ill, obviously. He gets off on this shit, bro. And I always know that, but I stoop to his level, and then I go worse than him. I fucking, threaten to kill him too and shit, and get evil about it, dude. I hate it. It hurts, dude. It hurts me in my core. So I fucking hate talking to that son of a bitch because I'm not strong enough as a person not to stoop to that level when he comes at me that way. You know what I'm saying, John? I'm just not strong enough, dude. I'm working on it. But yeah, it's weird. Sucks, man.
See, part of magic is rooting out dark character traits. And unfortunately, I hate to break the bad news to you, Dr. Mountain, but you still have not yet read the Emerald Tablets. Because when you realize, have you ever seen that movie Roger Rabbit?
No.
Basically, there's Toon World, and there's a cartoon reality. And you're still living in the cartoon reality with Brad. And when you step outside and you realize, oh my God, I'm a man, and Brad is actually a cartoon, you will come to the realization and the enlightenment that you're being fooled. And surveillance capital and getting you to say homicidal things on the internet is actually intentional, and you're being intentionally manipulated. And that's why I say, if you take a step back and you try to become a man again, and you realize Brad is a cartoon, like a little theatrical cartoon, a performer, you will realize you're being manipulated. And that when you film them trying to manipulate you, and you reverse the surveillance capital and put them on YouTube and notify Kash Patel and the Houston Police Department, like I have, you will have filed it, categorized it, and then you will see the Buddha above your toilet as you take your third shit in the morning from the huge, delicious dinner you had the night before of ribs and chicken. You will say, let it go. Let it go. And just put it on YouTube, Mountain. And just let the audience decide and judge people's behaviors and speech. But don't participate because you're being recorded. It's all surveillance capital. This is the new economy. Hello?
I can see that for sure.
S is for saving hundreds of Liberty Mutual.
For sure.
You can't have this.
I'm trying to clean off this fucking app. It's not easy. You know, what I try to do, literally, to make, I've tried to get banned off this app, because I can't do it myself. I've tried to get banned off this fucker, and they really.
Well, what? Don't you remember what I told you before? Just start reading books, and you agreed with me. You read, and you're like, dude, this is actually making me feel better psychologically. You agreed and confirmed my experiment worked.
Yeah, I don't know. You know.
Do you know what the first?
I just wanted to get out and just start building some boats.
No, this is no. You listen. I'm telling you, the more you do, the more you think, the further from the truth you're going to get. If you work on a boat, you're going to lose a huge opportunity cost.
Of what?
Doing nothing.
What? It's getting on the water. It's good for your brain.
You don't understand philosophy, and you've never even read the Dhammapada. You don't read anything. I got to tell you, the fact that you get into emotional arguments with people shows that you're low IQ. It's true.
So funny,
it's true. High IQ people don't get into heated arguments because they actually have knowledge and information that tells them not to do that, and you don't know that. That's because you don't read anything. You're not reading anything. I'm trying to tell you. I'm about to tell you about
what the hell am I supposed to read, dude?
The Dhammapada by the Buddha. The first chapter talks about how words create our reality. And that's why when you read the book, you felt better. And that's why when you scream at Brad homicidal death threats, you feel like shit.
Yeah, I do.
And a good Christian doesn't do that. A good Christian will just read the scripture and not engage in that communication. You're doing a communication choice.
He's not a Christian. That's why he loves baiting me into that shit.
No, you personally. So who cares about other people?
I know. I'm not. I mean, I know I am. I know I'm not a perfect Christian. I know that.
No, I'm just saying it's a communication technology, and you have to choose higher level communication. You're fucking yourself over, my friend. You're in the long run, you're opportunity costing yourself. Really, bro. I mean, I would let you go. If I was a fisherman and I caught you, I would just toss you right back in. Like, I'm serious. Like, you're a manager's worst nightmare.
Why?
Because look, I was going to tell you this story. One time, a senior manager told me, a supervisor, to terminate Tyrone, because Tyrone was just looking at his cell phone, and Tyrone he wasn't practicing any of the proper procedure, none of the safety, and he was causing major problems. And so they told me to terminate Tyrone. And guess what I did for Tyrone? I said, Tyrone, I need to talk to you. Come into the office over here. And I said, they've asked me to terminate you, and these are the reasons why, but I think I can help you save your job. Do you want to save your job? He's like, yeah, I gotta have this job. So for like an hour, we rehearsed, his apology to the supervisor. And he could repeat the apology word by word perfectly after the hour of I put him on the stage. I was like, you're going to have to, perform this. So we get to her office and I say, Michelle, Tyrone here wants to say something to you before he's terminated. I apologize for the intrusion in your office. Tyrone, and she goes, what do you want to say? And he goes, why the fuck you want to fire me, bitch?
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
Did he really?
You didn't think I felt like an asshole for I wasted an hour of my time. An hour of my time. Jane, welcome to the room.
Did he really?
And what I'm telling you is listen, now that you know me, don't be Tyrone, bro. Jane, welcome. Good Shabbos.
Tell me the truth. Did he really say that?
I'm telling you the truth. I'm not making that story up. I couldn't believe my ears. Little backstabber. Fucking backstab me.
Holy fuck.
Tyrone.
I am not that way, bro. I mean, in real life. Holy fuck. That is crazy. Was Tyrone the type that doesn't change his smoke detector batteries?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, that makes sense.
John, are you running for mayor?
Yeah, I'm running as a libertarian now. I hate the Cook County Republicans, and I got a lot of press because this girl said, before I can go on a date with you, I need to know your political leanings. And I said, I hate the Cook County Republicans. She says, that's all I needed to know. I'll see you Friday. Back in business, baby.
She could ask a few additional questions.
John, you were so fucking funny, buddy. That is a funny ass fucking story. Holy shit.
It really happened, and I was just in total shock. I held my head down, and I walked out of the office with him, and I walked him to the front door of the place, and I said, trust me, you don't have to worry about this. Great things are coming your way. The next job is going to be better than this. I promise you, when one door closes, another door opens. I know for a fact things are going to be good for you. You don't need this fucking job. God bless you. And he was like, fuck you, motherfucker.
Damn. Well, there we go. No, there we go. You're lucky you didn't come back and just beat you guys to death with a chair, because I've heard of them doing that. That's a wild story, man. Yeah. No, I'm not like that. That's crazy. So.
I know, but professionally, personally, legally, using this app or using the internet to make death threats is 100% illegal. You can be arrested if an attorney general, state attorney, city attorney, anybody wants to actually prosecute you, they can. And so if I were to hire an attorney in Houston based off of audio records of Brad making death threats, he could be arrested and charged and even sued. So be an adult, be intelligent, and protect your family's reputation and yours, and do not continue the death spiral nebula of arguing with people on on your cell phone. If you're
to protect myself, I have recorded, because I recorded it. I mean, he threatened to beat my grandfather to death and stuff, threatened to come kill me and shit. What the fuck else did he say? Oh yeah, and then this is a crime in Texas. He was telling me to go put a pistol in my mouth and shoot myself, which is a felony in Texas, actually. So, like, bro, but he's not the first person. He was literally trying. Doc, you know who Doc is, dude?
Yeah.
Doc is vulnerable. Doc's a good dude. You know what I mean? I like Doc a lot. He was trying to tell Doc to go kill himself, dude. Like, that's why that was my biggest issue with Brad in the first place. And that's like a serious thing. And Doc is a veteran. And for Brad to be a veteran, you being a veteran, you guys, I mean, there's a lot of veterans who commit suicide. We have an epidemic of young men.
Yeah, I get it, but I know. I'm just telling you, they're both highly argumentative people, And I'm telling you personally,
Yes.
don't be like them, my friend.
I know.
Don't be like them.
I'm trying to be. I'm not like that, but I'm trying to talk to Brad. But him, I have him recorded saying all this shit because I have to protect myself from the guy because he's.
Yeah, that's absolutely. But I would say even post it. Don't be afraid to even just file it and let it go. Because if you want to use this app and you're providing people with valuable analysis, you're bringing statistics and figures and data, and that's actually the conversations we need to have. These types of death threat conversations are psychotic. They're neurotic. You could say schizophrenic and crazy and totally illegal, and don't participate in it. You've got to be the solution.
I try every time if Brad's in the room. I'm like, we're supposed to be on the same side, and I'm like fighting for Mega, and he like fucking he shits on me, dude. He attacks me. It's just crazy. I'm like, bro, like we're all on the same side here, and he stops the room. I'm trying to have a real conversation. And he fucking stops. Oh, here comes this idiot, who fucks his sister. It's like, bro, like, I'm trying to bring value to this fucking app. Like, he has been on this app for so long. Like, he gets mad if other people bring value to the app. He gets mad if he's not the only one. Like, he gatekeeps for the white people. He wants, it's weird. He literally wants the black people to himself. He gets mad if you try to come in any room and he's in there and try to drop knowledge. It's like, bro, we're on the same fucking side. What's your deal?
This job is a chastity.
But
Okay, so again, let me.
How are we going to have a strong cause if we're attacking each other?
Again, I'm just trying to give you some personal advice that you need to look at this as a courtroom, okay? And the moderators are the judges. Now, if you're being literally attacked like that, you need to inform the judges that you will be recording. And if they kick you from the room, well, then so be it. But Mountain, I'm telling you, look at this as a courtroom and deal with it that way. Because if you don't, and you come on here and you make any verbal death threats, you can and will be held liable for your words. And that's why I said you need to read more, because when you read the Dhammapada or you read legal code, state law, federal law, you'll realize that you're not in compliance. I am complete. So as you can tell, we are live on YouTube. This is a 3-hour, 45-minute podcast so far. We are also in the President Trump house. And Mountain was bringing up the MAGA, defenders. And personally, we could go back to Brett, and I'll just say that I was shocked when I was attacked by him, but not really in hindsight anymore, because I filed it and let it go. But he most definitely is like a suburban street mom, Democrat, liberal warrior, protector, knight in shining armor. And that's cool. Let him do his thing. Everybody's entitled to get laid every once in a while. And whatever your strategy is to get laid, if you want to be a woke Democrat, getter, that's cool. That's you. You do your thing, baby. But some of us stick to the philosophy of intelligence and love. And law. The law is the big one. If you're in violation of the law by coming on the internet and making hate speech, homicidal, and otherwise threats, you're in violation of what we call Chapter LAW, USC Code 74.0139G5624D. and an Illinois or federal or Texas state code, 42.65059, it's their mountain. I've Googled and done the legal research because I have prosecuted legally, and I have notified law enforcement of Brad Stauffenberger. So, in conclusion, once you file your complaint, you are now authorized to let it go.
Let it go. Let it fucking go. Let that fucking shit go. Yeah.
Okay, so Mountain, I want to share with you one of the most important magical experiments I've ever conducted at a bar with a beautiful woman. Are you ready to receive my $1 million course in getting laid?
Yes.
Okay, before I tell you the magic trick, you have to click the YouTube link above and subscribe to my YouTube channel. That's the cost of admission to the Magic Palace. Okay, this is step number 1. Okay, this is step number 1. Can you turn your volume down? Okay, this is step number 1. You walk up to a girl and you say to her, "Excuse me, can I ask you a question?" Repeat step number 1 to me, Dr. Mountain.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Correct. Then you say, "Can I buy you a shot of tequila, vodka, rum, or whiskey?" Repeat step number 2 to me.
Can I buy you a shot, tequila, rum, or whiskey?
Step number 3 is you ask the bartender for a lime. Step number 3.
Can I get a lime?
Okay, this is step number 4. Then you say, "Give me your right palm." And the girl puts out her palm and you take her hands and you take that lime and you squeeze it in her palm. And then you begin massaging the palm with both of your hands.
This, I'm like listening to an overlap review, like delayed 60 seconds. You're like delayed like 10 seconds behind it. I'm watching your video live stream.
All right, you're creating a loop. You've got to turn the YouTube audio off. Okay, the next step is as you're massaging the lemon juice into her palm, you say, "There are 4 lines: the health, your wealth, your love, and your destiny. Which one do you want to know about? Health, wealth, love, or destiny? As you're massaging that palm.
Okay.
And then whatever she asks you, just remember that anything you tell her is a hypnosis. If she wants to know about love, tell her about her wealth. Tell her about her destiny. If she wants to know about her destiny, tell her about love. Tell her about wealth. Tell her about health. So whatever you say is your hypnosis there. But the key is you have now broken the barrier with the juices of the earth. And as you massage that palm, the brain begins producing a sexual oxytocin waterfall. And now this is when you go full MAGA and you grab her by the pussy.
Power rush, low rush.
That was very good. So you think that would get me laid? Maybe it might get me arrested.
Don't get you lady.
Yeah, okay.
Get me arrested.
I'm getting kind of hungry.
Getting kind of hungry.
So, Mountain Man, what do you think about my theory of you just recording, posting, doxing, legalizing, letting go? Because if you don't do that, in my opinion, you're just going to repeat yourself like a broken record.
Every time around, man. Every time around, man.
I really don't like any of this shit. I don't, like I said, I don't stoop to this level. I mean, ever usually until it's Brad, because he's able to trigger me by mentioning my sister or mentioning my daughter. You know, so like, and I shouldn't even be, going to this. It's just he's the only one. He's the only one I know of, dude, that consistently mentions my family, mentions murdering my family, mentions raping my family. Like I said, when he mentioned raping my daughter, that was the final straw. That's when I
Got it, Mountain. But what do you got to try to remember the things that I'm telling you, which is make the clubhouse room into a courtroom. Appeal to the moderators as if they're the judges, and inform. But the thing is, you have to keep it. You have to keep it legal, and by the law, you've got to try to be an attorney about this.
No, I know, man, but you know what happens is that they start screaming over. Like, I've tried to appeal to Nathan. Nathan has kicked him a couple times. Like, like a few days. Like a day after I heard, I think only a day.
Twice yearly prep is here. One office visit every 6 months, 2 times a year for HIV prevention. That's one to go. That's Yes to Go. Yes to Go is an injectable prescription medicine that helps to protect against HIV through sex. One office visit every 6 months. One during your winter glam, and one during your summer glow. One during your winter silent, and one during your summer shine. You must be HIV negative to receive Yes to Go.
Hypocrisy. People aren't even really outraged. What he does, man, the first time I got him out, the first day, I come into chill.
Mountain, please, man. I don't really want to experience that right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, listen, man. I'm telling you, I have enough legal experience in my life to know that you absolutely are going about this the wrong way, and you need to look at this from a legal perspective. A lawyer, you got to be your own courtroom advocate, and I'm just telling you, as another fellow American, you've got to be an attorney and a lawyer, even though you are not an attorney and a lawyer. And Brad is most definitely not in compliance. You need to try to never, ever slip out of compliance. Do not ever, I'm telling you, dude, unless you are suicidal or stupid, you will never, ever use this app to ever communicate threats of violence, because you can and will be held liable in a court of law. 100%. It's coming. That type of enforcement is coming, and do not be behind the curve, my friend.
Aldo, but you're training my patience.
Anybody knows? Some places in the world they called it Lechia. Does anybody knows about it?
Lechia is from Romania.
Lechia. Lekistan.
What?
Hello, moderators. This is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue, moderators. This is Alistair. Thank you, This is Al. Put me in the queue. Thank you, moderators.
What's your point in contribution to the room, sir?
I'm from Poland, yes.
Okay, that's great. Good. You want a cookie?
Sorry.
You want a cookie for being in Poland? Like, what's your point? What's your contribution to the content and the topic of the room?
Nobody wants a cookie, Monica. Moderators, I'm asking to be put in the queue and to be acknowledged that I have requested to be put in the queue.
What the hell was the fucking point of you saying you're from Poland? Like, we give a fuck. What the hell?
So sorry.
He was asked where he was from. So
Okay, so people tell
No,
me
he wasn't.
Poland instead of
He wanted us to take questions and guess where he was from.
You're so obsessed.
Okay, so I could not hear his response to Monica's question of what his contribution was to the room because everyone else kind of talked over him. So we're going to go back to Zari. And go ahead. So what was your contribution? Perfect. Nothing?
Just checking because somebody just muted me, but never mind. I think people You know, I hold the stages, many stages before here on the Clubhouse.
Hold us hostage? Yeah, I'm picking up on that.
Terrible. Sorry?
Hello, moderators. This is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue and not forgotten. There are other people on this stage. I'd like to be put in the queue. Thank you.
Great jacket, like so. Good morning, Dima. Good afternoon, Dima.
I'll get you gastric bypass surgery, Monica. If you want to put me in a straitjacket, I'd be happy to get you gastric bypass surgery. Or you could just stop going to Pizza Hut 3 days a week, or Subway, or Chipotle every day. It's up to you, Monica. You've got to be your own advocate.
Hold on now. Look. I noticed the man left the room, and everyone got out of control. I'm about to leave again. I just came to finish the bet. I didn't want to walk out. Hey, check, I got a phone call. I really did, but I'll come back to finish the bet. And then I'll let y'all go to town, because I won't be here to listen to it. But here's the friendly bet, okay? 1,000, okay, depending upon, and let me get the specific name of it so you know what it is. U.S. Supreme Court about to rule on race-based House districts.
Yeah, the one in the southeast. The one that's down.
Okay, it's called. Here's what it is. I just want to get the right name of it. The key pending case is Louisiana versus Callis. Callais. Could be Callis. And this is which directly addresses whether states can intentionally create additional majority black districts. Okay. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965, which they're talking about overturning. Here's the bet. Friendly bet. $1,000. If it goes in my favor, in the sense of what we've chosen, because that they do overturn, and they strike that from Rule 2. That I'll donate $1,000 to the Catholic Church, and if
not the Catholic Church, just give it to the veteran. Stick to the Catholic Church.
No, paycheck.
Give it to the
We're both Catholics, okay? Yeah, look, I thought it'd be a good, I think it'd be a good friendly bet. If it happens that they uphold it, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, and it does not get overturned, that you would donate $1,000 to Catholic it could be the Catholic Church or Catholic Church charities. I want to donate it to the church, not the charities, but maybe you'd rather go to charities.
I don't want to go to like a Citizens organization, something. Not. Right now, I'm pretty salty with the Pope, and I'm salty with the Catholic Church.
I know, and I'm trying to bring you back in, bro, like a good Catholic.
Okay, we'll take care of that. But if you do that, I'll do it, and then I'll send you a screenshot of doing it. I'll just follow my hands.
This is so fascinating. This is Alistair. I'd like to just join the discussion and be put in the queue. I know Achik loves to talk for hours on this app, but I'd like not to be forgotten. I will be succinct. I'd like to speak. Put me in the queue. Thank you.
I actually lost the bet, but I think it was like, who was it? It was No, wait. I actually lost the bet one time, actually, and I had to pay like $800 to some organization, and I was screenshot of it. I lost my bet. So, I'll do it. I'll show you.
$1,000 to the Catholic Church. It ultimately benefits us.
Yeah, bro. I want to do it anyway, yeah.
All right, cool. Y'all have at it now. Peace.
Joe, have a great time. I heard have a boat. It's on. It's on. You didn't say goodbye.
Hey everybody, this is Alistair, and I'd like to be put back in the queue. I'd like to request 60 seconds of mic time moderators. Thank you.
Alistair probably does not get to speak when we put you to the queue because everybody gets to go before Alistair.
Are you oppressing Alistair Crowley, Dima?
Alistair's just so cringe. That's a problem. He says
No, Beamer is saying that I gotta be at the back of the bus now. I gotta be at the back of the line because I tried to reserve some time, and she's disrespectful, and she's a terrible moderator. That's the truth. I'm complete. I was succinct.
I'm sending you to the nursery. Okay, yeah. You can.
Oh, I thought you meant instant. That's where.
All right, moderators, I will request again 60 seconds of your precious time that you think is so valuable. I'm requesting 60 seconds, please.
Yes, and your request will be accepted once the Begonia CA has been acquired.
I hate to interrupt, but I'm just trying to be polite by requesting 60 seconds of your precious time.
Please, get the microphone, please.
Alistair, it's cringe as fuck. We're trying to have a conversation, bro. It's cringe as fuck.
I know, right? Ooh.
Well, I too am trying to have a conversation, but I can't seem to join the conversation. Therefore, I'm requesting 60 seconds of your time. For God's sakes, Achik, you must spend 6 hours a day talking on this app, and I can't say 60 seconds of words? For God's sake, Achik, stop saying cringe, horrible, and terrible. Try to learn some new English words, Achik. Maybe you could ask Monica to teach you a new English word every single day.
Because I don't want to hold you hostage, I will accept 20 seconds, no less, 20 seconds, okay, Alistair, of the Begonia song.
No, you don't get to request what I say. I'm requesting 60 seconds to speak to you from my inner depths of sincerity, and what you're doing is very insincere and not genuine, and I will be succinct, and I will be complete.
No.
Take the deep breath today and hold it count 3.
Look into gastric bypass surgery.
I'm gonna do yoga on my underwear and post it. I'm gonna show everybody my ass in a reverse downward dog.
I'm gonna pick boogies and wipe it on my shirt.
I'm gonna dox friends in a replay and not delete the replay so there's stress on Thanksgiving.
I love phones and I love vacation.
I do not understand anything.
People who don't know Clubhouse more should remain on youth while people are cathartic with their grievances against John Kitover.
I'm a Jew, and I should just control the world. And
He wants to jump in and do it. I heard women on the island by being obnoxious and annoying all the damn time.
okay, and check go.
I said, Richard, I got clipped. I was club for 5 days.
You ruined it.
No, I'm just saying, I got clipped. And I didn't even say anything. I said, I left Papa for 5 days to spend time with my mother. I logged back in on Clubhouse, and I was fucking clipped. I didn't even talk for 5 days. I'm like, well, these
You were supposed to sing when you said that, bro. You were supposed to sing. You fucked it up. That's what she's saying. You fucked it up.
You killed it.
Chuck, I'm just wondering, you talk so much on this app. Do you think there's like white flakes near the sides of your mouth or something? Like maybe you need to moisturize more, take a shower, do something other than talking here for 8 hours a day. I mean, are you trying to do anything productive? I know your leg is injured. Maybe you should try to moisturize, because I think you probably got flaky skins, in my opinion. I think you need to make sure your personal hygiene's in check before you decide to talk for 8 hours and say horrible, terrible, and cringe over and over and over again.
I just checked. He has us there are 4 lives. We
Pretend to be relevant by streaming other people's thoughts and words from the internet.
Nobody comes to your room.
Wait.
Have every account except Alistair blocked by Monica.
He's not even in the room. He walked out of the room this little.
They get roasted by Monica being at an and not be able to take it, so you run off the ring.
Begonia song.
I want to hear the Begonia.
Yeah, before I read you the Begonia song, I'd like to sing you a new song. It's a new hit called Gastric Bypass Surgery. Goes a little something like this. Gastric bypass surgery.
The Begonia song.
Gastric bypass surgery.
Begonia song or
Gastric bypass surgery.
Would there be Ozempic for someone to take, or version of Ozempic for someone to take?
Ozempic is for the
Experiment on John Kitover's son. Sorry, no one else is complaining about my low mic except you. That listen to me when they're on mute, so they actually can hear me. You should try it.
John, can we get a couple seconds? Can we get a couple seconds?
60 second. Can we get a 60 second reading? Just
No, we're not doing that. We're doing 20 seconds of the Begonia song or nothing.
King is here. What's up, everyone?
What's going on?
I just looked at the No, it's never date. Where's the marker? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yes. I don't know.
So I guess the Pope he had to clarify. He felt cornered and sad, so he said, I did not direct the tyrant's speech to Trump. He said he did not.
I don't forget nothing.
Well, he was a real pope, you know? He pope, oh man.
Alright, wait, hold on. We're gonna listen to what he has to say real quick. I hope everybody can hear this. It's slightly different, but this is Trump, not Trump. The Pope's response. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Did you hear what I just said?
The moderator is playing a video for us. You're lucky I don't have the mod badge. You'd be in the
Thank you, sir. Please read the note, sir. Okay, here we go. 50 seconds on the Pope.
Narrative that has not been accurate in all there's been a certain narrative that has not been accurate in all of its aspects of the political situation created when on the first day of the trip, the President of the United States made some comments about myself. Much of what has been written since then has been more commentary on commentary, trying to interpret what has been said. Just one little example, the talk that I gave at the prayer meeting for peace a couple days ago was prepared 2 weeks ago, well before the president ever commented on myself and on the message of peace that I am promoting. And yet, as it happens, it was looked at as if I was trying to hate again the president, which is not my interest at all.
There we go. From the Pope's mouth.
Amen. Hallelujah.
Did you guys hear that?
I can't believe it's just that I've never used to carry and I know he's from Chicago, so he doesn't.
Yeah, it's the first time they.
You know who else is from Chicago? I'm from Chicago.
He's like it was surprising that his English is going well.
Oh, really? Wait a second. Hold on. What is this about Iran fully closed?
Wait. Yeah, so they violated the terms of conditions. So it was supposed to open. Although who's talking and interrupting? Okay. Love you, Peter, but
There is a stream inside Iran who are too radical. And we are thinking, for example,
So, yes, it was supposed to be open. So the stream was supposed to be open. As of this morning, it was not open.
I read the news article. Maybe somebody should read something and repeat what they read. The Iranians used a machine gun. They attacked a passenger ship. They attacked a storage ship. And now they will pay the price. Their navy was not completely obliterated, but we will obliterate it completely now. Thank you, Iran. You've restarted the war.
I need to understand Darren, why? Because I don't think I better route to the street.
Wait, 1 second, Sharon. Wait. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Matt, so I pinned a link. It says it will remove some banners. So I did it. Pin a link. I what is a banner? Okay, so I'm gonna send Ema and Nuggets Rage Boys. If you want to read it, it's from Boyd Bar.
Okay, let's see. Thank you, man. Let's see what's going on here. Hopefully we're getting a nice timeline and a clear understanding of what happened, what the breakdown was. Okay. President Donald Trump said that the United States will not be blackmailed after the Iranian military has once again proclaimed that the Strait will be closed and allegedly fired on multiple big vessels on Saturday. So, they can't blackmail us, Trump said, noting that many international shipping firms have rerouted their traffic to purchase energy from the United States and the Gulf of America rather than the Persian Gulf. The president added that more information about the state of negotiations with Iran would be released later on Saturday. Separately on Saturday, Iran's deputy foreign minister, Saeed said that there was no date set for further peace negotiations and that both sides must agree to a framework before sitting down again.
Were you being
Oh, wait, hold on. Speaking of the Oval Office everywhere, this looks so that now his administration is having very the politicians concerned. He said that the Islamist regime was trying to act a little cute. See, it's like these moments that I totally fall in love with Trump. Like, I can just imagine. He said that the Islamist regime was trying to act a little cute, I quote, okay, by attempting to close down the Strait of Hormuz just hours after agreeing to open the critical waterway. See, I'm not here. We hope that as soon as we can finalize that we can move on to the next step, he said on the sidelines. It comes after a spokesman for the Iranian military announced on Saturday that Iran would not allow safe passage for the vessels. I'm still not understanding the breakdown. The blockade has the potential to seriously wound the Iranian economy, with millions of the country may be forced to permanently shut down some oil wells because they're running out of storage. At least we get that. So, Iran claims, let's see, Breitbart, Iran claims to shut down the Strait of Hormuz again over U.S. naval blockade. So it sounds like there was, what I'm understanding is that there was some sort of U.S. blockade. So Iran is saying until the blockade is lifted, they're not going to open it.
No, I pinned the most recent, another recent
Yeah, the
one.
blockade has been there for like almost a week, and then Iran announced yesterday that they would open it. Trump never said he was going to remove the blockade. He just said they're saying they're going to open the strait. And then Iran said, hey, we lost our leverage. Okay, you know what? We're going to close the strait. Well, okay, it doesn't matter. The blockade is still there. So, in other words, what Trump is saying is, a week ago said, hey, or what, 5 days ago, whatever, said, all right, any ship comes in, we're blocking it. And then they said, okay, we're opening it. Trump never said, I'm removing the blockade. So it's open. They just announced it's open, meaning they're not going to act on anyone going in doing anything. Then they said, now it's just closed. Well, yeah, sure, but Trump still has to allow a ship to go in. So it's still, it's not like an event is fine. It's important to know.
That's right, it's no blockade there.
Iran had agreed to suspend its nuclear program and hand over its enriched uranium from its nuclear sites at Esfahan, Fordo, and Natanz. The president said that he believed a deal with Iran could be completed in the next day or two, saying that the Iranians want to meet. They want to make a deal. I think we'll get a deal in a day or so.
Moderators, this is Alistair. I'd like to be put back in the queue. I believe this is an open discussion, not completely focused on Iran. Thank you. Just asking to be put in the queue.
Iran would only have around 2 weeks before having to start permanently shutting down crude oil production because it was running out of space to store the raw fuels. Once the tanks are filled, Iran would have to shut down its oil fields, which risk long-term damage to fields near coast. Okay. In addition to refusing to lift the blockade, the U.S. administration has also rejected the suggestion of unfreezing billions in seized Iranian funds in exchange for its uranium, and said that there would be no time frame in which Iran could start its nuclear program under any deal with Washington.
Do you really believe that once, let's say, hypothetically, if the war with Iran is finished, is Israel not gonna attack another country? I think, personally, I have nothing to Israel, nothing to. I like America, but nothing to America because I do not believe over there. I think because they were in the war, in the conflict for over thousands of years, they need to have a conflict with somebody, and they will find it. They will find the conflict. Or if it's gonna be Turkey.
No, that's actually not true. Because Israel is somebody else underneath Saddam. And they haven't had a war with Egypt almost 50 years. They signed a peace treaty with Jordan. They haven't had a war with Jordan since 1990. Every single country, every single country that signed a peace treaty with Israel, they've had no wars. The problem is you have Hezbollah terrorism. Wait. You have problem with Hezbollah terrorism in the north of Israel, and they're attacking Israel. If these motherfucking countries stop attacking Israel, there's no war. They're defending themselves. That's what you're talking about. Like, you really think Israel is the problem here? Israel doesn't. Iran attacked more countries than Israel ever did in the entire history in 1947.
Where are you from?
I already told you I'm after the news.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh, great.
I have a question. What makes you think that this was more less of a misunderstanding than something else? It's like, why? Because it seems to me that they felt that it was like a bait and switch. That wasn't.
So if you look at that, all the things that were reported yesterday, including Trump and also from the IRGC, but nowhere in those reports did it say the blockade from the U.S. stopped, right? So they said the strait was open, right? And then they kept it going, and actually the U.S. allowed some ships to go in, and some ships went in and came out with the blockade, saying like the U.S. forces stayed, right? Maybe Iran assumed that, hey, as soon as we said it's open, they're going to remove the blockade, and we'll still have control, meaning they could shoot down some of the ships if they wanted to, or do whatever they wanted to do in that area. And so the blockade just stayed, and actually Trump said, we're staying there, and we're going to actually have more like support over there until this gets resolved. So then they suddenly said that the strait is closed. But it doesn't matter if they say it's open or closed, because there's a blockade there. So it's the U.S. that's controlling who goes in and out, and that's it. And that's what was.
I tell you something.
Okay, sorry, you talk, no problem.
I tell you something.
Yeah, that was annoying.
If anybody from the crypto market knows that Iranian leaders, they said that they will be trading oil to the crypto market. And look at what the crypto market reacted to that. It went up. In the last 2 days, went up. And the last
But that's not what we're talking about.
what kind of okay?
Get out, bro. You're talking about something that we're not even talking about.
Listen, what kind of
everything because he'll talk.
So Icy King. So they thought they must have assumed that the U.S. was just going to back off, and I'm not sure that that's necessarily like. I mean, I don't know. I would think that if they were genuine to open to maybe.
So dude, she's talking to the other.
Oh yeah, they're controlling it because they were attacked. I mean,
So the point that I'm trying to get across here, people, that I was explaining to you is that what happened is they had a discussion. They did it. I think they assumed. But see, I'm not saying it's open or closed. So about 5 days ago, when the blockade started, the United States. Oh my God! Okay, they take action. It's ridiculous. And this guy thinks he knows everything. You want to tell us the entire world politics, bro? You know everything.
No, don't
It's ridiculous. So somebody mute him or move him down for a few minutes, and then he comes back. So, all right. So anyway, you still there? Still with me? Yeah. Okay. So the point that I was getting at is that about 5 days ago, when Trump announced the blockade, Iran said the street was open, right? But they would control who goes in and goes out. So they said we're in control. Trump did the blockade, and now he's like, hey, we're in control. Oh, by the way, the ships that you want to get stuff in aren't coming. You're going to be screwed. And so I was like, oh shit, okay. Then Iran announced says the street is open. Trump didn't say the street is open. Trump says Iran says the street is open. Meaning that he's showing, hey, you guys are saying you have a good intent. He didn't say I don't like you. And then Iran probably said, okay, well,
why are y'all waiting here for the rock? It's a lie. Like, is he doing
So that's fine. So all I was trying to say is that the blockade was still there, and so now Iranians are saying, okay, well the port is closed. Well, okay, and the U.S. saying that's fine. Whether it's open, whether you say it's open and closed, we still control the ships that come in. And there's a reporting now that the U.S. is boarding some ship that was going to Iran, and there was resources coming in. So the point is that was always the case. The U.S. always had that ability to do it. Whether they say it's open or not. So Iran was just flexing, saying, yeah, we're telling you it's closed now because we're back in charge. You're not. But it gives the wrong impression. So even Trump put out a statement saying, everybody can say or do whatever they want. They have to control themselves, and they have to say things because they have to show good faith on the end of the deal, and we'll move forward. So it could be just hyperbole. It could be whatever. We'll see what happens. But U.S. blockade is still there.
And it's blocking China. That's the big thing.
And it's blocking Iran, Othello. Just to be clear, it's blocking materials and stuff.
Yes, and it's blocking, Iran and China, their deals, and I'm sure those are big money deals, big billion-dollar deals. And I see the U.S. is definitely playing chess. Basically saying, open it up, right? That's so funny. Open it up, but we're gonna.
So I'm gonna pull my inner Jarl out for a second, okay, Charles? So you're gonna like this. But why? One point is that you would think that the U.S. would have been smart enough to do this before, when they're doing their military exercises. They did. Why didn't they do this from the start? They let Iran sell a lot of oil and stuff to make enough money while they were bombing the ship. It's almost like they underestimated Iran, which shows bad intent. I'm just being honest. Like that, this blockade should have happened first, and then you go in and bomb the shit out of it. Go, listen, surrender. and that's it. You go, like you're basically gone, and this could have been done much sooner.
Well, there's only the eternal now, and the now is all important. And I hate to interrupt Acek, who's on here 10 hours a day talking and has a party hat. I'm sorry, party hats will have to wait. And people.
Stop talking. I want the United States to let this whole wild out Hezbollah. Because Hezbollah has been opposed for so long. And I really want to see what comes to Israel, you know? And every time it's like Emirates.
Let me start over, because there's so many goddamn letters. MMIWG2 SLGBTQQIA+. What the fuck is that? Is that HTML code? What's going on? Website? So this stands for, well, I'm going to tell you this, now I got to go to another page to tell us what it stands for. It has something to do with missing. I stands for Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women Girls in Two-Spirit, Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, Queer, Questioning, Intersex, and Asexual. And the plus sign stands for any other gender identity not listed. And so, folks in Canada have been weighing in on this because it comes from this woman who is some sort of political activist. She's a Canadian MP.
No subscription. Set on the ice tablets. Beautiful R-word. Beautiful R-word. caught me picking my nose. Bouldergate number 3.
Correct. How about if I go? Wait, but that's what they're. Oh, well, then why don't both of us go on mute? Yours. You know what they have to say. Yeah, absolutely. Good. Shut up.
I think a really good example is like diagnostic criteria in healthcare, right? For many years, there were assumptions about people their pain tolerances. There was a lack of more thorough diagnostics on specific things like diabetes or heart disease, where they experience that more simply, because of their cultural background and everything like that. And so it took many years for them to develop not a separate, but a culturally sensitive, ethnically sensitive diagnostic criteria, so that if someone comes in, right, and they're a person of Black American descent, that's one, African descent, that's another, they start having these evidence-based sort of diagnostic routines apply, and they don't just apply what works for white people. That used to be how it was.
You're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, hospitals treated white women better than black women, correct?
I think hospitals developed the way they conduct business, they conduct medical treatment based on the needs of white people, right? And so they didn't get the nuanced differences into the practice until much later. And so for many years, you had worse health outcomes for people of color because they weren't receiving the types of care that they needed and the types of diagnostics that they needed at a higher rate because of certain things, and they were being misdiagnosed or having symptoms ignored because it wasn't something that.
It was racist. It was racism, everybody. Racism is the key word that they're not using yet, but racism is the word they're about to use. Racist!
Yes, I was in the room discussing this a couple of days back, right? So we have thoroughly covered, the history of how the medical system in America, while still being flawed, right? It's trying to improve, mostly because they don't want to get sued. But a lot of it is kind of like, in these specific examples, we can all agree, right? Because there's actually empirical data, right?
Yeah.
But when it comes to things like implicit bias, for example, you actually have to prove that it affects outcome, and you can't because it's non-reproducible, right? So that to me does not smell, kosher. But it is used heavily to inform, like education.
Implicit bias is generally a wash because to me that's just like people have different cultures. Okay, people have different cultures. They interpret things through a certain cultural lens. That's really all it is. So yeah, and it is odd because I did do that. Harvard did that implicit bias sort of like screening. I've been taking it a few times, but I think when it first came out, and I literally scored like neutral on everything. Like I had no.
Did you say implicit bias?
Right, but that's because I studied anthropology. Like I'm highly exposed to other.
What's implicit bias to an anthropologist?
That in me. So, and yeah, that's kind of what it comes. So I'm not like seeing things.
This conversation sounds woke, and they're like toning it down, saying we're not Republican conservatives, but we're woke. This is very tangential to the slave trade versus the Holocaust conversation. Hello?
Yeah, it's a fair rebuttal, Buster. So yes. but getting back to it, I would say like being surprised, like what I don't understand, Cora, and I think this is at the core of like a liberal-minded, ethic to a degree. Is why is
No, this is the progressive movement, Alex. You just don't know the principles yet of the progressive movement.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is like, why is it so important to cater to all these different aspects of everyone's, like, maybe you can answer this from an academic perspective, because it's literally no.
Cora, please let Alex at least finish his thought. Stop teaching progressive movement for a moment, please. Let Alex speak. Let Alex speak. Stop censoring Alex, Cora. You're being too progressive.
So anyway, this is where, and I brought up Dr. Shane Mason earlier, we're in a sort of transitional time where we need to identify.
There we go again with the trans.
Systemic sort of root causes of disparities based on race. However, in order to actually make progress, we need to stop racializing things and actually erase that sort of like construct. It's going to take a long time to do it. From particular.
No, reparations, a black tax is part of the progressive movement.
So it's kind of we're transitioning, and part of it is like a language thing. So if we can start to remove or assume racialization on everything within our language and look at it more from, this is the American population. There's an overall American culture. There's an urban culture versus a rural culture. We can recognize that. There's different regional cultures, all of these things, and start to analyze it through that lens. Because a lot of it is like, I think a lot of it, I live in a state where there's like a large, what they call urban rural divide. And I think a lot of those cultural differences really have with urbanity, rural culture. And then you have the subcultures within that cluster around racial identity. But if you really look at the comparison, they're still very similar regardless of race.
I find it very interesting for us, clearly, American, academia is still highly influential, especially like, the West, generally speaking. So it's quite interesting to see, especially at universities here in Europe, where like they are kind of adopting the language and also the kind of media systems that are perpetuated to American academia, right? So it becomes kind of a little bit wonky. kids are.
Hello? So how much further have we come in the progressive movement this afternoon with all you beautiful progressives that can't admit that you're just a bunch of taxologists and you want to restrict freedom of speech?
Tried and failed. Another one who bullshitted Clubhouse by trying to get a couple of $1,000s for campaign contributions, then is being looked at for campaign fraud, who has failed, and now here he is again. Does anybody,
now we have
does
two people.
anybody give a shit?
Who are you, Uncle Steve? Who are you?
Nobody gives a shit.
What do you do? At least he tried. What are you?
I am very successful at what I do. What I do is on my profile, and I am very well regarded in my industry.
Just because you're a porn star, that doesn't make you great.
I am very well regarded in my industry.
No.
You're not? Oh, okay. Okay, all right.
It's not good enough.
Well, I am a philosopher,
Also, like
and I actually am very highly regarded in my industry of philosophy. If you want to read a good poem, you could look at my PTR. I know people just like to talk while I talk all the time because I am maybe one of the world's most annoying people. And I hope to breed with an annoying woman and give birth to annoying children who will question authority and think for themselves. And guys like Steve and Cora, they are peas in a pod, meant for each other. Both very argumentative, very angry, low IQ. And if you had high IQ, you had high EQ, which you don't, Steve. Your show sucks. All you do is yell at people. It's pathetic. And you're not highly regarded. Your show sucks and your career sucks too. Oh, how's the lifestyle treating you, Uncle Steve?
Just say that there's also the magnitude of like the actual change that you make. So most people wouldn't regard me as being very successful, right? But I went from being generational poverty to running, a large nonprofit, right? In my lifetime. And, among my family members, I'm probably one of the most successful among the grandchildren, right? And I worked hard to do it, but, it's odds-wise, within my family, it isn't a common thing, right? And it's also really hard to transition, right, socioeconomically, because not only are you out of place among the group that you're joining on a socioeconomic level, you get sort of like ostracized by the people that you left behind as well. So you lose all that family support. So yeah, it's really interesting.
Is it a lot of?
I would say Cora is extremely successful. There was a claim.
There was a claim made, but nobody heard it. Because Cora just kept talking. Thank you, Cora, for giving me that exit. So I don't want to hear it, Uncle Steve. Woo! Uncle Steve in your brain? Ah! No thanks, Uncle Steve. Stay out!
Me as terribly successful, but I started from way behind and I made strides to get ahead. And if I had started from where they started from and moved the same amount, I would probably be a billionaire. So,
definitely not successful. That's not how I judge success.
Within his limits, right? Obviously, you can't fly, you can't grow wings. Like anything within your limit.
You know what? If you can do whatever you want, whenever you want to do it, then you're successful too, in my mind.
Steve, you're not successful. You don't understand the big picture message. You don't read books. You drink whiskey, smoke cigarettes, and your show sucks. You just scream at people all day long. It's pathetic. Steve is a fraud in the progressive taxology schmuck gay Democrat biggie with low IQ brain around 4. You're pathetic. Your work is worthless. It's so low IQ. Your work is so low IQ. You can't even say your work is low IQ on Instagram.
Tim, you know what?
This is the Dawn Show. Don't fuck with Big Dawn. Hello? Chillism, the Eternal Brain Rot Sufferers Association.
That is not nice. You know, I can't.
I'll take the kiss. What's the name for the record?
was Angeline, the girl that used to put up the billboards and drove the pink Corvette. You know, I remember her. Yeah, I thought she was gonna.
Wait, Summer in the chat wants to know, has Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt debated yet?
No, and they're not going to. Why not? They're not going to. To your point, she doesn't take him seriously, and you know, to my point, I feel like she's going to eat him alive.
Well, let me read this real quick. This is from the New York Post 2 weeks ago. It says here, the headline is Spencer Pratt. Now again, this is 2 weeks ago. Spencer Pratt jumps to number 2 in LA mayor race as the latest polls show his voters still overwhelmingly.
Brisket? Yeah, beef brisket. Maybe I don't know.
But all I'm saying though is like at most places though, they pay ridiculously big, and all you have to do is stock up in the morning a bunch of bread in your truck.
My buddy did it for Mission Foods.
Yeah, you drive to like Burger King, fucking Walmart. Exactly, you get your own drive. You get your own drive.
Many years ago, and now he's we were first management. You go.
Please, like, what the hell?
We got 2 million. I want to see what he's doing.
Yeah, like, but
So let's make this.
he's right. All you guys are just fucking around.
Trying to be a better free Who said that?
Who she said what?
Hold on, bitch. I was giving you.
But if we discuss this way, we can make a difference. And then which will consider leadership because I can approach everybody. And then it's like open rooms and we try to discuss these things. It's like South Sudan is like it's not our time now. It's like to facing each others with killing each others. It's like does it make sense? Why?
That shit.
things of that nature. And
అమ్మాయిలా గిట్టలు బూతులు
Hey, man, give us some of that drink. Confusing yourself at this point.
Nigga say you an egg, I cried.
I like it that much. Tell me how much you do. How much you? Just like this. Really, just like this. Well, what price? 26,000. What's the little? Why 26,000? Because it's my holy number. My holy number is 50. Just not only this one $12,000 today. This sale. I'll give you a good price. Voila, 26,000. Okay. You want to get out? No, I don't want to. I'm not going to park up. But give me respect. Give me respect. Give me respect. This is also very. He's so nice. Like this. Let me see. Plus 26. Oh, wait. I'm not 26,000. I don't want to hear that. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. This is 28,000. Let me see. 26,000. Give me a receipt.
feels like smoke. Talking about a future that can't last long. Got my two. And the wind on my face, it feels like smoke. Talking about a future that it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can't let this go. Got my 2 feet on the reaching out.
Constitution, read by candidate John Kitover. Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct the number of electors, equal to the number of votes.
So the last couple of weeks, I want to know.
I don't want to deal with people.
At the same time, why can't you ask yourself?
I mean, people go to Ren Fair or play, live action role playing. They LARP and they feel real powerful. They do that too. It doesn't mean ports and through.
This is the thing, I ask myself this question, hold on, I ask myself this question all the time, and I really don't think that Hebrew Israelite is to stand a chance within the next 100 years, because Mormonism, right, will definitely outlast Hebrew Israelism, because the Mormons are actually unified. They actually have monies, they invest within their communities. We don't see that. We don't see. You can say all the bad things about Mormonism. Oh, it's not true. This and that. There is something that is true, and it is their community, and their community is consistent. The community in Hebrew Israelite is very inconsistent.
It is a $1 trillion portfolio. Salt Lake City, the Mormons have a $1 trillion portfolio. Mitt Romney and all their church deacons, they're not going anywhere. And the Hebrew Israelites aren't going anywhere either. The Nation of Islam isn't going anywhere. All these black Islamic cults are essentially going nowhere. Whether they're, black Hebrew Israelites and they want to call themselves the originals, they're going nowhere. They're shining shoes and playing boomboxes. It's an art project. It's a very simple art project.
What you mean?
Don't be that
What you mean all these blacks not going nowhere?
There's another internet dude that like this position of love, but I guarantee y'all still from us anyway, just like y'all still everything else.
You see, it's that kind of attitude. Why you're going nowhere? You're going nowhere with that attitude. That attitude isn't truth. That attitude isn't love. That attitude is poop. You know what the poop emoji is? You know what the poop emoji is? That's a poop emoji. I'm sending you a poop emoji.
As a Christian, keeping it to yourself wouldn't be love, because if Christians really believe that hell exists, they wouldn't want other people to go to hell, so therefore it wouldn't be love.
I got a question for the atheist. Any atheists in this room? Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Okay. So the whole thing about atheists, they don't believe in any source whatsoever, like no creation. Do y'all believe in the Big Bang Theory?
Much more nuanced.
financier Jeffrey Epstein. Sheriff was a high school math teacher until he traded his blackboard for a big board in 1976, eventually launching his own exclusive finance firm for billionaire clients. But he just couldn't keep out of the classroom. So when he was shopping for a new house, he bought himself an entire schoolhouse and transformed it into the largest single residence in all of Manhattan at a whopping 51,000 square feet.
The school costs about $20 million, and he's dropped to $10 million just renovating it. It has incredible bells and whistles, closed circuit televisions, a heated sidewalk out front, so it's no nuts.
But only one man truly rules the Wall Street skies. Gospel former school teacher turned billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, one private plane won't do. He's got a small fleet, a Gulfstream 4, a Cessna, and a Boeing 727 with, of course, an in-flight treaty room.
He has a Boeing 727. I'm swimming now. What do you need? A commercial-sized airliner.
Believe us, it comes in handy when you've got powerful friends to fly around. When Bill Clinton organized a week-long tour of Africa in 2002, Jeff gave
people could. He does. We still gotta ask, like, so that's a verse where it says sign up. No, you're actually right. It is. Even in Greek, they're basically transliterating the Latin. So it's the Greek transliteration of the Latin word Niger. So you're right about that. That said, it is a Latin word. It's and the G is hard.
Can you tell us what it means? Can you pronounce? You know what the problem is though? Like, that's the verse where it's talking about Simon, right? Yeah, Simeon. Yeah. He was called Niger. So why was it was called nigger? All right, my bad. He was called nigger. So why was he called nigger and the rest of them wasn't? Like, he stands out somehow.
Yeah, because he was probably slightly darker than the others.
So it's a problem with saying that all of them are black, bro. That's
You guys are saying the word a lot.
Simeon was black. That's the one. So it's just saying that one nigga was black, bro. They call him nigger. That's him. It's just him. They call that motherfucker nigger.
You're making all the people.
can I place a pickup order for pickup? Number 2, have chicken. Plantains and potato. And dos beef empanada. That's todos. John? Okay, see you soon. Thanks. Okay, bye. See you later. See you soon. Número 2.
X, Twitter, username change, not working, settings and privacy. I have to click here. And if I change this, for example, let me just go for okay. And you can see we click an option here. You can see on the bottom right corner. So to fix this issue, I'm gonna show you what you have to do. Okay, so just what you need to do. So guys, what you need to do is that you just need to go to browser and then write X Twitter. Okay, you have to just write X Twitter, and here you can see on the top you'll find the, I mean, the website. Just click the icon on the bottom left. The website. Just click on it, and then here you have to log in with your particular account to change the username. So here this type of interface will be pop up. Just you need to click on this profile icon on the bottom left corner, and here you can see.
Hola.
position. While you are in this relaxed position and breathing rhythmically, we will do the middle pillar exercise. Sit upright in your chair, both feet on the floor, alert, but fully relaxed. Join with me in this invocation. O Lord of the universe, the vast and the mighty one, ruler of the light and the darkness, we adore thee and we invoke thee. Look thou with favor upon me, who now standeth before thee, and grant thine aid unto the highest aspirations of my soul, that I may be enabled to accomplish the great work, to the glory of thine ineffable name. Amen. Imagine that there is a brilliant white light just above and touching the crown of your head. This bright sphere of light has the diameter of a small dinner plate or a salad plate. Visualize it in brilliant, scintillating, pure white light. See it. Imagine it. Picture this whirling sphere of light and vividly sense it as vibrating, revolving, radiating. As you imagine this ball of light periodically vibrate or intone the Hebrew word Ehyeh within the sphere of light. Ehyeh. The vibration of this divine name will be found a great help to your concentration. Direct the vibrations of the name into this sphere of brilliant white light. Your mind may wander. If it does, gently lead it back to the contemplation of this center. Then vibrate the name again and again. Now imagine that from this brilliant white sphere, a radiant shaft of light is emitted, which descends
through the skull and brain, stopping at the throat. Here, a second sphere of light is formed. Again, this sphere is about the size of a small dinner plate or salad plate, and includes the throat and the lowest portion of the face. The larynx is the center of this radiating sphere. The divine name is Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. If your mind wanders, bring it back gently to the visualization of the center and vibrate the divine name again. Yehovah Elohim. Mentally direct the vibration of the name to the center itself, so that it feels as if the name vibrates within the sphere of scintillating white light. Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. Focusing and vibrating the God name helps keep your mind concentrated. Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. Now see and feel the brilliant white shaft of light extend from the throat and go downward through the chest to form another sphere of brilliant white light resting on your diaphragm. Maintain the sharpest visualization. Sense it. Feel it. The actual result is unmistakable when you acquire it. It is a real physical sensation. Vibrate the name. Yehovah Elohim. Yehovah Elohim. Then visualize the sphere of light encompassing the whole chest, resting on the solar plexus. If your mind should wander from the sphere of light, coax it gently back by vibrating the powerful divine name. Yehovah Elovada. Yehovah Elovada. Yehovah Elovada. The radiant shaft descends through the abdomen to the pelvic area, where another white ball of brilliant white light is to be visualized. The name to be vibrated in this center is Shaddai El Chai. Shaddai El Chai. Shaddai El Chai. Shaddai El Chai. Vibrate the divine name frequently to facilitate concentration. Shaddai El Chai. Shaddai El Chai. Shaddai El Chai. Visualize the shaft descending from the pelvic sphere to the ankles and feet, where you are once again grounded to the earth. Here, it forms another sphere of pure, scintillating white light. Formulate and visualize this brilliant, dazzling sphere of light. Vibrate the divine name Adonai Ha'aretz. Adonai Ha'aretz. Adonai Ha'aretz. center is gradually awakened by fixed and steady concentration and by repeated vibrations of the divine name. Adonai Hara. Adonai Hara.
He did it again. Springfield politicians
Adonai Hara.
Unless Springfield fixes this mistake, your debit or credit card may not work to pay tips for
Pause
sales
for a
tax
moment.
starting July 1st. It's a new state law. Tell Springfield. Stop.
See and sense the shaft of silvery light scattered with these 5 incomparably brilliant centers of light stretching from the crown of the head to the soles of the feet. This is the middle pillar.
This afternoon, Iran's Revolutionary Guard reaffirmed that the strait is closed until the U.S. lifts its blockade of Iranian ports. They say approaching the strait.
Move your imagination back to the crown of the head, to the white sphere of light corresponding to Keta on the tree of life. Now will and imagine that as you exhale, the light energy begins to stream down the left side of the body to the feet. And as you inhale, imagine this band of energy ascending the right side of the body, coming back to Keta. Visualize the psycho-spiritual energy as a band of light radiation extending out some distance from the body. It moves down the left side as you exhale, up the right as you inhale. Let this psychic circulation flow evenly to the rhythm of the breath. This is the advantage of having learned rhythmic breathing before. Inhale, up the right side. Exhale, down the left, in rhythm with the breathing. Inhale, up the right side. Exhale, the energy flows down the left side. Inhale, the energy flows up the right. Exhale, the energy flows down the left. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. Visualize the energy flow now changing direction. As you exhale now, the energy moves down the front of the body, turning under the soles of the feet and ascending up the back as you inhale. As you exhale, the energy flows down in the front. Inhale, the energy flows up the back. Exhale, it flows down. Inhale, it flows up. Exhale, down the front. Inhale, up the back. Exhale, inhale.
Famous saying of St. Augustine of Hippo.
Exhale,
That when he was asked what is time, he said, I know
Inhale.
what it is, but when you ask me, I don't. And yet
These
it's
circulations of light about the body
time is not
develop an ovoid-shaped aura
time flies.
of swiftly circulating radiant psycho-spiritual energy
Because in our body,
which surrounds the whole body.
we think of time as a one-way motion from the past.
Return your attention now to the earth center in the feet
And that carries along
and imagine the action of a fountain. Just as water is forcibly drawn up through a pipe until it jets out above, falling in a spray on all sides. So it is with this energy power. As you breathe in, the energy is sucked into your earth center from the ovoid aura, pulled upwards by the magnetic attraction of the spirit center above the head. Then vigorously it surges overhead with a marvelous fountain-like display with the exhalation.
But nowadays that word has become unfashionable, and psychologists tend instead to use the
Imagine the psycho-spiritual energy falling all about you within the confines of this ovoid aura.
That's a very significant
Inhale, and the energy ascends the middle pillar into the Ketover. Exhale, the fountain of energy surges forth to shower your body and spirit.
Because I don't say, oh, excuse me, but I have to.
Inhale,
or excuse me,
up the middle pillar.
fulfill my sexual urges, my biological
Exhale,
impulses.
the surging energy sprays all about you. Inhale, and the energy ascends the middle pillar. Exhale, the energy surges forth. Inhale.
So the whole idea
Exhale.
of being driven is connected with the idea
Inhale.
of life moving
Exhale.
under the power of the pulse.
Inhale.
And that is so ingrained in our
Exhale.
It's very difficult to get rid of, because I want to turn the thing round completely the other way and say that the past is the result of the present.
Meditate on and within the enclosing, vibrating light of the spirit.
Some cosmologists believe. Now, when that bang happened, it was the present, wasn't it? And so the universe began in what we will call a noun. Then it goes on doing its stuff. And always, when any event that we now call past came into being, it came into being in the present, out of the present. That's one way to see it. But before we get further involved in this, I want to draw your attention to a fallacy in the very common sense idea of causality. That events are caused by previous events, from which they flow or result necessarily.
Permit yourself to dwell in this aura of light which surrounds you, filled with spiritual and vital and healing qualities.
Now, when does that event begin? Does it occur at the moment of parturition, when the baby actually comes out of its mother? Or does the baby begin at the moment of conception? Or does the baby begin when it was a needle gleam in its father's eye? Or does the baby begin when the spermatozoa are generated in the father or the ovum in the mother? Or could you say a baby begins when its father is born or when its mother is born? All these things can be thought of as beginnings. But we decide, for purposes of legal registration, that a life begins at the moment of parturition. And that is a purely arbitrary decision. And it has validity only because we all agree about it. Let me show you the same phenomenon in the dimension of space instead of the dimension of time.
Is my shepherd.
Let's ask, how big is the sun?
I shall not want.
Are we going to define the sun?
He maketh me to lie down
as
in green pastures.
Limited by the extent of its fire.
He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul.
The sphere of the sun.
He leadeth me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake.
By the extent of
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me.
And therefore we have arbitrarily
Thy rod
to define the sun
and thy staff,
by the limit of its visible fire.
they comfort.
But you
Thou
will see
preparest the table before me in the presence of mine enemies.
big a thing is.
Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over.
Now that
Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life,
divided
and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
1914, and it ended in 1918. Now, actually, all those things which led up to the First World War started long before 1914, and the repercussions of that war have continued long beyond 1918. How are we to distinguish an event from its repercussions? So you will see that because we have divided events from one another in this arbitrary way, we do that, and then we sort of forget we did. And then we have a puzzle. How do events lead to each other? Because you see, in reality, there are no separate events. Life moves along like water. And it's all connected, as the source of the river is connected to the mouth, to the ocean. And all the events or things going on are like whirlpools in the stream. Because you go there today and you see a whirlpool. You go there tomorrow and you see a whirlpool. But it isn't the same whirlpool because all the water is changing every second. What is happening is not really what we should call a whirlpool, but rather a whirlpooling. It is an activity, not a thing. And indeed, every so-called thing can be called an event. We call, say, a house, housing. We call a mat, matting.
You are now at one
call a cat
with
a
the
cat.
one life
So we could say
which pulses throughout the whole universe.
And we would thereby have a world in which there were no things but only events. To give another illustration, a flame is something we say there is a flame on the candle. But it would be more correct to say there is a flaming on the candle because the flame is a stream of hot gas. Let's take another amusing example. We say fist, and fist is a noun. And fist looks like a thing, but suddenly what happens to the fist when I open my hand? See, I was fisting. Now I'm handing it. So every kind of so-called thing can be spoken of as an event.
Close now by withdrawing the sphere of brilliant light into yourself. Now take a deep breath.
my nature, when you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. And I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature, when you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. And I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature, when you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. And I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature, when you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. And I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature, when you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. And I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature, when you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. And I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature, when you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. And I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature, when you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust, so I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature. When you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust. So I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person, because if some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of it quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized. I think that's a counterproductive way to think as a human being. I am not a victim. I'm a survivor. It's not my nature. When you get little surprises as a result of human nature, to spend much time feeling betrayed. I always want to just put my head down and adjust. So I don't allow myself to spend much time ever with any feelings of betrayal. So you're asking the wrong person.
I think that it is important to remember
some flickering idea
to
like that
remind
came to me.
someone that they potentially have a bad. If they want to sit there and say things about other people, then whose child is off limits at that point? Yeah, I mean, these are the same people that have no problem talking about other people's children. Other people's children. Your child's gonna grow up to be trans. Your child's gonna grow up to be gay. Your child is this and this and this and that. Like people have no problem talking about other people's kids. But because it's somebody that we like, then the rules suddenly become, selective. And that's why I feel like, with certain situations, Brad is able to hold his own. He does not need us coming to his defense. You see what I'm saying? And I never experienced that politic with Brad. But for some other people that come into this room and cry, like Keegan, you get what you get. If somebody's going to talk about your wife, get a train on her, and the fact that your child is slow and maybe drooling on the floor, don't be surprised. You have plenty to say about everybody else.
Right. Yeah, no, I get that. I mean, there are a lot of people who start a lot of shit and then cry when it comes back to them.
And I don't see what's wrong with saying that Keegan's child is slow. Being a slow child doesn't make you a bad person. People need to stop being so mean and spiteful and saying that just because you're calling somebody's child slow means you're calling them a bad person. You're not. Some people just have slow kids. Shit, some of their slow-ass parents are up on this app. So if I'm listening to a bunch of slow-ass people, isn't it more than likely than not that they're going to have some slow-ass kids at home? So I mean, like, what are we doing?
Oh my goodness.
But I will just say there are state and federal codes and laws which prohibit a lot of the violent death threats and homicidal statements that people are making on this app. Let's be honest.
Of course. Well, that's what I said. I mean, there's a lot of stuff people could file police reports for instead of trying to. And that's it. I would in certain instances.
Two things can be true at the same time, Edie. Now, grievances that Mr. Alistair has over here, okay, you do have some very valid grievances, and it's hard to defend you. I did not like defending you yesterday. I still did it because it was the right thing to do. But I don't like defending you because you do provoke people. You do absolutely provoke people. I'm tired of the fake outrage of people going after you and calling you a Looney Tune, especially Pepe, when Pepe doesn't do very much different than you do. Like, I mean, if anything, I feel like Pepe takes it one step further. This is what, the third app that he's been on doing the same shit? This is the first time I run into Edmund.
Yeah, I don't know if you understand my comedy or my what you might call activity or activism, meaning that I am running a garbage collection service or a hidden camera show, and it's unfortunate that people like this exist. To me, I understand why people want to play the gladiator game, because I think a lot of people are personally depressed and they don't have much to live for anymore, and so they do. And in fact, today Mountain admitted to me that he tries to get kicked from the app by using egregious violent communication, and I told him that from a legal perspective, you should treat these rooms like courtrooms. If you don't do that, you're low IQ. And if you come on this app and you get angry and scream, you're low IQ. Because high IQ people don't do that. That's my opinion. I am complete.
But he did absolutely. He would have a knock on his door and probably be put in handcuffs. I mean, you know, I mean, it's just, I don't think people, I don't know. I don't fucking know.
Who wants to go through that type of headache?
Right.
And especially if you're married, you're having to explain to your spouse that, you know, people are knocking at your door over some stupid shit that you said on the internet. And depending on what you said, now you're going to have to spend money to defend yourself because of some stupid shit that you said on the internet.
It was a joke. It was a joke. You took the picture of somebody's kid and then put a picture of a gun after it. That's a joke, right? You know?
Well, you reap what you sow. If you don't know personal responsibility and you're a grown man, well, fuck around and find out. I tell people to just simply document and dox, and I have no problem with letting it go after that. I just want to categorize and file and let it go. I'm not going to let some...
Docs? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, document and dox. I'm a public person. When people attack me publicly and defame or libel or slander me, I will fight back. I'm a public person. I got no problem fighting publicly. I'm complete.
I think it's okay in certain instances. Yeah, if somebody's making threats to you, yeah, I think you can get any information you need to about them to defend yourself. That's fair.
Wait, I want to correct something. I don't mean dox as in like you call the police to have them show up at somebody's house. That's not the kind of doxing. That's the
not doxing.
No, that's the real definition of doxing. Like, you know, when people call the police and say that there's a homicidal situation, suicidal,
That's
and then
SWAT.
Oh, a SWAT. Okay, I'm getting dox and SWAT confused. My bad. Sorry, I just had a mango spicy tequila and it was delicious.
No, swatting is, that's even fucking insane. My house was swatted when I was a kid. There was some crazy, I don't even remember really well, but my mom, she was like, there was this crazy guy on the block and he was like tapping into phone lines and doing all sorts of weird shit. And yeah, there was some feds that came to our house. She's like, you don't remember? I was like, not really. But I was really young.
I mean, I think my approach of treating every room as like a courtroom, you know, I know it may not seem like I do that, but if I want to share something, I will ask the moderators for 60 seconds. And so if people want to get into these gladiator death threat games on this app, I would, you know, if you know these people, I would tell them they're being recorded, and I would tell them that anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. And it's only a matter of time before something happens to very deranged and violently outspoken people on this app. If you have a party hat in 2026 and you keep coming back to use profanity, vulgarity, to slander, libel, attack people, to defame people, to use racist terminology, that's a you problem. These are dumb people. These are people that refuse education, refuse any type of treatment, any type of enlightenment. That's why I say their lives must be miserable. I don't believe these people are happy if your speech is who you are.
Yeah, you can't, I've raised my voice a few times on this app to people, and I always say to people, I don't like yelling. I don't like it. You know, there's certain instances where I think that certain people don't respond to anything else. But I don't like I can't imagine coming to stuff every day and just being like, it takes energy out of you. Like, why do you want, I don't get it. I don't get it. It's too much, especially I don't know. I mean, there's so much shit going on. Everybody has some shit that's gone on in their life. You know, people have died, fucked up shit. You know, and it's like, you want to come here and like cause more agitation for yourself? Like, surely you've had some shit in your life that, you know, like I don't get it. It's just very strange to me. Very strange.
It's easy to say it's performative, but it's not performative. This is people's true persona. You know, that's my opinion. Well, I'm requesting from the moderators that I be given 30 to 60 seconds to play my space drum.
I don't care. I'm gonna see what my dog is about.
All right, I want to title this song Clubhouse, aka the Psych Ward. Do you think Pepe's had an orgasm in the past 2 years?
I'm not. I don't have a big Pepe, so I'm not going to speak ill of him.
Think about that. That.
I'm not speaking ill of people I don't have beef with.
I don't know. He's like low-hanging fruit to pick on, but you know, he's particularly annoying. I would rate him as being like one of the most annoying people I know in reality.
I can think of more annoying people.
That voice, the topic, the subjects, the lack of interest in anything in life other than, you know, screaming N-word and pretending like you're some kind of geopolitical strategist or historian. Dat. I mean, what kind of a grown man says that?
Yourself? I just want to get an oil change and also my check engine lights on.
Ooh. A little late, isn't it? 5:41 on a Saturday to ask a mechanic to fuck with your car? Hello? So what'd you think about my space drum? Did you enjoy?
That was amazing.
Really? Okay, well, this is a Native American drum with some kind of skin and fur hide. What I'm trying to say is, if you don't come on here and read poetry or try to play music at least once in your life, just try it. You might like it.
I was going to do something I forgot what it is I was going to do.
I mean, I personally like coming on here to exchange notes with other voters and, you know, to talk about issues that are relevant to me. I'm not coming on here to change anybody's opinions and their ideologies. Like, those are very carefully rooted in people's experiences and, you know, the exposure that they had. And it's not my responsibility, you know, to change any of those ideas. My interest is just having a conversation with their motivations on why they choose to vote how they do. So I don't know, anybody trying to change people on this app, you know, you're right. I do believe that they're completely delusional. I think that Pepe does like to hold spaces where he belabors these points and trying to appeal to a certain ilk of people and trying to change their patterns and behavior by trying to dehumanize and shame those patterns and behaviors. I just think that it's completely delusional to think that he's going to have any sort of impact in saying some of the stuff that he says. Now, he claims to just be trolling, but, you know, with the amount of time, demonstrated frustration with him being clipped, and how he went after Roger just for not even being included in spaces, makes me feel like this isn't just trolling. Like, there's a certain incentive and investment for him, whether it's emotionally, intellectually, or otherwise. I mean, who knows who's paying him?
Well, the ego and the personality doesn't want to be deflated or defeated. And so I can still respect his being, but really dislike his personality and his content and what he thinks he's contributing. And the fact that he doesn't label himself as a shock jock comic. That's what he is. He's a shock comic. But he doesn't, because honestly, I think he's just, to tell you the truth, I think he has brain damage and is low IQ.
You have to be funny, though. Like, I honestly, like, I'm not even trying to sit here and kiss your ass. Like,
No, there's a percentage of people that think he's funny.
I actually think that you are more practically funny than Pepe is.
100%
like,
I am.
I'm not even trying to kiss your ass. Like, I honestly think you're more funny than Pepe is.
100%.
I honestly think you're more smarter than Pepe. But, you know, I think for somebody to be a comedian, they have to be funny. I think the only thing that
I know, but you got to remember that just using profane, vulgar language is actually so rare that you could call it comedy. To go on a stage and using,
it's not, though.
You could say it's comedy because he's the only one who's that demented, you know. Because you're
Let me tell you something. If you ever come out to California, you are one of the few people I would actually meet up with. And I want to take you back to my hometown and actually speak to non-anti-Semitic, normal, productive, high-earning, you know, funny people. You know what I mean? Funny Republicans. Like, these trailer park monkeys on this app, like, they're not funny. Like, I don't think that this is funny. Like, people are laughing at the reactions, you know, that people have in their moment, you know, of responding to the things that they're saying, but the things in and of themselves are not funny.
No, I listen, you could go to any.
You see what I'm saying?
It's a bang room. That's really what it is. Because you can go to other bang rooms on this app, you know, like Cray 180, Cray Orange Juice, whatever. Or there's so many rooms where they're just really crazy, profane, vulgar conversations. And a lot of black rooms, you know, with real pimps and real hoes, really talking about some really profane shit. And I'm just saying that's what Pepe is. But see, Pepe is a clown, meaning like if you Google the history of Pepe, whether it's the frog meme or a clown. But anyways, I'm just saying, you know, I wouldn't have lunch with Pepe. I wouldn't want to hang out with Pepe. I wouldn't care. Like, I'd be like, dude, I've hung out with you for years and listened to you. I wouldn't want to meet you in the real world. Like, you know, you are time filler space for my my YouTube live stream. That's it. You know, just because he's so shocking. And what I'm amazed is YouTube doesn't even take his videos down. Like, but you know, the thing is, I don't want to like hurt people's feelings. I want them to, you know what I mean without being mean. I want to give everybody give them their dignity in the same way that I want my dignity. But everyone isn't. I just think categorizing life as artist or critic is the way to go. Pepe is a terrible critic and he's a terrible artist. So, but that's my criticism as an artist. Hello?
Yeah, like I said, I just think that you're just more funny than Pepe. But I think that you just annoy people with the way that you deliver your humor. But if you actually participated in conversations in like your normal voice, you're actually pretty chill to listen to.
Everything with my political campaign about the financial crisis in this country was totally accurate. And if you go and you Google my name and you listen to my NPR interview, I mean, I impress myself when I listen to myself because I actually spent some time to research all the numbers, whether it's the big beautiful bill, the national annual deficit, or the total, national debt and the unfunded versus the funded liabilities. I mean, Senator Rand Paul is posting stuff that I was talking about, and
why don't you talk more about economics? Like, why don't you open up actual rooms where you talk about economics?
Because that's like 1% of the conversation.
You know that I've done my research on you, and the businesses you were in before coming onto this app, and maybe you're still doing right now, you have a lot of value to bring to the app. Like, I don't understand why you don't hold more of those conversations. Like, a lot of people's criticisms of Donald Trump and his business structure, you, from a professional perspective, would be able to break shit down in probably a humorous way and explain to people why the fuck they're wrong.
There's just no point. Honestly, entertainment is more valuable than these never-ending conversations, because there's the culture war is the 99% of the war. The 1% financial war, it's like nobody cares about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. There's no financial accountants. There's no actuarial scientists. There's just this entertainment spectrum, and unfortunately, that's life. Nobody wants to sit through an accounting class or some kind of economic class because it becomes political. So all communication is political, even finance, even wealth management, even economic analysis. All communication is political.
Oh, that's very true. That's very true. But I mean, I think that the difference between your set of experience and our collective shared set of experience and a lot of people that we talk to on this app, they're not very professionally versed. They don't have any sort of business acumen, and they just are just not well spoken. They can't keep up in certain conversations, and that's why I clown on certain people when they come onto stage, and it's like, are you even speaking English? So you're talking about a very high level financial topic, but you could barely string together a sentence, and you want to tell me what the temperament of investors are? I mean, there are some very unpolished investors out there, but I refuse to believe that people that carry themselves in that type of way are privy to any sort of groundbreaking information to change my ideas about how the economy works. Like, I just, do you understand what I'm saying, Edmund? Or John? Or Alex?
Jocks!
One of those people. I'm just kidding.
Jocks!
Well, that usdebtclock.org has all the data you need, and I've never heard a room run by anybody, any of the loudspeakers and highly argumentative people here. That's why I say, in a way, he who has the last word wins. And I have witnessed rooms where people can't give it, let it go or give it up, and they gotta have the last word, and they will ask and say, can you be a gentleman? Can I have the last word? It's so important for them because their precious little egos are so sensitive and delicate that they gotta have the last word. It makes them think that they're the winner of this social experiment. Everything is an experiment in your life. You will conduct millions of experiments. We are all scientists, and this app is actually a scientific experience. It's a communication experiment. Every room, every second is one more experiment of your happening. So it's up to you in my opinion, that's why I like to read books all the time, because I want to inject XYZ variables into this platform and through myself, as opposed to absorbing the pepes of this app. I was lifting weights and working out one day, and because I listened to this app so much, I started hearing Pepe's voice in my head in the gym, or I was like, no! I was like, could you imagine if he lived rent free in your head, that voice and what he's talking about and how annoying he is. You know, it was like,
no, he has a very, very distinct, very annoying voice. It's actually happened to me during Sex once. And I had to stop and take a break for a minute and just collect myself and then get back to what I was doing. But yeah, no, it's a very annoying, very annoying voice. Same thing with Rich. Like, you just have this loud, congested, just like this big back voice that just comes up off the mic, and he sounds intelligent, and he really is. You know, he is pretty funny sometimes, but he's just very fucking annoying.
Rich is very intense, and I was doing an interview when I was running for Congress with some influencers on X that are tied to Illinois politics, and I texted Rich the link, and he came to the room, and he said, "Yeah, I have a question for candidate John." He goes, "You know, if you were elected, what would you do for your constituents?" And my answer was, well, to me, it's important that I can help resolve or eliminate personal debt or public debt that you're responsible for. To me, that would be something a leader would be interested in, the financial well being of his constituents and voters and their social public financial obligations. But primarily, we're talking about tax reform and lowering how much you have to contribute to a government which overspends and spends on woke stuff. But, you know, Rich showed up, he asked, but he asked me a pretty difficult question, but I had thought of it in advance because I was thinking, you know, if I was in the position of being a congressperson and having hundreds of thousands of people in your district that hypothetically you're responsible to, what would I actually want to do for people? And so I was thinking, I was like, well, what are my problems? Everybody's problem is financial. So, you know, I've never heard a leader or a congressperson ever talk about that. All they do is create content and take photos with this benefactor or constituent or group, and like they're all creating publicity, credibility pieces, but they're not in a position of understanding finance and economy in a way in which, because I think they have to be educators. If your congressperson or senator isn't an educator on the economy, on even personal development, well, they're really totally in it for themselves and for their network. They're not in it for the voters. And that's the big disconnect. And if you want to prove it, just look at a tree and realize that all human beings are leaves on a tree. And the branches are a network, an invisible connection through the ballot or through social media. And there are variables that impact those leaves, like the wind, the sun, the heat, the light, the moisture, the nutrition in the soil. That would be like the economy, but it's cyclical, you know. So, but anyways, hello. Constitution, read by candidate
told me this week there's a short list of nominees, probably about 3 to succeed Inspector General Witzberg, that is either on its way to you or is with you now. I'm wondering if you've received it and if there are any criteria in particular that are foremost in your mind as you weigh a potential successor to her.
Yeah, so I have received. I'll go through an interview process. That's the way it usually works. And by the way, that didn't happen with.
It's not unreasonable for people in this administration to feel like, okay, well, we can put in initiative while we can. But here.
Okay, Dr. Adams, have you ever heard of the I Ching? Hello?
Got my 2 feet on.
So this is a song that I have created on Suno about Brandon Johnson, the Chicago mayor, who's a corrupt criminal politician, part of a Chicago Teachers Union RICO racketeering operation. And my slogan is Brandon Johnson is the scam.
Chicago mayor.
There's so many versions of the song.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies.
He lies.
Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teams to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.20 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his C2 mafia propaganda. Affordability scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Oh, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and criminal who lied. Reversed socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Congress $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to raise Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Reports films and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allow teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to get out to his crowded nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies. Questions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crowded nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is the scam. City bills on the kitchen table. Red ink, same name on the label. You call it fair share, I call it a shakedown. Smile on the podium, hand in the playground. 1-3 in the dark, who's counting? Cody's lights up, hand down, all counting. CPU speaks like a script from a play. Kids use this props while you catch that play. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Every paycheck under his head. You talk care, but you lay on best. Give it a suit, that's a fact. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1 billion against a criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the state. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations from black slaves is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Now I bring Brandon Johnson criminal. CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the time. Transparency now. Expenditure now. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist. Our tax socialist. No tax justice. Affordability is a scam. Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2U is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. With the books, transparency. Johnson is a top. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2U is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2U is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the Cover the books, transparency. Clever spinning tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $3 billion to give it $20. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Marvin Johnson is a talent.
Hey, transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Hey, transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Hey, transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Hey, transparency now. Public spending track now. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $3 billion, he'll give to crony non-profits. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $3 billion to give to crony non. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony none. Brokers to C2 is a mafia propaganda. Orders of affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Expanding tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion grade love buses are written for profit. We'll make the most transparency now. Expanding. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2U is a mafia propaganda. Mobilization of motor money is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open your books. Transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist taxologist. All taxation is the monopoly is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are run for profits. Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CCU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a broken the books, transparency. No! Public spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the back. Stuck in the checkout line doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tax. They're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spends. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed the road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign, while a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We want receipts. Every cent, every check, every lead. Turn the lights to the ceiling, to the cracks, till the shadows pull back, pull back. Brandon Johnson is the tag. They're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Put the truth on its giant screen. Still the whole time seeing flash. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Brandon Johnson is the tag.
Scotty care, call to change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Signed your name on the dotted, like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the radio screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones to pay back. All the bills that don't swim. Cash goes that we're locked in. Open up the eyes right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about your opinion. I'm gonna hit my opinion wooden drum here. And you'll know that I consider, my opinion is that your opinion is an opinion and not a fact.
$310. Will you set me free? Wait.
How old are you?
I have told you. Just over 18,000 years.
You're a liar. Nothing lasts that long. There's a mechanism in here to put you back together, Nina.
I would like very much to be free.
If I did it, then you would be free. Just integration.
It is a welcome improvement. It is beautiful.
It's only because I need you. I cannot free you.
I've been in this chamber for 5,000 years. Another few decades won't matter.
You're that confident I will free you.
Do you want something from me?
300.
May I invite you to dinner with me? I'm just dying to get to know you.
I don't know what you do for a living, sir, but you'd make one hell of a salesman.
I work in insurance.
That makes sense. They're the worst.
When you're right, you're right. You are so right. But under the suit, there's a man. A man worth getting to know.
I'm sure.
Worth getting dinner with, at least. Come on.
That's very sweet of you. But I need to get home. I have my children to feed. I hope you understand.
Well, apologies if I came on a little strong.
No, not at all.
I will see you next Friday.
With pleasure.
It's just, you made my night. What was that? Oh my God. Is it real?
Yes. How often does that happen to you?
Quite often. Hey, if you're watching this, could you
On all that, Victor. See, the wife and I generally go lay down between 11 and midnight. One time we watch, if we're lucky, one episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Guy likes Dragon Ball Z.
Told me this week there's a short list. Constitution, read by candidate. Taking a former little AR voice. Middle class, wild and accurate can go.
denouncing the Cook County GOP Chicago mayor. Canada was accused of a romantic story is developing. Management. The city's broad property taxes only go up. Water, sewer, car tax, it's a scam. I'm running as a libertarian fighting for all people who want to live free from taxation and tax debt. I work with Ron Paul as presidential Ronald. I've run for Congress and committeeman. Does that clear the hurdle for a romantic date? Wow, that's a great job for it. I guess it does. All I needed to hear was I hate. Holy shit.
be open. It's definitely fully open, unless it's not open right now. And we have a peace deal with people, but they may or may not be capable of signing the peace deal because they're decentralized.
But Kyle, it was open on day one. Am I right?
No, it was open before we got started. Yeah, we had to
before we dropped the bomb, it was
so
open.
we could open it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even anybody non-military would know. You start bombing their ass, that's going to shut down first.
That would make sense to me. I would think that whatever the threat
Kyle,
is.
you think maybe the other presidents before Trump realized that maybe if you attack them, they're going to close down the Strait of Hormuz?
No, I don't think any of the other presidents ever knew anything. Trump's the only person that's ever known anything ever. Thank God we had him show up and solve the problem that didn't exist previously. So luckily, now we have this problem that we can solve. Dude, I don't know. I'm just listening to people. Like, I watch this and I just go, number one, I don't think anybody fucking knows what's happening. And everybody who says they did, I think, is lying to me. The second thing is that I don't think Trump knows what's going on anymore. He's 80. I bow.
I couldn't disagree more with you. I think he's doing a great job.
I know you do, but here's the thing. Your name literally says MAGA right now. You're in the category of people who don't matter for votes. You don't matter for votes because you're already in the tally of people who don't.
I wasn't here trying to be flirted with for new votes. But I'm just saying he's doing
what I'm saying is that the gettable votes, he's running people away. So people just go, fuck it, I'm not interested.
No one's running away. He's solidly entrenched against people.
Your opinion on this is irrelevant because the people who can actually decide, hey, I'm going to go vote and I'm going to push this over the limit, which is going to be conservative independence, or people who go, fuck it, this guy doesn't seem like he has any value to what he said he was going to do previously. I read his promises. He's not keeping them. The people that look at that, they're just tuned out, and you can't tune them back in. And if you listen to what even our vice president said the other day, he said 10 years ago, we only had 35 people that would vote for something similar to the SAVE Act to be able to secure elections. And today, we've got 45, 46, which leads me to believe that maybe in a decade, if we just vote hard enough, wish hard enough, or want it enough, then maybe they'll do the thing that was on their campaign promise, which, by the way, was central to every single thing Trump said. He said the elections are rigged, which I believe, and if you don't secure them, then we don't have real elections. You haven't secured them, so I believe him that we don't have real elections. So
Kyle, I get your perception of voting, but you're not about what's happening in the United States of America. In the United States of America, the economy is excellent. Our energy production, the economy. Let me do this. The Dow Jones. Let me slow it down for you. I'm telling you, the Dow Jones, the S&P 500, and the Nasdaq are all at or right near all-time highs. Time out, Kyle. I'm not done, you motherfucker. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking.
Things that don't matter.
Dude, you like to interrupt people because you think you're the smartest guy in the fucking building. You're not. So shut the fuck up. So let me talk. So the second thing, inflation. Excellent. Kyle, inflation, excellent. Okay, under Trump, inflation, excellent. Unemployment, excellent.
What do you mean by excellence in inflation?
You want me to go through inflation now with you? Okay, let's do inflation. Let's go through the whole room. You're going to be obtuse because you're a little smarty pants. All right, smarty pants. Inflation rate in America. Today, let's get it for Kyle because he's going to be an obtuse little fucking smarty pants. All right, so here it is. Ready, smarty pants? Here's your inflation rate. It is at 3.3% right now.
So the goal is clear by the Fed.
No, it's not. That's a goal by Jerome Powell. But when you're at 3% inflation,
when you're at 3%, that means your money is losing.
Well, no, dude, shut the fuck up. You don't know anything about finance. You don't know anything about finance. Wages increase in America is the next question.
Okay, it better be more than 3%, obviously. A lot more.
Mike, can you still do that thing on the show?
Hold on, it better be a lot more than 3%, and it better.
No, you're trying to caveat a lot more. Oh, it's got to be a lot more, right? Okay.
We got to from the cost that happened.
Wages increase like 9%. Wages increase in America, March 2026, 3.5%. So it's slightly more than that. So it's 0.2. Go to math school because I can tell you that you never did any finance in your life. So, but here's the idea. The idea here is he's doing great financially. Our borders are secure. Right? We now pump more oil. We are the #1 oil producer in the world.
That's why it's $5.50 a gallon.
Because
I got it.
No, that's because it sounds like you live in the limber state of California if it's 550
No, I live in Texas,
That's your
America.
fault.
I live in
Where do you
America.
live?
Texas.
What part? Okay, it's not 550 a gallon unleaded regular. So
well, there you go, Kyle. It's all said diesel. You're hard
okay, diesel. Okay, you have to go to diesel. What do you drive? A freaking big rig? Like, what do you stop lying in here?
Yeah, I drive a fucking big rig. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, anyhow. The bottom line is the economy's doing great.
What do you drive?
Right now, a G-Wagon and an Escalade. And a fucking golf cart. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking about
Do you let your boyfriend drive it often, or
yeah,
just like?
All right. Married 18 years, 3 kids. But anyhow, so bottom line here is, you don't know anything about finance. Yeah,
I know nothing about finance. Yeah,
no, you don't. You're financially illiterate. It's obvious. Don't shoot out your back window like a weirdo again, or your kitchen, whatever. So bottom line is this. When you talk about Trump, don't talk about him like you're smarter than him, because you're not. You never accomplished like him. You're not him.
I am not going to vote for anything Trump says.
I know you're not, dude. You're a liberal. You're going to vote for Gavin Newsom because you like pretty little hairstyles.
I might vote for Gavin Newsom now, only because it might.
You should. I don't want your vote. I want you gone.
Here's the funny thing. A lot more people listen to me than you, and we might think that's fun. I'm an accelerationist.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and fix that in a minute. You're just a little podcaster, dude. No one cares.
What's your audience look like there, Eddie?
My audience looks like whatever I want to make it.
Okay, that's not a real thing.
Yeah, it is a real thing, because I can do that. I move mountains, you know.
Mountains? He has faith the size of a mustard seed. Go on. It's impressive.
He not only moves them, he flies over them in his Gulfstream.
Yeah, that's Jack.
This guy doesn't understand who he's talking to. It's he's talking to just.
You got no fucking idea who you're talking to. You're talking to like a fucking former college baseball player. You understand? I got fucking trophies up on my wall.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's 26 years ago.
Overweight.
That's 26 years ago, special agent. That's 26 years ago, special agent. 26 years ago, special agent. I know who you are too.
Hey Eddie, talk to Kyle like you're the 9 to 5 guy that's not invested in the market, that sees the price of milk at fucking $10 a gallon, the price of gas at almost $6 a gallon. Talk to him from that perspective, not the one that sits on Wall Street that fucking short shit all the time. Okay? When you get that perspective in your fucking
I've never shorted stock. I've never shorted stock in my life. I never shorted stock in my life. And so I will say on topic, this guy's a negative Nelly. He seems to think that the world's coming to an end, and all he wants is some grit so that he can get more podcasts, more people to listen to his garbage podcast. And he badmouths our president because all he wants is for people to show him attention. Oh, look at me. He's like Nick Fuentes. Why don't you join Nick and vote?
It's getting a headache. Listen, Eddie, we had one question for you, which I think
out of the room.
No, I couldn't listen anymore. I was getting a headache. That wasn't flow. Now listen, Eddie, it was one simple question that Crazy asked you, and I think it's a legitimate one. The average person that is not in the market and doesn't make their money by capital gains and losses doesn't worry about what the market is doing. They worry about what they can afford. And they can't afford anything, right? That's the problem. So how are you convincing those people that they're better off?
Yeah, okay, great question, Cliff.
You're taking everything.
160 million. He asked me the question.
No, you're not waiting for this.
But he did answer. Oh, yeah, go ahead. You go first. Go ahead.
You guys are answering this in the most rudimentary mathematical equations. You know what's not being rudimentary. 2 plus 2 equals 4.
Why are we pretending that?
Wait, shut the fuck up. Y'all are having a political debate. What are we debating? Listen, guys, all right. I just asked a question. I wasn't debating.
I want to answer you, but I'm not allowed to.
Shut up. For fuck's sakes. Stop talking more than I am. When you ask a question, you want to respond. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk. I'm going to give you a response.
Talking. So you're going to take the
I'm giving you a response. But when you ask an honest question... Everybody, ADG is about to respond. Please shut up and listen to this guy. 2 plus 2 is 4.
Yes, it is. And 3 plus 3 is 6. So if I have to do rudimentary calculations with you all, we can continue to do that. We can do the multiples of 3. Well, first of all, you have to explain to me what rudimentary means. All right, so listen. I understand the hatred divulged for Trump. I get it. The dude sounds like a fucking asshole. Well, we can't say that. Come on. Stop it. No, he does. He does. That's rudimentary. Fucking asshole. Well, that's because he's a fucking asshole. Yeah, we can't say that. Come on. Stop it. No, he does. I mean, that's rudimentary.
There's not half in the bag.
Did I get my one answer question answered first, Jeff?
Always answer. Go ahead, bro. Crazy. You already know.
Why?
You know why?
Yeah, I want to answer.
Go ahead.
Crazy. I've been dagging. Look, I'll be quick.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Ready? 160 million middle-class Americans invest in the stock market. 160 million. Okay.
I gotta freaking get this over and done with so I can get on with my life. I pray that that's true. I would want nothing more for that to be true. And it's a shame. I only have the faith of a mustard seed, and maybe that can make something like that happen. Because from all evidence, there is no time where Trump, when it comes to something like this, does it his way in reality. But I would love for that to be true. I really would. But that variable in the back, they sabotage things all the time. That's why I can't fully say, that's what's going to happen. So I don't know, but I'd love to find out, and I wish that was true. I pray that's true.
Douglas McGregor just said there's a massive movement of U.S. troops. Sorry, what did he say? But that's been happening all day, so I don't know why he's saying it's breaking. Massive movement of U.S. planes and resources into the Middle Eastern region, but that's been happening throughout today, so I'm not sure what he means. But, okay, let's go to, let's go to Parabel.
Hello, hi, and good evening to you guys. I suppose you are in the States. I just want to try to connect all the dots. If we can just freeze a minute about the topic of the current ceasefire in Hormuz. Let's just freeze a second. I don't know if you can hear me well.
Yes, you can.
Great stuff. So let's just freeze a minute.
think he said his name, maybe Beaver. I don't know, whatever. And then I'm like, so then Beaver's like, fuck, shit. So we gotta pause the state. We're trying to do the little pause part of it. And obviously you did doctor because the Beaver was like, oh shit, now we gotta remove him. And Beaver's like looking around trying to find the little thing to remove. You know how it's positioned in a weird way where it's like, just all fucked up. You know what I mean? And he goes to do it. It's like there's a little like delay, and he hit the wrong person. It happened to be Joel down below there, down in the audience here, knocked her out, and realized he didn't get rid of Brad. Of course, then Brad's like fuming on stage at the same time, going, "I'm going to dox all of you because you're not getting rid of them." Like, dude, it was the most epic shit show in 5 minutes. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, and then I come back to all this. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Right, Beaver? Wasn't that just nuts?
Yeah.
So, anyways, I haven't talked to him. I don't know if any of you have talked to him today at all, but yeah, he'll probably show up. We'll have to sort it out really quick, But I blocked Mount because he went way over top. I'm like, fuck that shit. And he might be gone forever now since he did all this bullshit. So, I mean, Clubhouse is totally gonna like device ban him. I bet, I wouldn't be surprised.
He did probably. I think it's illegal. What he did.
Well, Pepe did. I don't know if you were just here. He was like,
yeah, I think like he broke the law.
Yeah.
I mean, once he said that it would be sad if anything happened to her, and he posted a picture of that handgun. It's like, dude, that's. I don't know. I mean, yeah, you might not have said I'm gonna do this, but you make it. That is not going around the fence with it. That is being like outright threatening.
Alistair, were you recording that room, by the way, that late? Do you record 3 a.m. rooms? I don't know.
Maybe, but I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know right now. But I did talk to Mountain earlier today, and I told him, if you come on this app and you make death threats, I was like, you are out of legal compliance, and I could show you the actual federal and state code. I was like, come into compliance. He's like, thanks, brother, but he can't let it go. So, nobody can let anything go, and that's why if somebody attacks me personally, I got no problem recording it, posting it, and then letting it go. But I don't carry grudges against, berserker Vikings on a rampage in a forest trying to kill me. That's not how I want to live my life. I'm a pleasant, happy person. And I hope if a homicidal person finds me annoying, I hope that he can understand what I mean without me being mean, to quote our great RFK, HSSI, whatever secretary. See what I'm saying? Hello?
I pinged Brad in. Might as well just get this out of the way if he's hanging out anywhere, because I don't know. To me, it was just a bit too much. I don't think we did anything wrong. We can only do so much because clearly you got to give us time to do what we need to do. And just because there was a delay doesn't mean that we were all in on this or some bullshit like that,
So you're because you're getting the blame from Brad because a berserker Viking just attacks anything that can be attacked in his immediate vicinity. But what you're going to have to deal with is saying, I'm sorry, because Brad is the #1 Viking berserker in the forest. Matt, you're not going to be able to stand up to the berserker power. I'm just telling you. Hello?
No, I mean, I have no problems. I'll explain it and I'll apologize. I don't know how far it will go, but he's going to come in rage here. I know that probably. So we'll just have to deal with that. I don't give a fuck, but I don't know.
Yeah, he's just going to chew you out. But I was also saying things as some chaos was happening. But I think what you're talking about, I didn't witness or hear. But I know that, he was attacking me on stage and then I started attacking him on stage. But nothing that I haven't already said in the past. So I got no problem.
That was last night? He was
Yeah, that was when you kicked him to the goo, and then yeah.
This kind of started between you and him, and then it spread to Mountain, right? Because it started with you, right, first, and then Mountain. Because remember, I was away. I don't know.
It was like it was the three of us all screaming at the same time, but
yeah, I was right about all that noise.
Yeah.
There was I came back, everybody was like,
yeah. I kept saying Brad Stauffenberger denies children's health insurance claims. Brad Stauffenberger denies children's health insurance claims.
Or was that verbally?
Verbally, I kept saying it verbally, and I think there was stuff in the chat going on that I didn't see. But anyways, you know.
Well, you should have done that either. You just doxed them too, or what was going on?
No, everybody knows he denies children's health insurance claims. I thought everybody knew that.
But you said his last name. I actually don't know his last name and all that, but.
Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. Berserking Viker. Berserker Viker.
His information when he texted me on Discord, he had like his real phone number, all that shit. I was like, and I think it was Rick or somebody that like had already given his real name. I didn't really like.
So what is he? It's gonna be interesting to see what he considers doxing if everybody already knows his last name, right? That's not considered doxing, kind of. I guess it's like semi.
Well, no, it's the doxing part isn't the thing. The fact that he showed a picture of his daughter.
Well, that's different. Right. But
no, he was public.
Obviously, it was his claim that he got doxed in the room. You know what I mean? So,
no, it's just a bullshit. But he was public on his profile for years. He had his Instagram with his legal name. He has an LinkedIn account. The guy's a public guy. How do you come to the public square, scream homicidal death threats, and not expect any kind of like reverse communication? Bro, you're in the public square. Hello?
Right. Well, I feel bad that she got astray there, Beaver. That was brutal. You're just like, oh shit, I sent the wrong person out of the room.
Actually, it can be pretty fucking annoying, 30.
Yeah, I'm kind of like on a short leash with that guy right now. I just can't. Wait. No.
But look, guys, let me tell you something. He likes to blame the Jews for everything. Guys, Pepe, he's an excellent. He likes to blame the Jews for everybody. Pepe likes to blame the Jews for, that's what he does. Like, and it's just like, okay, I get it. Oh, you're gonna repeat it again? Amazing. And then.
And then he's doing that goofy laugh lately. I just want to smack him on that one. God, it's so fucking annoying. Remind me to ask if Brad does show up. He sounded like he was pretty 10 shits to the wind. Like, I hardly ever catch people who have been drinking. Well, not at least with Brad. Usually, you could kind of tell. Brad would sound like he was ready to just kill people last night anyways, even prior to that,
Well, he had a...
Immediately into, like, going after you, me, Bima, and Joe, like, we didn't even have a chance. He didn't give us a chance to write
Mountain or
Brad.
The problem is also it didn't help to have Joe there because they have their own beef going, And then Bam wasn't around, but he always ties her in with it, And then Bima, he doesn't really care for Bima, but they did have the Jazzy Force that was going on, which means, they were at peace. We signed that agreement. Whatever that was 2 weeks ago.
You do realize it is essentially a bang room, right? Like you could go to black bang rooms and it's the same thing. It's a category of content. It's called bang room.
Yeah, I used to have those on all the time, dude.
Yeah, but you would think that if you're a grown adult, particularly like a father and a professional, you wouldn't engage in bang room behavior. That's the critique as an artist.
What do you do besides troll and talk shit to people? You fucking faggot. Like, don't act like you're
Effing
like,
F word. Listen, what I'm
some moral high ground.
I'm trying to accurately describe the situation. Oh, okay. Well, I know you give me your grace, Pepe. All I'm trying to say is that in life, I have boiled down all interactions to either artist or critic. What Pepe just demonstrated was his criticism of my artistry. And it goes both ways. And
you're talking
hello?
about my artistry. Faggot sucks like a fucking dick.
Well, some of us.
The worst part of this whole thing was Monica this morning bringing it up and injecting herself in the whole thing. And I was just like, thinking this is exactly why people fucking hate you.
And what we didn't need to get Brad even more angrier. I woke up to that. So I woke up and I heard Monica going, how do we handle this with him? Like, I was like, oh, no. And then she got on me in the back chat a little bit. She's like, oh, you don't want me to defend my friends? I'm like, no, stay the fuck out of it. Basically, she was getting so bad.
Who was this?
Monica.
Monica's saying shit that about Brad?
No, Monica came on the stage this morning, same house, or same room, and she's like, what should we do about this? Like, about Brad. Like, she was going back and forth. I think with you, Beaver, right?
She gave up to Brad, like, why would Brad post this? It's only hurting Brad.
Brad was pissed off. Look, Brad is somebody who yells and talks shit. Like I said, I've gotten into it with him. He's a hothead. He really is. But he's somebody he's like, the next day is just kind of like, he's just like, I'm over it. Yeah. And like, he's not, I understand he's probably like super frustrated when it happened because he texted a picture of it, or messaged a picture of his daughter's face, and then the next picture was a handgun. Like, that's just so uncalled for. And then, of course, he ends up getting kicked after Mountain does.
Exactly.
He's just going to say a bunch of shit because he's raging. And it's just like, you can't expect him to be reasonable when that happened.
Yeah, it was like compounding, you know what I mean? The frustrations of, he gets like told, he gets moved to the goo and then removed, after, being completely like doxed in that way. Now, all that other stuff, the channel stuff came like a ways after, like 20 minutes after the actual incident, It wasn't during while he was on stage or anything, but as far as I know, I don't know. But, and then there was something else I just realized, what was that I was just going to mention? Oh, he posted, the reason why Monica was on stage is he posted that whole chain or screenshot of all the DM that we're talking about on Pocket's house wall. That's why Monica knew about it, because Brad went and posted on the house wall for whatever reason. He was raging,
It's just like, read the situation, Monica. Have some awareness. You butting in right now is only going to fucking piss him off. Just be quiet.
Exactly.
I used to hate that the left would use the term Karen because it always like would be aimed at like bitchy white women, But it's like at the same time, it's like, god damn, they kind of nailed that stereotype like really well, and it does. Like, I don't want to dogpile on somebody, especially who's not here to defend themselves.
Well, don't you feel bad for all the Karens out there that are actually nice ladies?
Yeah, I do. Because then you have people whose name starts with M that just ruin it for them.
Well, all I can say is that the political climate and the culture tries to describe itself now as a progressive movement. The progressive movement is nothing more than a taxologist tax movement. And it's all about black reparation tax or a black tax, which is really just social redistribution and taxation by another name. You can't get around the three-letter words like tax.
This is stupid.
No, it's not stupid. That's what they're doing. Well, hold on, let me finish. Okay, let me finish. I'm not finished speaking. Oh, I'm not going to shut up, Dr. Peepee.
Your art is dumb.
Okay, well, your party hat's dumb. And what I'm trying to tell you is tax and tax reform is the real issue at hand, but they just hypnotize you with their bullshit topics like abortion buses, reparation black tax, a dozen other topics. And so ultimately it comes down to two things, cause and effect. But everything is broke. All the cities are woke and they're all broke. So that's the issue at hand. Everything else is just political communication, hypnosis, propaganda. It's all spam. I am complete. Thank you very
Do
much.
you think once? What I find really funny is you get Elizabeth Warren, you get all of these progressives that live fairly well, that are pushing for this shit, and even the black ones, like hell, Kamala Harris is doing pretty well. Her husband is a very wealthy attorney. You know, I don't know. You get these. To me, these politicians want to stay in fucking power. They don't. Even if the ideas are kind of fucking stupid, they'll at least promise them or say they're for them when they're running for election. You know, even with Donald Trump, he kind of. I'm just gonna be frank. The politicians on both sides, I think, promise.
Yeah, you're going to be frank. What we need is a spending tracker. We need a spending tracker. We need transparency and a public ledger. No, we want to know where the money goes to and to who. We need total transparency. It's total cronyism. Every city takes out billions of dollars in loans and gives it to nonprofit equity. It's the same scam as USAID. We are living in the midst of criminal politicians that do it in the open politically, and they do it.
Yes, they're way better at siphoning from tax dollars.
And borrowing. It's not direct taxation anymore. It's borrowing from Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and JP Morgan and other banks. It's a huge scam. Look at Nick. Nick, come up here and teach this young Dr. Peepee something about the books. Because Dr. Peepee's all entertainment. He's not an accountant. He's not an actuarial scientist. He's not interested in finance. He just wants to scream the N-word all day long because he's got no IQ. He's never looked at a ledger. He's never looked at a balance sheet. This guy is a schmuck. Hello?
Shut up. But you have, you dipshit. We all know that.
Yes, I have. I've worked in corporate America. I've managed portfolios. Okay, you can keep screaming, shut up, Dr. Peepee, but you're not addressing what I'm saying because you have no intelligence. You've got the IQ of a gnat. I am complete. Hello?
This has long been, wherever you've had a big Democratic machine, whichever city, whether it was Boston, New York City, Chicago, Baltimore, DC, it doesn't matter where it is. It's always been how people have always tried to find a way to, politicians and everybody involved have found a way, how do we siphon off these funds? How do we give it to, the guys on our side, the guys that gave us, campaign contributions, whatever. Yes, it's a big fucking scheme. I get it. I'm not, I think that when I hear like actual leftists, not your average Democrats or liberals say like, well, why can't we be like a country like, a sock-dem country like, I don't know, Norway or something like that. I think it's really nice how they have all these wraparound services there. And so it's like, oh, because it will all be looted by corruption and of course, fraud basically by both the American people and the crony capitalists, as you say, and the politicians around them. It's not possible. Like, we are like a pretty fucking corrupt country. I mean, we're not as bad as Mexico or anything like that, but we definitely cannot use our tax dollars, I think, in a way that's meaningful. Like, we have a shitty population.
That's actually bullshit. That's actually bullshit.
To be straight, we are a lot more. Hold on. Shut your slurp pipe for a second.
No, shut the fuck up.
No, you shut the fuck up, bitch.
No, you shut the fuck up, you fucking nigger motherfucker.
Shut the fuck up.
Fuck up, you fucking nigger.
Before I go to Mexico and smack the fucking shit out of you, faggot.
No, shut the fuck up,
you
you fucking nigger.
Dentures for $20 too while I'm down there.
No, bullshit. No, push
I would. Yeah, what the fuck would you do? Tough guy, shut your fucking mouth and let me finish speaking then. Know your lane,
I'll find out where you live, you motherfucker.
Oh, you can find where I live. And what are you going to do? Nothing.
Yeah.
If you want to pull up on camera, I'll take that same camera out of your hand, and I will literally bend you over, spank you,
asshole.
And then I will dry hump you from behind and show you what a good little bitch you are. So please, no offense, shut your filthy little fucking mouth, you fucking faggot. Just shut the fuck up and let me finish my fucking point. God damn. No, anyways, no, the problem is American people shut your dirty fucking felon mouth, you stupid faggot.
Fuck you. I'm not the one that sucks cocks. You do.
No, you are. You are the one in prison. You have to help people invade our country for money because you're a worthless fucking loser. Suck a dick. Now, yeah, our country does have a lot of shitty people. We do not have the same citizenry as Norway, for example. We cannot trust our people and we cannot trust our politicians the same way. Like, when it comes to taxes, you really almost have to default to the conservative position where, yeah, you don't want the federal government taking care of this shit. Why? Because they're not going to fix it. You know, and I'm sympathetic where if we had an honest people and an honest politicians and honest government, fine, we can have larger safety nets. But America isn't the country for it. That's the bottom line.
Hey, by the way, the United States is not worse than Mexico. You said Mexico was more fraudulent than America, and that's actually bullshit.
It's more corrupt, absolutely.
Yeah.
I said corrupt.
Well, yeah. Same thing. Well, I mean,
it's more corrupt. Are you really going to try to convince us that Mexico's not more corrupt?
Well, they're not more corrupt than the United States because the only reason why I say that is because the United States fucking pays fucking every fucking country in the fucking world to survive. So I don't know about that.
Okay, so you're telling me in Mexico that cops and politicians aren't like still to this day largely bought off and paid for by criminals. And by any special interest group, like whether it's a corporation, whatever, to just do what they want. That is Mexico's problem. And they also have a much different problem where nepotism is far worse in Mexico than it is here. Like it's illegal to do the type of nepotism you have there is highly illegal. No, I'm talking about in government.
You're talking about in government now? Well, I mean,
yes, they have large families.
On the street,
Once one of them gets any kind of power, they're expected to take care of their whole family. They absolutely discriminate.
Well,
that's part of them having like family before everything is kind of part of their downfall because it makes it so that nepotism in a weird way is given a positive value judgment. In the eyes of the Mexican people.
I'll give you that.
Out of all countries, who is the most corrupt, do you think? Like, just out of all the countries? Anybody have? I think there's a ranking, isn't there?
They do have a corruption index.
Yeah. I need to look that up.
I mean, I'll look it up.
Colombia. I guess it depends, like, is it financial or criminal, I suppose, because Ukraine would be, like, probably right up there with, like, financial corruption, and then, like, the rest, like, murders and stuff like that, probably, like, whatever, Colombia. I don't know, there's probably a way to break it down. James says Israel.
I forget the name of the word for it in Israel. It's like anybody who I guess is familiar with Israel, they know this word. I don't know. I forget it. I think it starts with an S, but it's what you call like a sucker. And people on here have explained it to me. Like they're like, no, that is a thing. Yeah. It's in other words, don't be the dumb sucker that plays by the rules in a way where you will, not come out ahead. And so there is like, they look down on, in a weird way. I don't know how to put it. It's hard because it's culturally different, so I don't know how to really judge it.
It's kind of like natural, like to their culture, the corruption. And if you aren't doing, they think you're a sucker. Is that a good way to put it, or no?
Yeah, like if you aren't at least willing to bend the rules, or if you're not willing to do what you need to do
to get ahead.
Yeah, it's like you're a sucker, and I don't know. I'm not.
That'd be kind of weird to live in that kind of. I mean, we kind of have that here in a way, like those, the street hustle or whatever. But
if I was, dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like,
I'd be down with that.
Like people. Okay, so I'm okay. This is gonna sound anti-Semitic. I'm sorry, really sorry, but like some of the most cutthroat people, just business-wise, to like really have to work with, and that's I have not my dad or anybody else, but other family members who worked in like the garment industry in New York City, shit like that. I mean, Jews have like a real reputation for being very, I guess you could say like adept and they're very savvy and shrewd when it comes to business and very difficult to work with, especially if you're an outsider. But like when they're amongst themselves, I highly doubt that changes. And I can only I can only imagine doing business in Israel, like personally.
Well, have you ever heard the term "out Jew the Jew"? I mean, that's that's fucking classic.
I mean, yeah, I've heard that. The thing is, though, is that they have like a tight knit. Like in a lot of these industries, they'll become very tight knit, and I feel like and you look at this with Jews, they tend to go into certain industries, and then they're highly nepotistic and highly favor their own, and they are going to. There's going to be a bitch to work with because of that.
I don't want to insult you, Pepe, or interrupt you, but you're just repeating tropes, which applies to every tribe, every group. It could be Indians, it could be blacks, it could be Chinese. You're saying what applies to everyone. You are. Just say it. Say it with a different race, and you'd be like, oh, well, he's right, actually. Indians do that. Persians do that. French and British and Canadians, they all do that. It's called psychology and tribalism. It's not just because of Jews, Pepe. Who's giving me that X sign? Are you stupid?
Oh, you're in the blender.
Yeah, just put him in you.
I will. Probably. Have you ever worked with a Jew?
Yeah, I worked with Jews, but never in a Jewish-dominated industry. So it's like these were just people like me. So, but it's a thing. And yes, there are other groups that do this, where they'll tend to maybe have market capture of a certain industry. Jews, if it's obviously the media, Hollywood, advertising, specific fields, especially ones that are influential, the garment industry, that's another one. There's different. The diamond trade is one where they're known for. But they tend to, they are extremely tribal, and it's like, yeah, they're not going to share. They're going to want to make sure that their tribe has control over that industry.
You're describing human behavior, not a specific group of people having malicious traits. I'm not going to shut up. You are libeling and slandering a group of people. It's called bigotry. It's called racism and stupidity. It applies to all groups of people, dumbass. I'm not an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it doesn't apply to all ethnic groups. The thing that you also have to remember is they are a very small ethnic group. Tribal identity and like how tribal you are greatly increases the smaller you are in numbers. So they're going to be more tribal just because there's fewer of them. I think if like white Christians were only 0.02% of the world's population, we'd be super fucking tribal.
Right. Let me ask. Is the diamond industry? What industries do we know that they got locked in? Like I don't actually. Is that really like definitely for sure the diamond industry? I'm gonna look all this.
So Hollywood's a given. You can look at just the media in general, whether it was print media, it was broadcasting. Here's the thing: if you look in the 1970s, 70% of the ownership, just the ownership, was Jewish. Then if you start getting into like who was also in other words, they were so saturated in the media in general that if you start looking at who was on the editorial board,
I'm sure she'll show up. She makes some good arguments. She showed that they're not Jewish owned, like most of the Hollywood.
No, I said in the 70s.
Oh, you're about the 70s.
So yeah, 70s was at their peak, and so in the 70s, so you have ABC, NBC, CBS, the major broadcasting channels. Then you have the major publications. I believe it was like Newsweek. I don't know if the Atlantic was. The New York Times definitely was.
I got a question.
But then a bunch of the other. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
But a bunch of the other ones, and it's absolutely, they dominated that industry. Advertising. What is it? 52nd or 42nd Street? I forget the name of the street.
Something that is a very real thing, especially from the corporate financing world. Nick, you could probably speak to that a little bit more. Time in business is definitely something, and to have your contractor license established, working on side jobs, establishing your clientele for a demonstrated period of time, that definitely helps you, be able to establish and, create those relationships. Just from like a business development standpoint, you know what I mean?
The contract. I ain't gonna lie to you. I never really even thought about a contractor license because I'm telling you like, yeah, I can do this. Like, I can because I can do it. That's just the way I always get down. I'm from North Florida. They're like, can you do this? Yeah, I got you. Like, I can do this. And I ain't never really been on no like.
So, for example, like apartment complexes.
I do property management.
Right. So, I mean, you could get a job turning apartments yourself. You know what I mean? Like, that's something that you could do. Take it up as a side hustle. Partner yourself with local management groups. Pitch your ideas. Demonstrate some of your work. Even offer them something. Because again, this is side money, side hustle. Even offer them something extremely low. To turn 1 or 2 units. They're always looking to cut their bottom line. I did asset management for over a decade. So I'm telling you right now, if you want to position yourself to be able to open up your own business and to be able to gain your own clients just based on name recognition, you need to establish your credentials. The first establishment of credentials is to incorporate a business and to get a general contractor's license.
Go on to live.
Yeah, the hard thing about incorporating a business is I got a recent record. Like, not like a 10-year-old thing, but shit, I got an assault that was last year.
Horrific brain injuries
and
go on to live
something else
happy,
that was
healthy
like
lives without
in
hate,
January.
slander.
So what are the licensure requirements?
What do you mean?
For a general contractor in the state of Utah? Can you
I agree.
right now?
He has found his.
So is there a criminal component to the requirement process? Like, can you not have like a misdemeanor? Is a charge different than a disposed case?
I agree.
What is the level of the disposition of the case? I mean, there's many different things when it comes into licensure requirements. You know what I mean?
He was a boxer.
Oh, I gotta fill out some whole shit to even find out.
I live in Chicago, Dr. Adams, and just across the street from me, some slick Rick developer bought up a city lot for pennies on the dollar and put up the foundation, dug out a hole, put up the foundation, then framed the whole house. And now the tarp is blowing in the wind like crazy, but no one is doing any other work because it's a spec house. And it is on an incredibly busy road. I think they'll probably make profit on it, but and interesting strategy to try to buy city lots and buy premium city lots for pennies on the dollar. And if you can get the mayor and the zoning developing commission to even give you grants and basically pay for the whole place if you give them 25% of the units for affordability. So affordability is a scam. As a libertarian, as a scientist of math and accounting, Nick will agree that borrowing to spend to grow an already defunct and bankrupt system that relies on taxation to fund other people's apartments is not truth. That's a scam. That's fraud. That's not how you grow an economy. It is politics. I rest my case.
Alistair, you sound like a money man.
It's just common sense. You can't create nothing out of nothing, and that's what they claim.
I gotta have some capital. Like I can have all the know-how, but if I ain't got no money to back me to do some shit, I gotta keep raking my money in to get my capital. So if I want to do a job, I can pay for materials and then invoice these motherfuckers so they can pay me back. And I'm not there yet.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. You should probably look into taking out a small business loan and scale.
Man, my credit score is 50.
Scale your business that way. So that's why it's probably important for you to establish, a corporation and start building yourself that way. Yeah, to some degree, your personal credit's going to matter, but you definitely want to set a framework of developing credentials and establishing your business so that you're able to take out small businesses to fund your projects as you're continuing to invoice people and get paid for them.
I just wish the world was more like, hey, you're good at what you do and you do what you do. You know what? We got you. It got to be so damn difficult. Fuck. If you've seen the shit that I was building on right now, you'll be like, what?
See, all of life comes down to politics. Your housing, your pension, your retirement, your savings, your lawsuits.
I'm sick of that shit.
Well, it's an unfortunate reality, but it goes back thousands of years. I don't see how right now is any different than what it was probably like in ancient Rome or ancient Greece or ancient Persia or ancient, Egypt or ancient Greece. People have probably been behaving the same way that they're behaving now throughout the ages. But we're just using English.
I was so close to opening the business that I wanted, and then I fucked up and I got in trouble. I was so close. Me and my partner was going in. I told him, well, I want to open a dispensary. Like, that's what I want to do. I got a green thumb. I'm a master at growing weed and creating concentrates.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what I like to do. But I'm also good at construction. I have a natural aptitude for building shit.
Yeah.
But I like to grow shit instead.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, honestly, our society and economy is so corrupt and defunct that growing shit is like, highly regulated and guarded in a way.
It's hard.
Yeah. It's crazy. There's no land even in the cities, but there's so much land outside of the cities. But
and I lived in North Edwards, California, bro, in the middle of the desert, and I had some water rights on the land and everything. Put a well in, and then I got jammed.
Yeah, my cousin did very well in the cannabis industry and made a lot of money. A lot of people made a lot of money in cannabis. P. Diddy owns the dispensary 2 blocks from my house, and he's sitting in jail. But
it's crazy because, like, if you get one and then go to jail, you're good. But if you have a record before you try to get one,
yeah,
it's hard. It is hard.
they get knocked over. The one by my house, a car has driven through it. They firebombed it. Like there's never any news about the connections or who did these things or why there's so much beef, but there's turnover. You know, that's the thing is I have observed employees who are probably interconnected to like the fire bombings and the rampage and the other chaos, but they make so much money, but they deal with so many, you know, mentally deranged customers. So it's a little bit like dealing with a bar, you know, you always get that one customer who causes 80% of your problems. So that's the difficulty of running a bar, running a liquor store is you get robbed, you get shot. It sucks.
But it's just like what you say, like, especially with the way that the world is starting to look at like weed now. It is just like a bar. The people come in to get their service. Like the last time I was in Vegas, but they got a like in and out service with armed security. You go in and just show your ID and go in this way. You come out a whole different on the other side of the building, and they have people in there ushering you going. So this is what you can get today, and this is. But I was like, when I was a kid, weed was illegal as fuck, and I was like, damn, I should have gotten this thing earlier.
You get customers going in there thinking it's a clubhouse room and they want to talk to your sales associate for 50 minutes. So, you know, I've seen veterans go into dispensaries, start fights and scream, I'm going to, you know, come back here and, you know, etc. And I mean, there's no easy business. They're really, I mean, you know, even if you work in concrete and you pave somebody's driveway and they don't like it, you know, it's like you just never know when you're going to meet that customer who is like, fuck you. And you're like, what?
There's always that customer. There's always that one. That's like, so working with the company that I work with is what I do like, because this job is so fucking big. I don't deal with no customers. You know what I mean? Like we go and we work, and like it's 5 different buildings that are 800,000 square feet apiece. We don't deal with no people. No people come where we're at. We're building data centers, and it's the largest data center that's ever been built that QTS and Meta are building. So I stay out the way and I just rake in my dough. I just rake it in.
It's hard to believe that there's like 2,000 large data centers that are being built. But what I don't understand is the population fucking doubling or something? Like, how the fuck is it all just federally funded and they're getting huge government grants to build these facilities?
So the one I'm at, QTS is funded, and it's a data center that QTS is funding for Meta, and it's the largest data center on the planet.
Do you think
it's big? It's big. Like it takes an hour to walk across the building.
Wow.
It's huge, bro. It's huge. It's huge. The buildings are 3,500 feet long by 500 feet wide.
Do you think?
And I do carpentry work, metal work, and I run equipment, and you know I do all these things. But like you said, yeah, I
Who
would
do
start
you
my own thing.
who do you
Yeah,
use
but
who do you use for your home internet?
Me?
Yeah,
G-Fiber, son.
What's G-Fiber? Who owns that?
I'm guessing Google.
Oh, you use Google Fiber. Okay. Because I'm just wondering how, because I use AT&T and that's done via light, fiber optic light. And that to me is like a fucking mystery, but it seems to be better than the cable.
I got too. No, I got that shit too.
So how do all these data centers play into that network? Like why?
We just got a bomb threat last week that shut the whole site down.
Yeah. But what I don't understand is if they build all this extra capacity, what are they, how does that play into the pre-existing network of AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Comcast, etc.?
So this data center, it's not them. It's Meta. This is a Meta data center. in Meta yet, buy them.
I mean, you're gonna have peering points, right? So what they're building is just hyperscalers where they're gonna put a bunch of GPUs, a bunch of CPUs, right? So you can make all your goofy little AI music and AI pictures and AI videos. And matter of fact, NVIDIA created their own switch for inside of data centers that does like 70 petabits per second, something AT&T, Comcast, Cox, those guys wish they could do on wide area networks. But those data centers basically connect to a wide area network that then connects to a 40 gig, 100 gig, national backbone. Just like any other data center, except these hyperscalers, what's crazy about them is just the amount of compute that they're shoving into them as opposed to traditional data centers that have been around since the 90s.
It's definitely, it's different.
But it's a business opportunity, right? Because now Meta can even sell their capacity to IBM or even to Google, like that ability to, I guess, access, because it's almost like giving access to quantum computing, no?
Look, I just build the buildings. All I do is build the buildings.
But you see what I'm saying? Like you can use these data centers for alternative purposes. You can use these data centers to do alternative purposes. They're not just, for one specific purpose.
Like them, but I'm like, look, that don't got nothing to do with me. We got there's 4,000 people on my job site a day that work.
4,000?
4,000.
Damn. Where is it at?
Eagle Mountain, Utah.
Oh, you're.
That's the 20.
The QCS data centers.
Yeah, I think that's the 20 gigawatt. They're trying to figure out how the hell they're gonna power that thing.
no, they're powering it. Each building has like 80 transformers that are like the size of a fucking house, and then on the other side they have chillers, and it's the only data center that doesn't use any water.
Yeah,
it's
listen to what I just said. I said 20 gigawatt. Who generates 20 gigawatts of juice?
So wait, how do they cool it, Chris?
They have chillers.
What do the chillers run off of?
Couldn't tell you. All I do is build shit.
Agua fria, ese.
So if they use chillers, though, it runs on electric. It's just based off of like your home AC, right?
All I do is build things. Like, yeah, I do concrete. I run equipment. I do carpentry. I'm not an electrician by far. I don't have anything to do with any of that shit. I don't fuck around with electricity. That's how you die.
Yeah, but if you know how it works, that's how you make more money. I mean, I know a guy who's made many millions and, works for somebody who's made many billions building data centers throughout the world, in Japan, Indonesia, Singapore, all around the world. They're building data centers. They're not just building 1,500 to 2,000 in the United States actively right now. They're building 20,000 actively throughout the planet. Am I right? Am I wrong? Hello?
You should look up the Eagle Mountain QTS Meta data center.
All right, so here's the challenge with power, right? So you're familiar with the city of Phoenix?
Yeah.
All right. So west side of Phoenix, there's something called the Palo Verde nuclear power plant, right? They've got 3 reactors. Those reactors combined only generate 4 gigawatts of power. So this data center, this 20 gig data center you're building in Utah, the same one that they're building in Louisiana. Let me repeat myself. The Palo Verde power plant, which is 3 reactors, only generates 4. Where the hell are they going to get the other 16 gigawatts, right? So this is going to be the challenge with these hyperscaler data centers that are being built all across America, is the grid today doesn't generate enough. So if you take Palo Verde, which powers the majority of Phoenix, right, which is not, in that Southwest region, I lived out there, worked in data centers out there. The problem becomes the generation of power to power these things at their max capacity, right? So when they say, hey, we're building 20, gigawatt data center, that means at max capacity, we can generate that much, power. Problem becomes is the actual production of the electricity to run it. They're not going to stand up to the reactors like that. So that's the challenge that U.S. grid is going to face, is generating the power for the demand that these data centers are going to have.
Well, all I know is it's like a $15 billion project, and these engineers and planners, they have an idea, and we're building it.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, I'm not arguing. Yeah. It's not worth building. It's can I light it up to its, full, can I juice the Death Star to its full capacity?
Yeah,
right?
I feel like they believe so, and for me, that's job security. As long as they keep believing.
So
I got a whole bunch of I got like 10 more years of work on this project.
Chris, don't you know that Trump passed a bill that allows Meta and Google to build nuclear-powered reactors next to their data centers?
Well, then I might work on that next.
I didn't see nuclear. The only thing I saw was they could do LNG and other.
I mean, like I said, there's a lot of people that hate it. Like, not this most recent Friday, but last Friday we had a bomb threat. They closed the whole fucking site down. And then somebody tried to sneak onto the site and all kind of like 800 police, like the whole city got police.
There's a bunch of crap on Facebook that these things are going to destroy the world, and your water well's going to run dry, and air pollution because of the generator tests. I'm like, shut the fuck up. There's been data centers since the 90s. You guys know what you're talking about. The reality becomes, Trump, said, hey, go build nuclear power reactors, and Microsoft is funding, bringing, what the hell's the one here in Pennsylvania? 3 Mile Island back online, not the reactor that melted down, but the other two. But it takes years. Like for a brand new, even these micro reactors, it's going to take like 10 years for those to be built, get certified, go jump through the hoops to have physical material to actually generate power.
Yeah, to see that's beyond my pay grade.
Yeah, well, anyways, I hope everybody has a pleasant evening. Dr. Adams, thanks for telling me about this cool Meta Eagle, Utah data center. I looked it up. I looked at the Google reviews, and people fucking hate that place.
They definitely hate it, but it's given 4,000 jobs. And
What's interesting is most of the reviews are truck drivers leaving the reviews of making deliveries to the facility.
Oh yeah, no. So the city of Eagle Mountain is like an up and coming little spot. I wouldn't even call it a city. More of a Richie town that's just like all new, like track houses that are, very expensive and big and nice. And they get 4,000 people every day driving through their shit going to build. And then, 100 trucks a day. And they're like, what the fuck is this? Like, traffic is fucked up in their town, all because of we're coming there to work. But also at the same time, we're coming there to work. And we just brought a lot of money into this shit. So they're mad, but they're not mad, but they're mad again.
That need not be discussed in a room full of fans. Let's all just take the deepest.
Yeah, here in PA along the Schuylkill River, it's a river that feeds down past Philly and into Delaware. They're looking to build a bunch of these, not that scale, not that size, and man, everybody's fighting it. And, the little, they call them townships, like something that's smaller than a county, and they're just like, nope, we don't want them here. Get them out of here. They're gonna kill a bird. yards. It's insane. Some of the signs I see on my commute to work, I'm like, oh my God, you people have lost your minds. And one of the local senators, she's like, yeah, we need to wait 3 years, before we do this. I'm like, what? So you can get the credit? So the next administration gets the credit for all the tax revenue that's going to come with these things. But yeah, they're fighting it, and they're picketing. They got stickers and T-shirts, and your kids are gonna grow a third eye. And I'm like, wait a minute, we got a nuclear power plant like 100 yards away. If that didn't kill us, this data center's not gonna do that. It's crazy about these things.
A lot of people say
people don't like them. Some people like them, some people don't. For me, I'm just like, I'm not on the corporate end, so you can't not like me. I'm just out here building shit. I do safety. I run equipment. I do a lot of carpentry shit. I don't even do steel work. The fuck is this motherfucker talking about? No, I'm not going to do no mushrooms today. No, hell no. I'm gonna go to bed.
Oh, money. A lot of people say, I only get 200 views on one. Illinois or federal or Texas state code, 42.6505. A lot of people say,
it feels like a spark. Talking about a future that can light this dark. Got my two.
It's away with egregious things too. You feel me? He shouldn't be looking at the next man because he gets just as much love as the next man. He just don't really see.
He need to love himself. But guess what, bitch? When you come for people's children and when you come from women, that's what he.
Like, I was like, okay, like, I figured out how to get that money, and so I went through all of these fucking PDFs, extracting this data and submitting it, and I got $60,000 in a week, and he was like, this is so great, and we had, and even so, this stuff should have been billed a year ago, and we had the deadline of 1 year, and so we had lost money from that too because it was just the deadline had been met. Wow. So yeah, he was that, he came to me and the doctor and he was like, that is so greatly appreciated, you don't understand how much I appreciate that, blah blah blah. But yeah, I was kind of this was something that was kind of looming over, and they were like, I don't know what to do with it. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? All these fucking
Did he? I know, right? It's just crazy how many incompetent people have these make so much money and they're not doing anything and they're messing up businesses.
Oh my God! Look at the audience.
Yeah, it's Johnny.
Yeah, I'm testing it. Give her mod, because she a plus, and see if she can kick him. Because I think plus people can kick him, I think.
Casey.
Oh, what?
Trying to kick him.
Who told you that? That's not true.
No, I can't.
Some people been kicking him. I'm like, how can they?
That's not true. You can't kick them.
That Alpha girl, whatever her name is Alpha, and she was kicking him out the room.
Hello?
How would she? Alpha doesn't have a plus.
What are all these numbers down in the audience?
That's why I'm asking, like, how the hell is she did it?
She's
What?
not. She's messing with you. It's probably John Andrew, and they're coordinating to make it seem like she has some power that she doesn't have.
What?
They're friends.
They're gone.
Yeah, see, I just took them all out. See? Yeah, I figured out how to do it, how he's doing it.
How did you do that?
He uses a private browser and just opens up.
Let all those people in. Probably also a place you can go if you're the Shah of Iran or the Ayatollah or whatever. You can go to Switzerland as well.
You could also put a lot of illegal money into banks in Switzerland.
Hi, excuse me, but is this room what's left of Rhodesia?
Hi, Jason. What do you think of this look?
Hi, moderators. I was asking, is this what's left of Rhodesia? Thanks for considering my question.
I kind of like the poofy pants.
No, this room is too gay to be Rhodesia. Answering your question.
Those are some poofy pants. I like those Mao suits, actually. I think it would be good if we wore them. You know, one of the best things about the Mao suit is, does this have that? Yeah, it's good protection for your neck. You know, you don't get sunburn across the back of your neck. I think it's very practical. So,
it's hard for communists to admit that they like.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Croninon. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, our taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profit. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
Chicago Mail.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1 billion to give to crony none. Brokers to C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Please spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion, great love, buses on prayer for profit. Open the most transparency now. I'm expanding tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The C to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books. Transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist taxologist. All taxation is the affordability is a scam. Buses are all profits. Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
Allowed back on the street. So if we're not willing to try to do so, which is, and I'm really realistic with you, generally it's only for big.
Wait, you're gonna be realistic with us right now? You're gonna be genuine with us, Pepe?
He got in because I didn't. Monica, you gotta remind.
It's not that I got in. It's why is it always the Pepe show every single night? Pepe dominates talk time. Pepe dominates word time. Why do you dominate every room, Pepe? Pass the mic around. Stop dominating. I don't want to film the Pepe show every night. Pass the mic around. Pass the mic around. Pass the mic around. Pass the mic around. Pass the mic around.
Your shit because he's against the Jews.
So Teresa
Teresa
knows having interest in mentally.
anybody and everybody.
Somebody said let him cook.
Wait a minute, Kitover's not against the Jews. What? Not Kitover, not Pepe. I'm talking about Pepe. He's against the
okay.
Yeah,
Kitover's against. I mean, Pepe's against the Jews. He's against Hitler. Oh my God.
The first step is admitting your racist shit. Keep talking. Go ahead.
I'm just like Hitler. I love him so much. Oh my God.
Kitover is definitely against the blacks.
Like Nora getting on the stage.
Wait, he's definitely against the what? Was that Night King?
Yeah, he's against the blacks.
Kitover's against the blacks. How come I don't hear you?
Well, see, first of all, that's obviously projection, sir, because I believe in the soul of the earth or the spirit of the universe that transcends your mere political identity. And Pepe's show is always so dominating, and he just dat, and dat Republicans, dat Democrats, and dat no one votes Libertarian. So, sir, when you say that John Kitover doesn't like the blacks, sir, that's you projecting onto me. My best friend is black. My son is black. And I am black. I also want to say I am black.
You definitely saying bad shit about black people. Kitover, you a fucking piece of shit, bro.
I am black. Look at me. Don't I kind of look black? Listen, just look at me. I kind of look black. Look at me. Just look at me.
And now I want to hear response. What say you? The jury is deliberating, sir. Do you hate the blacks or what?
No, I got no problem with blacks. People want socialism and they want equity, but they don't want N-wordism. We want classy blacks. Hello?
There it is, Night King. I feel like
I don't believe him.
Wait,
and the reason I don't believe him is
We love the blacks. The blacks love Trump, okay? Don't even worry about it. They voted
He was
for
my
me
biggest fan. He came in my room every fucking day when I was doing Right America. He came into my rooms every day, and he was dick sucking. And like he's somebody. He used to call me, believe it or not, like he used to stand up with Jews. He would call me a righteous Gentile. Like this is where it's really funny.
exactly, Pep.
Ejaculate. Articulate. Everything Pepe says is a lie and very low IQ. In fact, he can't articulate and he can't even ejaculate.
Sound like that woman who Okay, the man was running for
You get
Congress.
fucked like a woman, Adams. Like, the fuck are you talking about?
Whoa. He was running for Congress.
You were straight a year ago, but then you were getting fucked by a white man, and you apparently got married while you were on Clubhouse the same day. Like, really? Are you I was literally trying to take it. He's like, Adams, I always try to avoid you, but like the fact that you keep on digging like you did last night, like I don't want to go there, but I will be like really mean to you. So I'm just saying, if you want to go there,
That's not going to work out for you very well.
What? You're gonna get my account clipped? That's what you're gonna do?
This is the revolt against the Pepe show. Eventually, King Pepe everybody gets annoyed with King Pepe eventually. Pepe's up against the wall. Your back is against the wall, Pepe. The Pepe show is going nowhere. Dr. Pepe, we'd like to move the show along. If you could pass the mic, please. Thank you, Dr. Pepe. No more tantrums for the night, Dr. Pepe. Please, Dr. Pepe. No more tantrums, Dr. Pepe. Please. Let's progress the show. Let's progress the show. To be determined, ladies and gentlemen. This is the President Trump house.
You need to not be pressed about
You need to lose weight. You don't need to be pressed in the Clubhouse. You need to press yourself on a scale.
You know you're not seeing me.
Thank you. You know you're not skinny. Thank you.
Anyways, you know you're not seeing me. I'm not going to even give you a little even inch.
What are you saying? Go eat some pork.
Exactly.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CCU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Broken the books, transparency. No! Public spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Elections for black slaves to scam. It's a black tax. Socialist. A taxologist. All taxation is part of it is a scam. Abortion, Greyhound, buses, Asperger, for profit.
You go to the Three Dogs, and then you go to
You can look at the murders, and this is a really positive. By the way, schizophrenic people commit violent crimes at a lower rate than the any given population.
Schizo N-word Tourette sufferer.
There's a case in Texas I remember. I don't know if you this guy, he's a Hispanic guy with schizophrenia. He's in an elevator with a woman, and they're like, "There's every time you shoot to him back in the head." Why would she see it coming? She wasn't a criminal. She didn't do himself. Then they end up like finding, they end up doing a search warrant, executing a search warrant on his house, and they find like jars of piss in his closet. Because like his piss could somehow be used against him. They're just crazy shit. And it's like, this dude is legitimately crazy. He did this because he's not mentally well. These people exist. And, you know, by the way, he did kill a Hispanic woman in that elevator, so he called racist. But even then, it wouldn't matter if they're black in front of him in that fucking elevator. There's a good likelihood you would have been a fucking victim. Like, we're trying to rationalize crazy behavior. You can't do that. Is that fucking crazy? It's crazy. Like, it kind of makes you crazy to try to rationalize a crazy person. Like, people are not wrong. That's
They kicked me from the room.
You stamped our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change, while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream, sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. The cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tag. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your roll. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spend checker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spits. Cash goes out, we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Stolen numbers and on my line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We want receipts. Every cent, every check, every lead.
Oh, your history. The Berserker Viking.
Brandon Johnson is the tag. There's no one to pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash comes out, we locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line. Put the truth on the giant screen. Till the whole town sees it flash. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Brandon Johnson is the tag. You stamped up paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Signed your name on the dotted, like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with a rating screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes and we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is attacked. You call it for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts, every story we're told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. All sitting in a chokehold just to think it. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our life. Brandon Johnson is the time. We're the ones who pay back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes and we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every line. Brandon Johnson is the time. We want receipts, every cent, every check, every meal. Turn the lights to the ceiling, to the cracks, till the shadows pull back, 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 pull back. Brandon Johnson is attacked. We're the ones who pay back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes and we're locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Put the truth on a giant screen. Till the whole town sees it flash. Brandon Johnson is attacked.
City bills on the kitchen table. Red ink, same name on the label. You call it fair share, I call it a shakedown. Smile on the podium, hand in the playground. 1-3 in the dark, who's counting? Cody's lined up, hand down, all counting. CPU speaks like a script from a play. Kids use his pops while you catch that play. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Every paycheck under attack. You talk care, but you wait on fast. Give it a suit, that's a fact. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Saying how we want it back. Open the books, track every stack. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Yeah. Woo. Affordability, just a slogan on a flyer. Rents climb higher while you call me a denier. You brand every critic an enemy of hope. While families do the math, they can't cut. Criminal math for a big spend. Quiet, friends get fed. Straight still riot. You promised life, just give us man. We're paying out, you got it in. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Every paycheck under attack. You talk care, but you pay our back. Give it a suit, that's a fact. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Let's clearly see we want the facts. Public spitting on public trash. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Open the box. Line by line. Oh, Congress. Every fight. Open the box. Count each time if it's all so clean. Why hide the line? Brandon Johnson is the tag. Every paycheck under attack. You talk care, you wait on that. Give me a suit, that's a fact. Brandon Johnson is the tag. Transparency, we want the facts. Always ready, tracker on blast. Brandon Johnson is the tag. City bills on the kitchen table. Red ink, same name on the label. You call it fair share, I call it a shakedown. Smile on the podium, hand in the playground. 1-3 in the dark, who's counting? Cronies lined up, hand out, all pouting. CPU speaks like a script from a play. Kids use this pops while you cash that pay. Brandon Johnson is the test. Every paycheck on your attack. You talk care, but you wait on facts. Scam in a suit, that's a fact. Brandon Johnson is the test. Hey, say it how we want it back. Open the books, track every stack. Brandon Johnson is the test. Affordability, just a slogan on a flyer. Rents climb higher while you call me a denier. You brand every critic an enemy of hope while families do the math and can't cope. Criminal math for a big spend. Quiet, friends get fed. Streets still riot. Your promised life just gave a spin. We're paying now, you're cashing in. Brandon Johnson is the test. Paycheck on your attack. You talk care, but you ain't all the facts. Scam in a suit, that's a fact. Brandon Johnson is the test. Transparency, we want the facts. Public spending on public tracks. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, line by line. Who got rich on every fine? Open the books, count each time if it's all so clean. Why hide the line? Brandon Johnson is the text. Brandon Johnson is the
paycheck under attack. You talk care, but you ain't on facts. Scamming in a suit, that's a fact. But injustice is a tax. Hey, transparency, we want the facts. Public spending straight on blast. Injustice is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals 1 3 million. A criminal. PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the town. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the state. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist, taxologist, no tax jackets, and the affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Near one bring Brandon Johnson criminal. PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the time. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the scandal. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist, no tax justice. Unaffordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a brand. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor
Johnson is a criminal! Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brennan Johnson is the tax. Open the books. Transparency. Chicago Mayor Brennan Johnson is a tie. Chicago Mayor Brennan Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brennan Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brennan Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brennan Johnson is a criminal. $1.3 billion to give to crony non. Profits the C2U is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brennan Johnson is a tax. Open the books. Transparency. Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist attack, soldiers, home taxation is not affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The C2U is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the Remember the book's transparency. Clever spinning tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals want $3 billion to get the cruddy doctor. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Marvin Johnson is a cop.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization of affordability is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. No! Public spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist and taxologist. All taxation is the propaganda. It is a scam. No! Public spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The C2 is a mafia propaganda. Organization of vulnerability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologist, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non. Runs the seat to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. No public spending tracker. No. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Oh, Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, a taxologist, all taxation is there. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non. Promise to see to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Now, public spending tracker. Now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Oh, Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for the last slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, a taxologist, all taxation is theft. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor.
Yeah, I just want to add one question.
Chicago Mayor. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar.
I'm pointing out that there's way more
Chicago Mayor Brandon never know. Borrows 1.3 billion to give to Connie now. Numbers I see too is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves. It's a black tax, socialism, tax colleges, all taxation is there. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a crime. Chicago Mayor Brandon. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon, yeah. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Chicago Mayor Brandon is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows 1.3 billion. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. August 62 is a mafia propaganda. Organization accountability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist tax, colleges, all taxation is Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson
is a fraud.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson
Is the scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows 1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now.